Chapter 1206. Will to win me too. Lin Ling nodded lightly. He looked at Yu Man Yun below and thought of Yu Yu and the others. His desire to win grew stronger. Dou Ruochen had a reason to not lose, and so did he, Lin Ling. Destroy your own cultivation and break your arms. Then you won't have to die, Dou Ruochen said again. His elegant temperament became cold, which made Lin Ling's pupils dilate. Then he heard Dou Ruochen say, I can see that the girl below is your lover, but she isn't strong. So if you don't lose, she will die. Don't ask me how to kill her, but I can definitely kill her. I said that I promised her that I will win. So, I have to win no matter what. Dou Ruochen's attitude was very strong, but he looked into the distance as if he saw the person he loved the most in the clouds. So, you used my family to threaten me? You want me to admit defeat without even fighting? Lin Ling's voice became low. Not only do I want you to admit defeat, but I also want to destroy your cultivation and break your arms. Dou Ruochen took a step forward. 3 terrifying spiritual sources appeared on his body, causing the void to rumble. His huge aura was completely different from before, which made many people exclaim. It seemed that Lin Ling was in the limelight because of the rules of the assessment. If he really wanted to fight, he couldn't compare to anyone. Why? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Dou Ruochen used Yu Man Yun to threaten him. Moreover, he didn't want him to admit defeat and wanted to destroy his cultivation. This made Lin Ling puzzled because there was no hatred between them. Because the ancient battlefield of heroes has opened. I have to fight 9 people to become a hero. Otherwise, I will lose, and you will be used as an example to others. Dou Ruochen said coldly. He was very smart. He knew that he didn't need to defeat 9 people. As long as he showed his strength and ruthlessness, some of the 9 people wouldn't dare to fight. They would directly give up the hero card and admit defeat. In this way, he could maintain his strength and fight against all the heroes. You've done so much for her, Lin Ling said softly. His eyes became even colder. For them, I can only win, not lose. But I will not use others to threaten them. You should know that if you love someone, you will protect them for their entire life. No one can have evil intentions towards them, but you use this to threaten them. If she knows that you won like this, she will only have disdain for you. Moreover, you violated a taboo, so you must die. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward, causing ripples of light to erupt from the void. He was like a god of death as he shot towards Dou Ruochen. At this moment, Lin Ling was showing off his ability. Lin Ling is making the first move. Many people's expressions changed. They seemed to see that Lin Ling was enraged. Dou Ruochen's eyes narrowed. He thought that Lin Ling would admit defeat and be used as an example to others. However, he realized that he was wrong. Using Yu Man Yun's death as a threat seemed to activate the God of Death's descent. 3,000 Forbidden God Fist. Without thinking much, Dou Ruochen took a step forward and shot forward. The clouds in the void were under his control, layer by layer, as if everything was restricted. Then, they turned into a terrifying fist and blasted towards Lin Ling. Extreme force appeared. At this moment, Lin Ling's spiritual source was being consumed crazily. Dou Ruochen's extreme force was extremely terrifying. He's dead. Without spiritual source, how can he win? Many people stared at the ancient void battlefield. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The small worlds in his body exploded. His legs, arms, spine, chest, all the small worlds were mobilized. The power of a universe was suppressed at his fist. It was as if his fist was dominating the heavens. Rumble. When the 2 fists collided, the entire void trembled. The aura was terrifying. Puff. Under countless gazes, Dou Ruochen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards like a cannonball. In mid-air, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. In the end, he crashed into the light screen on the other side of the ancient void battlefield. You lost. On the other side, Lin Ling floated in the void and said indifferently. Puff. Dou Ruochen spat out another mouthful of blood. Impossible. Your spiritual source was exhausted by me. Where did you get the strength? You're dead. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't answer Dou Ruochen's question. Dou Ruochen's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling said that he was dead? Your love for her is not wrong. The wrong thing is that you used other people's love to fulfill your love. You want to use me as an example to others. Then you'll become that chicken. Lin Ling said coldly. At the same time, Do Ruochen's body trembled violently. Under countless gazes, his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. In order to become a hero, in order to marry that girl, he had to win. However, his method was wrong. In the end, he could no longer see the person he loved the most. Perhaps only after his death did he realize that he didn't have the person he loved the most. Lin Ling also had the person he loved the most. What? Below the void battlefield, countless people widened their eyes. Lin Ling killed Do Ruochen with a single fist. He was killed by Lin Ling's fist. At this moment, in the majestic palace, Lord Xueqi said with a frown. She had seen Lin Ling's fist clearly. Lin Ling's strength was extremely terrifying. He was able to resist 3 spiritual sources of extreme pattern martial arts. Moreover, after the punch, his strength had entered Do Ruochen's body and killed him. This person deserved to die. Soon after, Lord Xueqi said another sentence, using another person's family to threaten him and treating his opponent as a chicken. Then, he might become that chicken and be used as an example to others. As expected, the remaining people's expressions turned grave. In fact, Lin Ling had been in the limelight twice. Therefore, they didn't underestimate Lin Ling. However, they didn't expect that Lin Ling was stronger than they imagined. He only needed a single fist to kill a third-stage transcendent realm expert. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey had an effect. Lin Ling is actually so terrifying. Do Ruochen is rarely a match for him in the third stage of transcendent realm. Someone's heart pounded violently. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's fist had made him lose his will to fight. Next. In the void battlefield, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Those who aren't convinced can join forces and fight. His frivolous and angry voice drifted into everyone's ears, causing their faces to stiffen. Lin Ling actually wanted the remaining people to join forces. This kind of arrogance shocked everyone. He didn't rest and actually wants to sweep the remaining people. Feng Buping said in a low voice. Lin Ling's arrogance had exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that only he had the courage to sweep the crowd, but he didn't expect it to be Lin Ling. Moreover, at this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight. The girl you were protecting before, was it me? Then let me fight with you. If you lose this battle, don't ever bother me again. If you win, I will agree to any of your requests. A heavenly voice rang out. The girl in white floated towards the void battlefield. She was like an immortal, stunning everyone. 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden Palace. Luo Xuemon, fight. At the same time, on the ground, Venerable Si Calming clenched his fists. Lin Ling's battle was a battle between Si Calming Heavenly Palace and 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden Palace. It was also a battle to regain his daughter's dignity. Lin Ling, you must win. I believe in you. Chapter 1207. Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror. As for the Grand Palace, the 9 Heavens Fairy's eyes were extremely cold. She had never heard of the name Lin Ling. She only knew he came from Calm Sea Heavenly Palace. Such a person dared to compete with the 9 Heavens Fairy Palace? However, reality had proven that Lin Ling from Calm Sea Heavenly Palace was truly terrifying. With just a transcendent second realm cultivation, he had taken first place in 2 trials in a row and even killed a transcendent third realm genius with a single punch. However, Lin Ling was definitely not Luo Xuemon's opponent. Luo Xuemon was a transcendent 4th realm cultivator with an earth-grade saint body. Interesting little brat. I'm becoming more and more curious. How did he win before? Lu Susu said, still sitting cross-legged. Everyone seems to be curious. Let's use the Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror. Lady Xueqi also had some doubts but soon smiled. The Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror was a relic left behind by the Han Dynasty, one of the 4 great ancient countries. It could reflect a person's past and present life. As long as they weren't a saint realm cultivator, it would be able to reveal their origins, making the battles on the ancient battlefield even more transparent. Then let's use it. Everyone else in the palace nodded. Soon after, the ancient mirror floated out from the palace and covered the ancient battlefield. 6 mirrors appeared, illuminating the ancient battlefield from every corner. Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror. It seems the battles on the ancient battlefield of heroes must be transparent. Lin Ling must convince everyone. Understood. Many masters recognized this relic, and the mirror also revealed everything about Lin Ling and Luo Xuemon, including their past and present lives. However, Lin Ling's past life was very vague, making it impossible for anyone to see through it. On the other hand, Luo Xuemon's past life was faintly discernible, causing Lady Xue Wu's eyes to narrow. This was the first time she had encountered someone whose past life she couldn't see through. Lin Ling came from the 6 sacred domains Rainforest Holy Land. That place is very small, but I remember there was an ancient Bodhi tree there. I didn't expect a cultivator from there to be so powerful. Understood. Transcendent second realm, as expected, but how did he win before? Understood. Many people stared at King Hong's bone-reflecting mirror. All the secrets of Lin Ling and Luo Xuemon seemed to have been exposed. At this moment, Luo Xuemon wore a white dress, and her waterfall-like hair danced in the air like a fairy. She tucked her hair behind her ear and said indifferently, "Is it worth it for me?" She was very confident. She knew that Lin Ling definitely liked her. Moreover, he liked her very much. This was because Lin Ling's actions were very confusing. For example, the incident at the Immortal Water Hall. For example, Lin Ling's conviction to win for her. All of these could explain why Lin Ling loved her very deeply. Most importantly, she had been like a jade maiden since she was young. She had long been accustomed to the love of others. Therefore, Lin Ling was no exception. So the woman Lin Ling was talking about is Luo Xuemon. Many people came to a realization, but they also felt that it was normal. If they were standing on that stage, they would also try to prove themselves in order to win the heart of the beauty. You talk too much. Let's begin. Lin Ling ignored Luo Xuemon's words and said indifferently, "If you win, I will agree to any of your requests. But if you lose, don't ever bother me. However, you can't win." Luo Xuemon stretched out her delicate hand and pulled it lightly before her, and then a completely crystalline white sword appeared. The treasured sword and white clothes seemed like they were returning through the snow, and they formed the most beautiful scene in the world. "Use your sword. I don't like to fight with unarmed people." A cold voice sounded. White light flowed around Luo Xuemon's body. Her aura suddenly increased, causing the entire battlefield of heroes to shake. "Okay." Lin Ling nodded slightly. The tyrannical Song sword appeared in his right hand. "My sword is a high-level divine artifact. If I break your sword, I will break your infatuation." Luo Xuemon stabbed out with her sword. She was like a fairy dancing in the air. The entire battlefield of heroes was filled with her shadow. That sword turned into a million swords. Splash! Water filled the battlefield of heroes at this moment, forming white ribbons. It was like an illusion. Immortal guides the way. The million swords gracefully transformed into a single sword and pierced towards Lin Ling at an unbelievable speed. Mystic water sacred body. Extreme pattern sword. It formed the power of heaven and earth of water and sword. The crowd exclaimed. King Hong's bone-reflecting mirror showed the power of that sword. It was earth-shattering. No one below the transcendent realm can block this sword. The powerful expert said with certainty. Facing that colorful sword, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Luo Xuemon was indeed powerful. Not only did her sword form a small world, it also formed a powerful extreme pattern. Star-chasing sword. Bang! With a low shout, the sword in Lin Ling's hand seemed to move slowly, but it instantly slashed out 2,000,000 times, clashing with Luo Xuemon's stunning sword. This sword came from the Star-Picking Nation, and it was something he had learned in the Violet Palace realm. Clang! The tip of the sword clashed with the tip of the sword. A terrifying power bloomed. What? He blocked it? Many people frowned. In their eyes, the black and white sword was like an ancient mountain and the sharp long sword was like a lightning meteor. However, the mountain blocked the lightning meteor. How was this possible? Luo Xuemon's sword was a high-grade saint artifact. It could increase the power of the sword by 10%. Plus, Luo Xuemon's cultivation was at the transcendent realm. Lin Ling shouldn't be able to block it. Look at King Hong's bone-reflecting mirror. It shows that Lin Ling has the power of one universe. Someone said with fear. The power of one universe, that's the power of 1 billion. Everyone's heart pounded. They knew that it was the power of the physical body. There were very few people in Xianpeng province who had such a strong physical body. I see. Mistress Xue Wu and the other experts were enlightened. No wonder Lin Ling was so powerful. His physical body had reached the power of one universe. How could you block my sword? My sword is a high-grade saint artifact, the Falling Rain sword. My cultivation is higher than yours. At this moment, Luo Xueman exclaimed. She couldn't see the information from King Hong's bone-reflecting mirror, so she couldn't believe it. My sword is not weaker than yours. It's at the King realm. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. It was so elegant, but it also carried the aura of a king of swords. No wonder. However, external objects can't represent everything. My innate saint body is the mystic water body. The more I fight, the sharper my sword. Luo Xueman's fairy-like body danced. Her sword light was like water. It was as if the void was cut by her. You lost. Fairy scattering flowers. Terrifying swords covered the sky and covered Lin Ling. Luo Xueman seemed to have disappeared from the world. There were only swords, tens of thousands of swords. This was a small success stage martial art of martial arts. Immovable mountain. Lin Ling's tyrant song sword danced. He wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to swords. Any martial art in his hands could be turned into a powerful sword move. His sword was domineering and majestic. It was known for its power. Pop, 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 pop. The void energy exploded. Lin Ling seemed to be defeated. However, he blocked the tens of thousands of swords every time. This made many people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling was actually so strong. I said that I don't like you. Don't bother me anymore. Mystic Water Jialan's Sword. Chapter 1208. Toad. You are disgusting. The extreme pattern martial art is about to reach the large success stage. Luo Xueman's saint body is so terrifying. It can increase her battle prowess crazily in battle. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of talent was too heaven-defying because there were very few people who could increase their attack power by 80%. With such power, it was extremely easy for her to fight someone who was at a higher realm. How can Lin Ling win? Back then, Ling Shan lost to me and Golden Armor King of Langyuten Palace Halls ended up with me. Today, Ding Hai Heavenly Palace lost to Luo Xueman again. Ding Hai Supremacy. You will never be able to make a comeback. In the palace, Ninth Heaven Mystical Maiden said coldly. She saw the hope of victory. Lin Ling. Ding Hai Supremacy. Yuman Yun and the others shouted worriedly. Luo Xueman's realm was originally higher than Lin Ling's. Now that her sword's power had increased by 80%, unless Lin Ling reached Transcendent Realm 5th layer, he would definitely lose and the outstanding talent card would be wasted. No one in the plaza was optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. At this moment, Lin Ling was forced to fight with his back to the wall by that sword. However, Lin Ling's expression did not change. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he raised the sword in his right hand. It was like a lonely mountain, like the most arrogant sword emperor in the world. I can use that sword now. A sharp light bloomed in Lin Ling's eyes. The sword in his hand let out a sword cry as a terrifying power poured into it. Uprooting the heavens. The moment the sword was unleashed, it shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Wang. At the same time, Hong King's bone-reflecting mirror lit up and a terrifying illusion appeared. That sword contained the power of 2 universes. Countless people's faces froze. In their eyes, the huge sword was like an axe that slashed down from the sky, cutting everything in its path. Kacha! Luo Xueman's sword was cut in half and the saint weapon shattered. In the next moment, a sword fell in front of her neck. Her pupils constricted. Lin Ling's sword was too dazzling, too sharp. She did not know how she lost. This. It was only at this moment that the entire plaza let out cries of alarm. It should be known that physical strength was the most difficult to cultivate, but Lin Ling had succeeded. What was even more frightening was that Lin Ling had suppressed his strength in his sword and was able to form a 100% attack power. This kind of martial arts domain was beyond their imagination. No one in the great Xianpeng region had cultivated like this. I lost. With Lin Ling's sword pointed at her neck, Luo Xueman bit her lips hard. Was this the toad she looked down on? I admit that I underestimated you. Because of my promise, you defeated me in the end. Now, I agree to be your wife. Luo Xueman looked up at Lin Ling. Her former arrogance had disappeared and was replaced by admiration. Lin Ling was also participating in the hero assessment for the first time like her. However, his sword had shocked the world. Now, she no longer looked down on Lin Ling. Instead, she recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. As soon as she finished speaking, many young people's faces dimmed. Luo Xueman was finally taken. It was Lin Ling. However, they could not feel any jealousy in their hearts. Lin Ling's sword was too dazzling, which made them admire him. You think too much. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling said indifferently. Many people narrowed their eyes. Even Luo Xueman frowned. What did Lin Ling mean? You're not worthy of me. You're just a toad. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. Don't bother me anymore. What? Luo Xueman's eyes widened. Lin Ling said she was a toad, and Lin Ling even said she was bothering him. From the beginning until now, you've been saying that I like you. I don't know where your confidence comes from. At first, I didn't care, but I didn't expect you to keep bothering me. Now that I've won, can you stop bothering me? Lin Ling said calmly again. Boom. That sentence was like a bolt from the blue in Luo Xueman's heart. She understood what it meant. From the beginning until now, she had been thinking too much. She thought that Lin Ling was bothering her, but in fact, she was the one bothering Lin Ling. She thought that Lin Ling was a toad, but in fact, she was the toad. To Luo Xueman, this was worse than killing her. She shouted hysterically, "You're lying! If you don't like me, why did you do those things in the Celestial Water Temple? Why did you fight for me before? You were just a passerby in the Celestial Water Temple. I didn't take you seriously at all. As for the battle with Do Ruochen, that woman wasn't you, but my lover. Yuman Yun, don't think too much." Lin Ling shook his head, and his voice was filled with ridicule. Luo Xueman made him feel disgusted. You! Luo Xueman's pretty face turned pale, and it even seemed slightly savage. Countless people looked at Luo Xueman and shook their heads. At this moment, her fairy-like appearance had become slightly ugly. Luo Xueman had been rejected by Lin Ling, and she even thought that she wasn't good enough for Lin Ling. If such a thing happened to any woman, others would think that she was cheap, and it would cause her image to fall greatly. Most importantly, Luo Xueman had thought that Lin Ling liked her from the beginning, and this was even more embarrassing. I don't believe it. You definitely like me. Luo Xueman shook her head incessantly. So this was how it felt to be rejected. But how would she face others in the future? Toad, you're disgusting. Fuck off. Fuck off. Lin Ling took a step forward and slammed his palm into Luo Xueman's chest, causing her to fly out of the battlefield like a kite with its string cut. This palm represented everything. If Lin Ling really liked Luo Xueman, would he be so heartless as to attack her? Thus, the crowd could see that Lin Ling didn't like Luo Xueman at all. In fact, in Lin Ling's eyes, Luo Xueman was a toad. Bang! Luo Xueman crashed to the ground. Her hair was slightly disheveled, but her eyes were filled with resentment. Lin Ling, I'll definitely return this humiliation to you tenfold. Bastard. In the palace, the Empyrean maiden's face was ashen. Lin Ling's actions had brought great humiliation to her Empyrean maiden palace. It had to be said that the humiliation she had given Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture in the past had been returned today. Their second Empyrean maiden had completely lost face today. On the ground, Yu Yun's eyes were already wet. Luo Xueman, the Fairy of Heaven, had personally agreed to Lin Ling's request, but Lin Ling had still rejected her. He even said that the person he loved was Yu Yun, and that the battle that he had to win was for her. With such a bosom friend in his life, what more could he ask for? Lin Ling, you'll become a hero. Yu and the others will also see it. Yu Yun clenched her fists tightly. Who else gets up here? In the void battlefield, Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly. With his sword in hand, he looked like an all-powerful figure. The entire square was silent. No one had expected Lin Ling to reach such a height. They had all underestimated Lin Ling wherever Lin Ling's gaze swept past. The remaining heroes avoided his sharp gaze. They didn't dare to go up. If they did, they might end up like Do Ruochen. Everyone's aura was intimidated by Lin Ling. Feng Buping, is that you? Lin Ling's low voice floated out of his mouth. He was domineering and arrogant as he looked at Feng Buping. It's me. Feng Buping's heart trembled violently, but he actually didn't dare to speak. Get up here. Chapter 1209. Langya 10th Palace, Golden Armor King. Feng Buping doesn't dare to fight. More people shook their heads. How ironic. When the ancient battlefield opened, Feng Buping was the first to say that he wanted to regain his face and make Lin Ling lose the hero token. But now, Lin Ling asked him to get up there. But he, a hidden genius from the Earth Immortal Village, didn't dare to fight. This was a 180-degree change from his previous arrogance. Jin Yunwu, you opened the ancient battlefield of heroes, so get up here. Lin Ling's gaze fell on Jin Yunwu. Jin Yunwu's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong, but Lin Ling was still a realm 2 transcendent, so he was still confident. If you want to fight, then I'll accompany you. But I have to thank you because you shocked all the heroes. So as long as I win, I'll become a hero. Hong Long Long. Jin Yunwu stomped on the ground and shot towards the ancient battlefield in the sky. His golden armor shone brightly as he floated in the sky like a conqueror. The battle of the strongest heroes? Who will become the final hero? The crowd stared at the two most dazzling geniuses, their blood boiling. Yunwu, you took so long to test for a mere hero token? Right at this moment, an enormous golden armored cloud ship flew over from the horizon, and a young man around the age of 27 or 28 stood at the bow of the ship. He had his hands behind his back, wore violet gold armor, and had a cape that fluttered behind him. He was like a divine king that had arrived. Golden Armor King. Venerable Sea Calming's eyes flashed with anger when he saw the newcomer. That person almost became his son-in-law, but in the end, he walked together with the Ninth Heaven Fairy and abandoned his daughter, Ling Shan. That person actually dared to show up. Langya 10th Palace, Golden Armor King. The crowd was in an uproar. This Golden Armor King wasn't old, but his strength was monstrous. He was an existence that surpassed the transcendent realm, which was extremely terrifying. One had to know that he was only 6 or 7 years older than Lin Ling and the others. Senior Sea Calming. Long time no see. How is Ling Shan? The golden armor cloud ship stopped in the sky. The Golden Armor King looked at Venerable Sea Calming indifferently. His aura was so imposing that he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. I'd rather not see someone like you. Venerable Sea Calming yelled coldly. How dare you speak to the Hall Master like that? Are you courting death? Beside Golden Armored Monarch were a large number of youths. They all took a step forward and stared coldly at Venerable Sea Calming. When he was learning martial arts from me, I don't know where you were. Venerable Sea Calming shouted angrily. His heart was burning with anger. He had nurtured the Golden Armor King in the past, but today, the Golden Armor King was looking down on him. You're courting death. The young men were filled with killing intent, but Golden Armor King waved his hand and said, Don't be rude. Venerable Sea Calming was my benefactor in the past. You have to greet him respectfully. Although he has a bad temper, he is still a senior. His words seemed to be respectful, but they were also filled with disdain. This made Venerable Sea Calming's expression turn ugly. However, he knew that Gold Armor King was extremely powerful. Even he might not be his opponent. Therefore he could only endure it. The Golden Armor King obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Venerable Sea Calming. He looked at the ancient battlefield of heroes and clapped his hands. Not bad. You're qualified to fight with my subordinate. Young man, are you interested in joining the 10 Halls of Langya? I can make an exception for you and even guide you personally. Guide me personally? In the ancient battlefield of heroes, Lin Ling looked at the mysterious man and frowned slightly. Is this the man who abandoned Sister Ling Shan? That's right. You should know that this is an extremely rare opportunity. There are very few people in Xianpeng province who can receive my personal guidance. It's his fortune. The Golden Armor King's heroic face carried a hint of arrogance. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant because he was only 28 years old. However, he had already surpassed a large number of experts of the older generation and became the largest power in the Xianpeng region. If he didn't have the right to be arrogant, then who did? The 10 Halls of Langya are as famous as the 10 Halls of Kuan and Carefree. They are the most powerful after the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. If I have such an opportunity, I definitely won't miss it. Many people were envious. Lin Ling was very lucky to attract the attention of the 10 halls of Langya after shocking everyone with a single feat. Venerable Sea Calming's face turned gloomy. Lin Ling was his general, and he had given him a lot of support. However, the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture couldn't compare to the 10 halls of Langya. If Lin Ling abandoned him, it was understandable. What made him sad was that the Golden Armor King had abandoned his daughter after becoming powerful. Would history repeat itself today? I'm flattered by your personal guidance. Lin Ling laughed lightly. There was a hint of ridicule in his smile. It was undeniable that the 10 halls of Langya were indeed very powerful. However, did he need the Golden Armor King's guidance? He possessed the ancient Purple Palace and had become a venerable emperor. To put it bluntly, the Golden Armor King wasn't qualified to guide him. Sorry, I'm not interested in ungrateful people. Moreover, you don't have the right to guide me, said Lin Ling indifferently. His voice sounded like it could sever gold and sever iron. The crowd was astonished. Lin Ling had actually refused? The Golden Armor King frowned. He was extremely surprised. Moreover, when Lin Ling said that he was ungrateful, he was referring to the matter of him abandoning Ling Shan. This matter had always been his greatest shame. You're very arrogant, but you don't understand yourself. You've missed the best opportunity. The Golden Armor King's voice became gloomy. Lin Ling didn't want to give face. Is the Golden Armor King such a self-righteous person? If it weren't for the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, you would be nothing right now. I, Lin Ling, may be insignificant, but I won't forget the person who dug the well. The grace of a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring. I owe Venerable Sea Calming a debt of gratitude. Even if one of the 7 emperors came forward to recruit me, I wouldn't abandon him. Lin Ling said word by word. His eyes were filled with determination. Lin Ling. Venerable Sea Calming's body trembled violently as his eyes became moist. Lin Ling was now fully fledged, but he didn't abandon him. The grace of a drop of water in the past must be repaid with a gushing spring. Venerable Sea Calming had recruited a large number of subordinates in his life, but Lin Ling was the one he was most proud of. Many people also looked deeply at Lin Ling. They didn't expect this young man to be so righteous and loyal. In this world, strength means everything. Well, it doesn't mean anything. You will understand in the future. If you don't believe me, then fight with Jin Yunwu. He will show you how powerful the people from the 10 temples of Langya are. The Golden Armor King shook his head contemptuously as if he was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Yunwu, let him know how stupid he is. After that, the Golden Armor King said arrogantly, Yes, Temple Master. At this moment, Jin Yunwu looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling was so stupid to miss such an opportunity. One should know that even after he entered the 10 temples of Langya, he rarely received guidance from the Golden Armor King. You are even more stupid than I thought. What is gratitude? Strength is everything. Sigh, perhaps you will only know how pathetic you are after you lose. Jin Yunwu snorted softly. He stretched out his right hand and a golden ball of light appeared. It was as dazzling as the sun and carried a sacred and inviolable aura. Earth-level golden cicada sacred body. The Hong King's bone-reflecting mirror fell on Jin Yunwu's body, and a large amount of information was reflected. Many people gasped. Jin Yunwu's talent was indeed not inferior to Luo Xueman's. Chapter 12:10. Undying Golden Cicada Yunwu, you can kill heroes, so don't hide your strength, show it all. The Golden Armor King calmly looked at Jin Yunwu. As the sound of his voice faded, many people's eyes narrowed. Heroes were experts who were above heroes. Jin Yunwu was actually able to kill a hero? Yes, Palace Lord. Jin Yunwu nodded indifferently, still looking at Lin Ling. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but since the Palace Lord has ordered me to, then I will show you how insignificant you are. Rumble. Golden light shone from his body. An ancient golden cicada appeared behind him. That terrifying golden light actually pierced through the void, and his aura rose steadily, actually reaching transcendent 5th layer. The entire square was silent. Jin Yunwu is actually a transcendent 5th layer expert. He really hit it well. Then, a large number of gazes fell onto Lin Ling. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was very strong, being able to defeat Luo Xueman when he was only at the 2nd stage of the transcendent realm. However, His opponent was Jin Yunwu, who was at the 5th stage of the Transcendent Realm and possessed an Earth-class saint physique. Lin Ling couldn't win. I didn't expect Flood King's bone reflecting mirror to also be here. Since it's like this, Yunwu, show me your extreme mark martial art. Golden Armor King seemed to want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Let Lin Ling know how laughable he is, how insignificant he is, how pitiful it is for him to give up his guidance, so he said arrogantly. Yes, Palace Lord. Jin Yunwu smiled proudly. He opened his arms and unleashed the power of heaven and earth of the extreme pattern martial art. Golden light enveloped the entire area. It was resplendent and dazzling. The golden cicada grew even larger, as if it could destroy everything. It even made the experts below the plaza feel some pressure. At the same time, Flood King's bone reflecting mirror showed its powerful aura. Extreme mark martial art, major completion. It should be known that extreme pattern martial arts were even more terrifying than profound martial arts. It controlled the momentum of heaven and earth, and no small world could go against the momentum. This was also the law of heaven and earth. Therefore, extreme pattern martial arts were very difficult to control. Some people could only reach the small success stage in their whole life. However, Jin Yunwu had reached the large success stage. His strength was truly at the hero level. He just lacked the hero assessment. In addition to his undying golden cicada saint body, its defense is terrifying. Lin Ling's hope of winning is even slimmer. So, do you regret it? Golden Armor King smiled, satisfied with everyone's shocked expression. His words made many people's eyes. They knew that Golden Armor King wants to use Jin Yunwu's strength. Let Lin Ling know how pitiful it is, but Lin Ling should know how insignificant he is. Can you still win? Golden Armor King said again. Very powerful indeed. Lin Ling finally said. He somewhat underestimated Jin Yunwu, but he sensed that Jin Yunwu, who is at Transcendent 5th stage, is actually not comparable to the Transcendent 4th stage Undying Fire King. After all, the latter is an ancient martial artist, a well-known figure in the realm, and although Jin Yunwu is at Transcendent 5th stage, he is obviously not at the peak of the realm. And Lin Ling defeated the Undying Fire King. What qualifications does Jin Yunwu have to be arrogant? Waving the Tyrant Song sword, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand. 5 fingers pointed at Golden Armor King, making Golden Armor King's pupils constrict. What does Lin Ling mean? 5 moves, he will lose. A frivolous voice resounded in the sky, majestic and intimidating, carrying boundless confidence, also carrying Lin Ling's principles. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This is Lin Ling's principle. He is not wrong, he will prove everything. Silence. The entire square, the surrounding palaces, and the golden armored ship in the sky, were all dead silent. Jin Yunwu had displayed his terrifying strength. Lin Ling had no chance of winning at all. Yet, Lin Ling was still as arrogant as ever, boasting that he could defeat Jin Yunwu in 5 moves. Could it be that he wanted to become a hero with his cultivation base at the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm? Arrogance. This kind of arrogance is looking down on the 10 palaces of Langya. Arrogant, Yunwu, slap his mouth. Golden Armor King was stunned, veins popping out on his forehead. An unknown flame was surging in his heart. He wanted to let Lin Ling know how insignificant he is, but obviously, he failed. Of course. Jin Yunwu's face was malevolent. Lin Ling dares to say such arrogant words. My face is right here, if you can slap it, then come. Clenching the Tyrant's Song in his hand, Lin Ling stepped on the void, shooting towards Jin Yunwu. He did not explain anything. Only strength can prove everything. If you want to slap his face, if you want to prove how powerful the 10 palaces of Langya are in front of Lin Ling, then let's see if Jin Yunwu has the ability to do so. Pop, pop, pop. The sword is invincible. The power of 2 universes bloomed, cutting through the void. Your face, I will definitely slap it. Invincible golden cicada technique. Jin Yunwu stretched out both hands, forming a complicated seal, as if stirring the wind and clouds in the sky. A giant golden cicada appeared in his hands. Rumble. At the same time, the sword heavily slashed, landing on the giant golden cicada, actually causing the void to explode. The ancient battlefield of heroes seemed to have sunk a little. With such weak strength, you dare to speak such arrogant words. The giant golden cicada blocked the sword. Jin Yunwu smiled disdainfully, like an invincible war god. The ancient golden cicada emitted a dazzling light, shocking the heaven and earth. This is the powerful invincible golden cicada under the 72 demon gods. Lin Ling wants to defeat him in 5 moves? Dream on. Rumble. The golden light reflected back, causing Lin Ling to feel as if he was swept by a storm, his body flying backwards. The golden light was extremely powerful, containing the power of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's strong physique and the emperor-refined armor, he would have suffered heavy injuries. Overestimating yourself, you don't even have the qualifications to harm me. Jin Yunwu took a step forward, as if he could command the wind and clouds. Lin Ling's sword was effective against a transcendent fourth realm expert, but it was ineffective against him. Second move. Just as Jin Yunwu's voice fell, Lin Ling shot forward like a storm, the sword in his hand once again slashing down with terrifying speed. Seeing this, Jin Yunwu's expression changed drastically. His saint physique was very powerful, the golden light was invincible. When Lin Ling attacked him previously, he thought that Lin Ling would be injured, and even if he wasn't, his aura would have weakened. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling's attack to be like a storm, the first sword falling, followed by the second. This sword was just like Lin Ling's madness, looking down on the world, uprooting the heavens. It was still the same simple sword, but this sword had changed. Not only did it contain the power of the physical body, it also allowed Lin Ling to use the power of spiritual source for the first time. Invincible Golden Cicada Technique. Golden Armor Divine Radiating Technique. At the same time, Jin Yunwu roared, his palms facing the sky, heavily pushing out. The giant golden cicada behind him opened its golden armor, revealing its golden wings, as if the cicada was about to break out of its shell and soar into the sky. Rumble! The two powerhouses clashed, the two palms facing the sky, the giant sword slashing the earth, causing the surrounding space to explode. What? Chapter 12:11. Undying Might, Spiritual Energy. Look at the bone-reflecting mirror. Lin Ling actually has 3 strands of spiritual energy. Heavens, he's a second-stage transcendent. Many people stared fixedly at the bone-reflecting mirror, their hearts pounding violently. They discovered the power of Lin Ling's second sword. On the ground, Luo Shuiman and Feng Buping's faces were extremely solemn. They thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be Jin Yunwu's opponent, but now they remembered that Lin Ling had always fought with his physical body. This was the first time he used spiritual energy. And the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's spiritual energy was also terrifying. He had 3 strands of spiritual energy. Kacha! One sword, breaking the dome of heaven. At this moment, Jin Yunwu's palms were trembling. That power was too terrifying. He stepped on the void and his body shot backwards. He wanted to avoid that terrifying sword. Rumble! As soon as his body moved, the sword slashed through the air and landed in the void. It actually slashed the ancient battlefield from the sky to the ground. The entire battlefield was moved by Lin Ling, and the ancient battlefield appeared on the ground. Terrifying. Is he still a second-stage transcendent? In the majestic palace, Xue Wu and the other experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never seen such a powerful second-stage transcendent with a strong physical body and terrifying spiritual energy. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. One must know that arrogance without strength was the action of an idiot, but arrogance with strength was the pride of a genius. It made people's blood boil. They didn't want to miss out on this exciting battle. Everyone had underestimated Lin Ling. At this moment, in the void, Lin Ling stood there with his sword sheathed. Outside his body, a powerful aura was released. It made him look like he was looking down on the world. He looked indifferently at Jin Yunwu and said, "The genius nurtured by the 10 halls of Langya is very powerful, but why did you run away before? Didn't you say that I couldn't hurt you? Don't flaunt your strength. I underestimated you before, but you're still not a match for me, the undying golden cicada." Jin Yunwu shouted angrily, his face extremely ugly. "You're the one who's trying to talk back. How arrogant were you earlier? You're at the 5th level of the transcendent realm, a holy ground for Earth-grade talents. You were even confident that I wouldn't be able to harm you. Yet, under a single sword strike, you were forced to flee like a stray dog. Is this what the 10 halls of Langya taught you?" Lin Ling sneered. He took a step forward and shot toward Jin Yunwu again. In the distance, Golden Armor King's face was gloomy. Lin Ling's words were mocking him. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Not only was his body strong, he even had 3 spiritual sources. This meant that Lin Ling had the battle prowess of a transcendent realm cultivator. The third move, Blazing Sea of Flames. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated in the air. An endless ocean appeared and turned into a huge fist, crushing towards Golden Armor King with destructive force. This fist not only suppressed Lin Ling's physical strength, but also unleashed his innate saint physique. What else is he hiding? Look at Hong King's bone-reflecting mirror. In an instant, everyone's attention was on Lin Ling. The crowd saw Lin Ling once again reveal his terrifying trump card. That was his innate saint physique, Earth-level Sea Heart Flame. Earth-level. On the ground, Luo Xuemon bit her lips. No wonder Lin Ling said she was a toad. In terms of innate talent, Lin Ling wasn't weaker than her. In other areas, Lin Ling far surpassed her. Fire Fist. At this moment, Jin Yunwu's pupils constricted. He could faintly see the extreme pattern martial art. Moreover, he estimated that it was at the small success stage. At this moment, he was boiling with anger. Previously, he revealed his cultivation realm, innate saint physique, and extreme pattern martial art to let Lin Ling know how powerful he was. But now, Lin Ling was telling him that his cultivation realm, innate saint physique, and extreme pattern martial art were things that Lin Ling also had. At the same time, he was telling Golden Armor King that everything that could be nurtured by the 10 halls of Langya, Lin Ling could also possess by himself. Their flaunting was bullshit. Golden Armor Fleece. Jin Yunwu roared. The huge golden cicada began to transform, turning into a locust-like golden bug. It merged into his finger and fiercely pressed forward. This finger was earth-shattering. Terrifying. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Today's ancient battlefield of heroes had reached the level of heroes. Rumble. The fire fist and the huge golden finger crazily collided under countless gazes. One was at the small success stage while the other was at the large success stage. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Ling's ocean fire fist was weaker. However, the actual situation was the opposite. Under everyone's gazes, the fist was like a siege engine. It seemed slow, but it was still crazily pushing forward, burning everything in its path. Kacha! The huge golden finger cracked and was finally blasted apart by the fist. The huge flaming fist pressed towards Jin Yunwu. The power of 2 universes. This kid actually suppressed his strength into the extreme pattern martial art. This result made many people suck in a breath of cold air. They looked at the Flood King's bone-reflecting mirror and immediately discovered the flaw. Lin Ling was simply a genius that surpassed the present and ancient times. How is this possible? Jin Yunwu's eyes widened. His extreme pattern martial art was actually not as powerful as Lin Ling's. He was shocked and wanted to retreat, but he discovered that the protective light screen of the ancient battlefield of heroes had stopped him from retreating. He could only take the attack head-on. Rumble. Unable to dodge, the fire fist finally exploded. Blue flames burned the void. Under the fire fist, Jin Yunwu was blasted into ashes. The entire ancient battlefield of void seemed to have been destroyed by an ancient expert. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, dumbfounded. What is a genius? This is a true genius. No matter where you came from or what kind of cultivation you have, against you, I only need a single punch. Did he win? Finally, someone asked nervously. It was as if he couldn't believe everything that had happened. The people of the 10 halls of Langya won't lose so easily. At this moment, the Golden Armor King indifferently said. At the same time, in the ancient battlefield of void, golden light shone as if countless golden stars were condensed. A tall figure appeared in front of countless gazes. This person seemed to have merged with the golden cicada. Even his eyes were dark golden in color. To be able to force me to use this move, your death is a pity. The current me is half a step into the transcendent 6th stage. A cold voice drifted out from that person's mouth, causing the crowd to forget to breathe. Jin Yunwu wasn't dead? This is the power of his innate saint physique, the undying golden cicada. He can revive after death, and after reviving, his strength will increase by 30% for a short period of time. The Golden Armor King's arrogant voice drifted out. Previously, Lin Ling was so powerful that he almost won against Jin Yunwu. Unfortunately, it was useless. He would tell Lin Ling, tell everyone that the people of the 10 halls of Langya were stronger than anyone else. Lin Ling, do you know how powerful the 10 halls of Langya are? Do you know what you missed before? Chapter 12:12. How about giving me some pointers? You never thought that I would hide my final trump card. Since you rejected the Golden Armor King, you can only die. Footsteps sounded in the void battleground. Jin Yunwu stepped forward slowly. At this moment, he seemed to be the master of everything. Lin Ling has lost. Everyone shook their heads. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling's strongest attack did not defeat Jin Yunwu. How could he not lose? Not only did Jin Yunwu not die, but his strength had also increased by 30%. The terrifying fire fist from before could not kill Jin Yunwu again. Lord Water Mist, should we stop him? In the majestic palace, Lu Susu smiled. However, Water Mist shook her head helplessly. You know that the hero's assessment is stricter than the hero's assessment. Therefore we can't stop him. Are we just going to watch him die? Lu Susu's charming smile disappeared. She frowned. He is an extremely rare genius. Jin Yunwu came from the 10 halls of Langya and has countless cultivation resources. However, he is only slightly stronger than Lin Ling. Therefore, how can we miss out on a genius like Lin Ling? Water Mist frowned. How could she not know about Lin Ling's talent? However, the hero's assessment had always been strict. Therefore she could not help. Unfortunately, they all thought that Lin Ling was at the end of his rope. However, they did not think that Lin Ling did not have any hidden trump cards. Sorry, I did not expect you to hide your final trump card. However, you do not have the final trump card. An indifferent voice floated in the silent square. It was shocking. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. He still has a trump card? The voice made countless people's mouths dry up. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Even the Golden Armor King's eyes narrowed. At the same time, a vast ocean appeared in the void battleground. It spread continuously. It was tranquil and sacred. A slender figure bathed in the ocean. His blue and white robe made him look like the god of the ocean. He stretched out his left hand and turned it into the eye of the ocean. The endless ocean water surged forward and finally formed a sparkling and resplendent lotus. The flower looked like it was formed from the sea, but it was actually fire. Extreme mock martial art. Large success. At the same time, King Hong's bone reflecting mirror reflected the power of the lotus. He actually has a profound realm martial art. At this moment, everyone felt numb in their hearts. Just how did Lin Ling cultivate? Why was every domain so terrifying? Why did he have so many trump cards? No one could see through his limits. As for Jin Yunwu, his pupils constricted. He had hidden his trump card, but so did Lin Ling. Furthermore, that azure lotus gave him a great deal of pressure. Although he also had a large success extreme pattern martial art, it was clear that Lin Ling's was different from his. It was as if he had cultivated it with the true fire emperor. Its might was peerlessly overbearing. Of course, his guess was correct. Lin Ling's great success inscription martial art was learned from the ancient undying Fire King. Golden Armor King, you will see how laughable the geniuses nurtured by the 10 halls of Langya are. You are still far from being able to guide me. With the azure lotus in his hand, Lin Ling looked at Golden Armor King in the distance and smiled faintly. That sentence caused Golden Armor King's eyes to burn with rage. Honorable sir, although this world is heartless, not everyone is the same. I will remember what you have done for me. I will never abandon you. This is my character. Looking at Venerable Sea Calming, Lin Ling smiled faintly. That smile was stubborn, firm, and pure. It made Venerable Sea Calming bite his lips. He suddenly thought of the young man he had helped in the 6 sacred regions. At this moment, the young man seemed to be supporting everything. Fourth move. Sea Boiling Flower. He gently raised his left hand, and the azure lotus floated out like a forbidden flower from his blue and white robe. At this moment, it seemed to freeze the entire ancient void battlefield. Jin Yunwu's eyes narrowed. He realized that although the lotus was slow, he could only take it head-on. He couldn't dodge it. No! Jin Yunwu let out a furious roar. An innate pressure shrouded him, forcing him to back away. He had the undying golden cicada, which gave him a terrifying defense. Furthermore, he could resurrect after death. However, it didn't mean he wouldn't die. Within a short period of time, he could only resurrect once. Bas! The blue lotus landed on the ancient void battlefield and then slowly bloomed. It was so bright, like the splendor of youth. At the same time, The Flood Emperor Bone reflecting mirror shook violently. A large number of ancient words appeared. This flower will kill any fourth-layer transcendent realm cultivator. Everything. It represented a terrifying boundary. It meant that even the strongest fourth-layer transcendent realm cultivator would be killed. Although Jin Yunwu was only at the fifth-layer transcendent realm, there were obviously fourth-layer transcendent peerless geniuses in the Xianpeng Great Region who could kill him. However, even those peerless geniuses who could kill him would not be able to stop the flower. The flower possessed the power to destroy the world. Rumble. As the lotus bloomed, blue flames burst out. The ancient void battlefield shattered in an instant, allowing the blue flames to surge out and engulf the entire square. Rumble. A sacred and ancient blue flower bloomed in the sky, shocking the entire Qian city. Countless people backed away. Their faces were filled with great astonishment. Was this the power of a second-layer transcendent realm cultivator? Was this the same Lin Ling that they wanted to snatch and humiliate from him? Everyone stared at the sacred sea of blue flames with mixed feelings. There was admiration, jealousy, and a strong sense of danger. Master, junior brother has been killed. The attacker is Lin Ling, a general of the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Although the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture isn't a huge faction, they are still one of the strongest factions. This is going to be troublesome. However, many people were killed. Besides, Lin Ling has many treasures on him, including a Buddhist treasure. There are many people who want to settle the score with Lin Ling. Since that's the case, let's join in. A mere Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture can't stop so many of us. As for Lin Ling, he's just a junior. Everyone recalled what had happened after the star-picking nation left. At that time, they didn't take Lin Ling seriously. But today, everything was like a dream. Was he still a junior? He's even more terrifying than the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture Venerable. We have to kill him. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to control him when he grows stronger. Many experts sneered in their hearts. Among them were the Lu residents, the South Pole Celestial Pong, and Nanping. Rumble. The sea of flames gradually dissipated and the square turned into ruins. Jin Yunwu was killed in one move. Everything was silent. From the sea of flames, a blue-robed figure slowly walked out. That robe was like the blue sky and white clouds. It was so dazzling that it shocked the Xianpeng continent. Golden Armor King. Can you give me some pointers? A disdainful voice drifted out like thunder in the silence. Pointers? How was the Golden Armor King supposed to give pointers? Previously, Jin Yunwu was so arrogant. He had displayed all kinds of powerful trump cards to make Lin Ling feel inferior. He wanted to make Lin Ling regret. He wanted to let Lin Ling know that the people from the 10 halls of Langya were beyond his imagination. But now he was killed in one move. The pointers were like a joke. How could the Golden Armor King still have the face to give pointers? Give me some pointers. How about it? Under the countless gazes, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His calm eyes stared at the peerless genius on the golden armor ship in the sky fearlessly. The Golden Armor King. Chapter 12-13. Heavenly Desolate Divine Ox. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling before landing on the golden armored man. Golden Armored King, Xianpeng Province's peerless genius, a saint realm master who had created countless miracles at such a young age. It was as if he had never been defeated in his life. He was the son of heaven. However, today, everyone could see that he had been defeated by an unknown junior who had shaken Xianpeng Province in one fell swoop. All of this was like a dream, even a bit ironic. At this moment, Golden Armored King was still standing on the golden armored ship in the sky, his pair of ancient well-like eyes staring indifferently at Lin Ling. His hands were still behind his back, but no one could see that his hands were tightly clenched into fists, the veins on his fists popping out. He hadn't expected Jin Yunwu to be defeated, and in just 4 moves at that. He also hadn't expected that Lin Ling, who was only a second realm transcendent, would be able to kill any fourth realm transcendent. I can't teach you anything. Taking a deep breath, Golden Armored King stated the truth in front of countless people, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Lin Ling had actually made a Saint Realm Master lower his head. You only have a little bit of talent. Why act so arrogant? Look at the world. Talent alone won't allow you to reach the peak of this world. At that moment, A young man walked out from behind golden-armored king and coldly shouted. It seemed like he couldn't bear to see his temple master being humiliated by Lin Ling, so he stood out to fight for his temple master's glory. However, when he stepped out, golden-armored king remained silent. Obviously, with golden-armored king's seniority, it wasn't appropriate for him to teach Lin Ling a lesson, so he acquiesced to this young man's actions. Hero Jin Luotong. Many people started breathing heavily. They recognized that young man, who was obviously more terrifying than Jin Yunwu. He was a hero. They had never expected things to turn out this way. The hero's test had turned into a conflict between the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture and the 10 halls of Langya. Flattery, and even abandoning your benefactor, you won't be able to reach the peak of this world. Staring at the young man, Lin Ling lightly shouted. His words were filled with ridicule, causing Jin Luotong's eyes to narrow. Was Lin Ling mocking him for flattering him? Defeating Jin Yunwu doesn't mean everything. Compared to the experts of Xianpang province, you are still too inexperienced. Today, I will give you some pointers in front of all these experts. Jin Luotong took a step forward, and his cold shout shook the surroundings. The dazzling jade tablet at his waist shone even brighter. Hero. This was a top-notch expert who had gone through a strict test and stood above the heroes. Golden Armor King, don't go too far. Venerable Sea Calming said in a cold voice. Lin Ling had just become a hero, but Gold Armor King had sent a hero to teach Lin Ling a lesson. This was too much. I'm just giving him some pointers. Senior Ding Hai, you don't have to make a fuss over nothing. Gold Armor King didn't speak, but Jin Luotong spoke coldly. His words showed that he didn't take Venerable Sea Calming seriously at all. He stepped on the giant ship and shot towards Lin Ling like a storm. He stretched out his hands and a cold light flashed. I'm just giving you some pointers. Lin Ling, you won't refuse to give me face, right? Following his footsteps, a disdainful voice drifted out. Jin Luotong said that he was giving pointers, but in fact, he wants to suppress Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling has already exhausted his spiritual source after several battles. If Jin Luotong attacks now, it'll be an unfair victory. Moreover, he's attacking in front of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The crowd discussed animatedly. They looked towards the majestic palace, only to find that it was unusually silent. They didn't understand what Lord Xueqi and the others meant. Could it be that they wanted to see if Lin Ling had reached his limit? However, how could Lin Ling be a match for Jin Luotong? Jin Luotong, don't you dare! Venerable Sea Calming didn't expect the people from the 10 Langya temples to be so arrogant. He was about to step forward when Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded. Since it's a senior from the 10 Langya temples who is giving pointers, the Sea Calming heavenly abode won't be pretentious. A man shouldn't be afraid of a battle. Why should I be afraid of a battle? Venerable Sea Calming narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of Jin Luotong's pointers? After all, Jin Luotong was a hero. Why should I be afraid of a battle? I didn't expect him to be so bold. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had indeed shocked the world today. First it was the hero's assessment. Then it was the ancient battlefield of heroes. Now, he even dared to face heroes. His arrogance was beyond their imagination. Arrogant, but arrogance doesn't represent strength. Jin Luotong sneered in the air. He was a top Transcendent Stage 5 expert. He was more than twice as strong as Jin Yunwu, who had just entered the Transcendent Stage. Moreover, his talent was average, but he had a trump card that surpassed Jin Yunwu's. Desolate Heavenly Bull. An arrogant voice resounded in the sky. Green smoke filled the air. A huge green figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was like an ancient bull that charged towards Lin Ling. This collision seemed like it was going to pierce through the sky. What? The 72 demonic gods. The crowd was stunned. Jin Luotong was actually the owner of the demonic gods. One must know that the demonic gods were left behind in the ancient times. After a long time, they were obtained by the cultivators of Xianpang province. It was only a matter of time for the owner of the demonic gods to reach the heavens in a single bound. This meant that Jin Luotong would definitely become a hero in the future. His name would shake Xianpang province. The Golden Armor King hid his strength well. He actually recruited such a genius. Many people finally felt the terror of the Langya 10 Palace Hall. Then they looked at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was going to be unlucky in this battle. This also meant that the Golden Armor King had lost a battle and was going to win it back. At this moment, Lin Ling was also staring at the huge bull in the sky. His pupils constricted. At the same time, Elder Z's voice resounded in his mind. Your Majesty, the desolate heavenly bull is ranked 44 among the 72 demonic gods. His attack has already reached the peak of Transcendent Stage 6. Can it block it? Lin Ling asked in his mind. Your Majesty's refined armor can block one attack, but it won't last long. Your Majesty needs to go all out. Elder Z said. One attack is enough. Lin Ling's eyes turned serious. Jean Luotong wanted to let him know that Xianpeng province was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's just some pointers. I won't kill you. At the same time, the ancient bull in the sky appeared in everyone's eyes. It was as huge as a mountain and covered in ancient green fur. At the bull's horns, ancient ripples bloomed. Cold light flickered as if it was an ancient bull holding up the sky. Cha-cha-cha. Before the bull's horns hit Lin Ling, the majestic palace in the distance was slashed by the bull's aura. The bricks on the palace walls were broken and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. What a terrifying impact. Many people's faces changed drastically. Then, in their eyes, the desolate heavenly bull heavily crashed into Lin Ling's body. The speed seemed slow, but it was the same as Lin Ling's extreme pattern martial art. There was a mysterious law that could only be met and couldn't be avoided. Rumble. Chapter 12-14. You're not qualified to give me pointers. Everyone saw that the bison was constantly charging while Lin Ling seemed to be constantly pushed back. The smoke also spread out at this moment, and the pressure caused many transcendent realm masters to feel solemn. From another point of view, if they were to face the impact of the desolate heavenly bull, they would probably be smashed to pieces. You're not qualified to give me pointers. However, at this moment, a cold voice drifted out in front of the huge bison. The impact of the 72 demon god heavenly bull seemed to have been blocked by Lin Ling. At this moment, countless gasps sounded one after another. They stared at Lin Ling and suddenly saw a dazzling set of armor on Lin Ling's body in the smoke that filled the sky. It was this set of armor that blocked the impact of the desolate heavenly bull. So there is such a treasure. However, although this armor is powerful, I feel that it can only block 3 of my attacks at most. Next, I will tell you how stupid it is to refuse His Majesty. The ancient giant bison spoke in human language as its 4 hooves rushed forward, causing the void to explode as an even more terrifying impact appeared. The bison's horns were still pointing at Lin Ling, but at this moment, they had become even larger, like 2 giant blades that could hold up the sky. Lin Ling's armor is very powerful, but it can only block 3 attacks? Many people stared ahead. If that was the case, Lin Ling would still not be able to escape. Unfortunately, that place seemed to have been destroyed by an ancient giant beast. Dust filled the sky and smoke blocked everyone's vision. Hong long long. Only the sound that kept coming out made many people's hearts skip a beat. What a crazy impact of the bison. Lin Ling is so stubborn. Unfortunately, he is still too arrogant. After being hit by such a huge attack, I'm afraid he is dead. Many people secretly shook their heads. Regardless of whether Lin Ling was dead or not, it was undeniable that today's stage was Lin Ling's. He dared to fight the desolate heavenly bull with a body that had exhausted its spirit chi. This battle record and temperament were admirable. Then I'll also tell you how stupid it is to approach me. At this moment, a hoarse voice was heard, and the billowing smoke suddenly rolled like a wave. Then, under countless gazes, a huge figure flew out, as if it had been thrown out by someone holding a bull's horn. In the end, it broke through the city and crashed heavily into a mountain in the distance. As for that figure, the experts could clearly see that it was actually the heavenly desolate heavenly bull. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What was going on? Why was the heavenly wasteland divine bull forced back? Everyone's heart was filled with doubts. As expected, Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card. At this moment, within the Grand Palace, Lady Watermist and the other powerhouses had dignified expressions. Before this, they hadn't stopped Lin Ling because they believed that he still had hidden cards. But now, it turned out that their guesses were correct. Sizzle sizzle. Under countless gazes, the smoke gradually dispersed, and a burly demon-like figure slowly walked out. This person was tall and mighty, and there were many mysterious patterns on his body. Moreover, there were 8 tails behind him. At this moment, they were lazily swaying, as if he was the most unfettered ancient demon king. When one's gaze shifted upwards, one would immediately realize that the demon-like demon king had a handsome face. At this moment, his face was revealing a demon-like smile. It was Lin Ling. Looking at the demon-like figure that had descended, the entire Qian city was completely silent. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of another king in Xianpeng province in the past 100 years. I've said that you still lack some qualifications to give me pointers. The demon-like figure coldly spat out a sentence. Swoosh. It was so fast that it appeared at an unbelievable speed. Everyone could only see smoke spreading out, as if something was burning within the demon king's body. In the next moment, the tall demon-like figure appeared on the desolate heavenly bull in the distance. This person stood on the huge bull's head and smiled faintly at the crowd. His smile was strange, and then his palm heavily slammed down on the bull's head. Soul-sealing seal. Boom! An intimidating voice floated out. As the palm slammed out, soul power was released, causing the desolate heavenly bull to let out a painful cry. With one palm, it was knocked unconscious. His demon god defense was strong, but his soul power was clearly not as strong as Lin Ling's. Therefore, his soul was on the verge of shattering at this moment. Silence. Countless gazes stared at the demon-like man. Their faces were frozen there. With one palm, the desolate heavenly bull was defeated? What kind of demon god was that? The 72 demon gods of the heavens, the ancient flame demon. Boom! Finally, a shocked voice came from the majestic palace, causing many people's hearts to tremble once again. The stage of demon god unification. Boom! At the same time, on the giant ship in the sky, the Golden Armor King also said solemnly. He knew where Jin Luotong lost. It was the stage where the demon god and the warrior had a tacit understanding. As for Lin Ling, his stage was even deeper. That's right. Yes. On the ground, Lin Ling slowly raised his head and coldly nodded. This expression caused the Golden Armor King's pupils to constrict. All kinds of complicated thoughts rose in his heart. Lin Ling actually also possessed the 72 demon gods of the heavens. Could it be that this mysterious youth didn't have any limits? Now, do you still want others to give me pointers? A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth again, causing countless people in Qian City to fall silent. No one expected the result to be like this. Even more so, they didn't expect that Lin Ling had the potential to become a great hero. Even the desolate heavenly bull was defeated by him. I still have the same words. Talent doesn't represent everything. Those who can stand at the peak of the world, how many of them relied on talent to reach that step? The Golden Armor King lightly snorted. At this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. His 2 attempts to make things difficult for him had ended in failure. On the contrary, his Langyuten halls had lost face twice. It's true that talent doesn't represent everything. However, an ungrateful person will never be able to reach the peak of the world. Lin Ling calmly said while still looking at the Golden Armor King. It was his principle, and the reason why he summoned the ancient flame devil. He was determined to uphold his belief. Let's wait and see. The Golden Armor King snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many experts around, he would really want to kill this arrogant junior. Honorable, I've promised you 3 things, and I've completed 2 of them. As for the last one, I'll challenge the Golden Armor King on your behalf. Lin Ling ignored the Golden Armor King and looked at the sea-calming venerable in the distance. The sea-calming venerable's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble. Lin Ling was challenging the Golden Armor King. He's crazy. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they were once again shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance. Was Lin Ling going to challenge the peerless genius, the Golden Armor King? The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. One was in the transcendence realm, while the other was in the saint realm. Although Lin Ling had the demon god, and it was only a matter of time before he became a great hero, being a great hero did not mean he had reached the saint realm. Therefore, challenging a peerless genius was a path of no return. Haha, your arrogance is beyond my imagination. Very well, I'll be waiting. Chapter 12:15. The edge is too bright, your treachery is also beyond my imagination. Just wait for me. Lin Ling nodded and slowly walked towards the majestic palace. His body recovered as he walked, but the mist around him still felt unreal. The hero trial, the ancient battlefield of heroes, the demon god battle, and the final battle with the peerless genius. Today, Lin Ling rose up like a dark horse. Furthermore, the speed of his rise was unprecedented in Xianpeng province. This guy is too abnormal. As for the cultivators who participated in the hero trial with Lin Ling, their mouths and tongues were dry. They actually thought such a terrifying person was a toad? If Lin Ling was a toad, then they were worse than a toad. At least, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to challenge the peerless genius. Among the younger generation in Xianpeng province, who else could be compared to Lin Ling? Lin Ling, become a hero. At the same time, a sacred voice came from the majestic palace, causing many people to sigh. Today's hero trial was full of twists and turns, but in the end, it became Lin Ling's stage. His battle shook the world. The Golden Armor King's heroic face became even colder at this moment. He did not know why, but as he watched the young man rise step by step, anger surged in his heart. Unfortunately, he also knew that in Qian City, even he had to restrain himself a little. The Qian Hall had already given him a lot of face by not stopping the insolent actions of his Langya 10 halls. As for the various experts, they had mixed feelings. Some were envious, some were impressed, but most of them felt a sense of crisis. He hasn't matured yet, but he's already so powerful. In the future, he'll be able to dominate the Qian Hall. Many experts were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling's talent was terrifying, but they also saw that Lin Ling could at most fight against a transcendent realm cultivator. Moreover, it was a narrow victory. Therefore, they still had a chance to kill Lin Ling. Wait, Lin Ling must die. At that moment, a cold shout sounded out, attracting countless gazes. Everyone saw that it was the old man from the South Pole, and he wanted Lin Ling to die? Old man of the South Pole, you should know the rules of the Qian Hall, right? A voice came out from the majestic palace. He did not understand why the old man of the South Pole had said that. I know the rules, but Lin Ling has violated the rules. He killed my grandson. Moreover, there was no enmity between us, and it didn't happen in the star-plucking Violet Palace. I believe all of you will uphold justice. The old man of the South Pole stepped forward with his walking stick. He stared coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's potential was limitless. If he did not kill him now, there would be no chance in the future. And he had full confidence that he could make the experts kill Lin Ling. Old man, why are you so confident? The majestic palace was silent for a moment, and then a voice came out. Nanping, you say it. The old man of the South Pole smiled sinisterly. Then, he looked at his disciple, Nanping. Many people noticed that the old man of the South Pole was extremely confident. Could it be that he had a way to kill Lin Ling? Disciple Nanping greets all of you. Nanping walked out like a well-educated person. She bowed respectfully to the crowd, and many people had a good impression of her. Then, Nanping looked at Lin Ling with deep respect in her eyes. Lin Ling was so strong that he even dared to challenge the peerless genius, the Golden Armor King. However, the more terrifying Lin Ling was, the more she could not let him live. Otherwise, there would be no place for her in Xianpeng province. Nanping, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful. Trouble comes from the mouth. Lin Ling looked at Nanping and said contentedly. His expression made many people frown. Lin Ling's talent was very strong, but it had not reached the level where he could ignore the experts. If he broke the rules now, he would also die. However, in the face of danger, Lin Ling was still calm. Did this young man never know the word fear? You're about to die, and you still dare to threaten Nanping? The old man of the South Pole shouted angrily and looked at Nanping again. Lin Ling, you're very strong. I admit that I'm afraid of you. However, there are many people in this world who are stronger than you. Therefore, there are many ways to kill you. Do you believe that I can kill you with a single sentence? Nanping said indifferently. At this moment, it was as if she had grasped Lin Ling's lifeline. She was 100% confident that she could kill Lin Ling, so she wanted to see Lin Ling's face filled with regret and fear. Say it, I'm waiting to hear it. It's still the same sentence, be careful. Trouble comes from the mouth. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at Nanping as if he did not see her. This made Nanping frown. She did not know why, but Lin Ling looked too calm, which made her feel uneasy. However, she quickly shook her head. She might have been frightened by Lin Ling's previous performance. Lin Ling was going to die without a doubt. Hee, I didn't want to say it at first, but you're too arrogant. Therefore, for the sake of Xianpeng province, I have to say it. Lin Ling, you killed Lu Rufeng, and there was no hatred between you two. You only killed him because you didn't like him. Nanping took a deep breath. At this moment, she showed a look of righteousness. What? This Lin Ling is too tyrannical, too ruthless. Many people roared. They all wanted Lin Ling to die. Lin Ling killed Lu Rufeng, but not in public, so Lu Wangfu could take action against Lin Ling. Sure enough, my Fenger died in your hands. Not far away, Lu Wangye finally released his killing intent. Apart from that, the grandson of the old man of the South Pole also died in Lin Ling's hands. Nanping smiled. She then looked at Lin Ling and saw that Lin Ling's brows were finally furrowed. She finally felt a strong sense of pleasure in her heart. Lin Ling was shockingly talented, but he was still going to die in her hands. The rules of Qian Hall state that if there is a personal grudge, then it must be done according to the rules. Otherwise, it is against the rules. Lin Ling, you deserve to die. Even more experts roared. They had grasped onto Lin Ling's weakness. Lord Shui Wu and the other experts, now you have nothing to say, right? He killed my grandson. This grudge is irreconcilable. Old Man of the South Pole said coldly. The majestic hall in the sky became silent. Although Shui Wu wanted to help Lin Ling, there were too many people who wanted Lin Ling dead. Once they had grasped onto his weakness, it would be hard for Lin Ling to turn the situation around. Also, my Lu Wangfu's people, Lin Ling, must die. Lu Wangye also walked out with a strong killing intent. Many experts smiled and nodded. Finally, they could see that Lin Ling was dead. How could this be? Looking at the crowd, Venerable Si Kongming's face turned ugly. As long as these people had grasped onto Lin Ling's weakness, they would immediately take action. Lin Ling was in trouble. Chapter 12:16. Beyond reprieve, Lin Ling. What else do you have to say? The old man of the South Pole took a step forward. What else do I have to say? Lin Ling's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed at this moment. He looked at the experts who were brimming with killing intent and his heart turned cold. These people still wanted him to die. As long as they could find a loophole or weakness, he would give them a heavy blow. However, they were too naive. I want to say, you old man. Looking at the old man of the South Pole, Lin Ling softly said, are your old eyes blurry? What? Hearing those words, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that Lin Ling was about to die and that Lin Ling would beg for mercy. Who knew that Lin Ling would curse at the old man of the South Pole? Good. Are these your last words? The old man of the South Pole laughed. If it wasn't for Mistress Watermist, he would have slapped Lin Ling to death. Kill him! Lu Wangye roared. He couldn't hold back his killing intent. I killed your entire family. The old man of the South Pole is old and blurry. Are you, Lu Wangye, blind as well? If people say east, you believe east. What kind of Wangye are you? If you are a king, why don't you go home and sell sweet potatoes? Lin Ling glared at the old man of the South Pole. Facing a famous expert like Lu Wangye, he wasn't afraid. This kid is crazy. In the majestic palace, Mistress Watermist and the other experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling cursed two people in a row? Too arrogant. That kind of momentum not only didn't cause a punitive expedition, but instead turned the spearhead and argued with the crowd. Following the crowd? Just because she said one sentence, does it mean that I killed your people? Old man of the South Pole, Lu Wangye, if you aren't old and blurry, then what is? Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. His arrogance didn't diminish. His attitude was beyond everyone's imagination. Even the old man of the South Pole was shocked. Too abnormal. Lin Ling was definitely going to die, but he seemed to be completely confident. Wasn't this abnormal? Lin Ling, you killed those two people. Doesn't your conscience feel any remorse? You're already beyond saving. Nanping saw the hesitation on the old man's face and immediately shouted. It is you who should be guilty, ugly woman. Lin Ling stared coldly at Nanping. His gaze swept across the crowd. You said that I killed Lu Ruffing and the grandson of the old man of the South Pole. Then do you have any proof? It seems like you were the one who said the whole thing. How could you not know what kind of person I am? Nan Ping retorted forcefully. Her lovely eyes were also looking at the crowd. Nan Ping is a woman who is deeply principled and has an amiable personality. She shouldn't be lying. That's right. My disciple has a very good relationship with her. His evaluation of Nan Ping is that she is a very kind and amiable woman. We believe in her. Many experts voiced out. Apparently, Nan Ping had a good reputation among the major sections. Hearing the crowd's support, Nan Ping's eyes revealed a hint of joy. Everything was as she had imagined. Everyone believed in her. That meant that she, as a witness, could prove everything. Then, she looked proudly at Lin Ling. The corner of her mouth curled up. That joyful smile turned into a smug one. Lin Ling, you're still not dead yet? You believe in her? I can only say that you are a bunch of blind old dogs. Lin Ling sneered. His gaze swept across the crowd. He scolded all those who had bad intentions towards him with the word, old dogs. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. In fact, although you believe in her, you still want me to die. So, you want to kill me now. You are a bunch of hypocritical old dogs. The frivolous and disdainful voice floated out again. It was like countless slaps landing heavily on the faces of the experts. Their faces turned pale and they gritted their teeth. Kill him. Then, angry voices rose and fell one after another. I'm sorry, but you can't kill me. I'm going to prove how blind you are. Be disappointed, old dog. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and an exquisite stone shot towards the majestic palace in the sky. Countless people were puzzled. What was Lin Ling doing? At the same time, in the majestic palace, Lord Xueqi frowned. He waved his right hand, and the red sandalwood window of the palace opened. He caught the exquisite stone and exclaimed, "It's an illusion stone. That little guy is not afraid in the face of danger. Most importantly, he is brave and resourceful. So, this illusion stone must be hiding some secret." Lu Susu was also curious. "Open it and we'll know." Xueqi poured spiritual qi into the illusion stone, and a magical scene appeared in the surroundings. The faces of Xueqi and the others changed constantly. This little guy is very smart. He tricked everyone and used Nan Ping to give them a slap in the face. Xueqi couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was indeed more powerful than he had imagined. Lu Susu's expression relaxed. This guy is really tenacious. Every time he looks like he's going to die, he escapes. And this kind of genius, after experiencing life and death, will transform. In the future, his achievements will be even more terrifying. Lady Watermist nodded. Lin Ling is not guilty. At the same time, Lady Xueqi's voice drifted out. At the same time, the illusions appeared around the majestic palace, causing all the experts below to stare fixedly at them. Their murderous expressions changed one after another. They were like ducks whose necks were being held, and they couldn't say a word. What? My son died at Nan Ping's hands. Grandson. Lu Wangyan and the old man of the South Pole paled. Everything recorded in the illusion was the scene of Nan Ping killing Lu Ruffing and old man of the South Pole. As for Nan Ping, her face was deathly pale, and her body was trembling. She didn't think that Lin Ling would remember everything that happened that day. No wonder Lin Ling had let her go. It turned out that he already had a plan. She hadn't died that day because she was complacent. She wanted to make Lin Ling regret letting her go. But now she realized that Lin Ling didn't let her go, but wanted to ruin her reputation. You tricked me. Nan Ping couldn't hold back the anger in her heart, and she roared fiercely. You dug your own grave. Lin Ling indifferently replied. Nan Ping's heart was like dead ashes. Dug her own grave? Actually, killing you is very simple. But if you die like this, that would be letting you off too easily. I hate your hypocritical mask, so I want to remove that mask before you die. At least after you die, no one will sympathize with you. They will only feel disgust for you. Lin Ling said again, his face extremely indifferent. You are the devil. Nan Ping sat on the ground with a thump. As I said, I am only the mirror of your conscience. In fact, as long as you hide your identity from now on, you won't have to die at all. But you want me to die, but that will only quicken the pace of your death. You will be consigned to eternal damnation. Lin Ling took a step forward, and indifferently said, Your end is here, Nan Ping. Pooh! Chapter 12:17. This child is like an emperor. This woman is so ugly. We were all fooled by her. I thought she was a righteous person. Who would have thought that she would kill someone who loved her for herself? She even killed her own junior brother. Sure enough, the kinder a person is, the more hypocritical they are. The crowd broke out into discussion. The scene of Nan Ping killing the two men was shocking. Although they were martial artists and had a lot of blood on their hands, at least even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. They would not attack the people who loved them. This woman is devoid of conscience. Elder. An elder said coldly. Although the person who died was not someone they knew, Nan Ping's perverted actions made many people unhappy. Numerous gazes stared at Nan Ping, causing her to feel as though she was duckweed in a storm. Death was scary enough, but what was even scarier was that her reputation would be ruined before she died. Those who admired and liked her all revealed looks of disgust at this moment. It was as though she had become an evil woman. I didn't want to. Elder. Nan Ping knelt down and wept bitterly. She was like a pear blossom bathed in rain. She was very moving. However, at this moment, no one believed her. In the past, she betrayed Yuman Yun and slandered Yuman Yun. At that time, Lin Ling saw through her, so Lin Ling tore off her mask. She suffered the consequences of her own actions. Why did you kill him? He treated you like a sister. Elder Nan Tian looked at Nan Ping angrily. His heart was broken. His grandson was killed by his disciple. How could this happen? Master Elder. Nan Ping wanted to explain, but she could not say anything. My son Lu Ruffing really loved you, but you killed him for yourself. Lin Ling did not kill him, but you killed him. Do you have the heart of a snake or scorpion? Lu Wangye also looked at Nan Ping. His eyes were full of anger and killing intent. If Lu Ruffing died in Lin Ling's hands, he would definitely take revenge. However, if he died in Nan Ping's hands, he could not accept it because he knew that Lu Ruffing really loved Nan Ping. If you always walk by the river, how can your feet not get wet? Betraying someone once is fine, but how can you succeed every time? Lin Ling shook his head and slowly walked towards the majestic palace. He already knew what would happen to Nan Ping. At the same time, a mocking voice floated out from the square. Sorry, you are not qualified to kill me, old dogs. Elder. Lin Ling. Elder. The expressions of many cultivators were ugly. They wanted to find Lin Ling's weakness, but they failed once again. Instead, they were mocked by Lin Ling to the point where they could not refute him. His arrogance, his principles, his confidence, take Jin Luotong and return. The Golden Armor King also looked deeply at Lin Ling. In the end, he waved his hand. The golden ship slowly left into the distance. His expression was serious. Lin Ling was not simple. Master, no. Nan Ping was still kneeling in the square. She begged the old man of the South Pole. She was in pain. She wanted to use the pity card to move her master again. Impossible. The old man of the South Pole sighed softly. Things had already come to this. Even if he did not want to kill Nan Ping, the other cultivators would not let her live. Nan Ping did not kill Lin Ling. Instead, she embarrassed the other cultivators. You shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling. He controls everything about you. Bang! Nan Ping's bones, flesh, and blood all over her body were reduced to dust. Her eyes were wide open, filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. She did not have a powerful innate talent, but she was born with an innate ability to control powerful cultivators to fight for her. She had grasped this ability, and in the future, she would definitely be a domineering existence. It was a pity that she did not make it to the future. Perhaps everything was like what Lin Ling said. Treachery and ingratitude. Stepping on the bones of others wouldn't allow one to reach the peak of the world. Senior sister Nan Ping. Yuman Yun looked at the dead Nan Ping. Her heart was extremely complicated. Then, she quickly chased after Lin Ling. Lin Ling noticed Yuman Yun's mood. He smiled and said, "Do you feel uncomfortable in your heart?" Yuman Yun nodded. This world is like this. In order to become stronger, In order to enjoy the feeling of being above others, many people will abandon everything. However, I will never do that. Lin Ling smiled. I believe you will never do that. Yuman Yun was stunned for a moment. The complicated feeling in her heart gradually disappeared. She held Lin Ling's hand and followed Lin Ling to the majestic palace. Their figures were extremely dazzling under countless gazes. At this moment, in the square, the experts snorted and finally left. Their hearts were filled with anger. As for the majestic palace, two figures slowly floated down. One was Lady Xueqi Wu, and the other was Lu Susu. Amazing little guy. You're the only one in the entire Xianpeng province who can turn the tide with a cultivation of second-stage transcendent realm. When Lu Susu saw Lin Ling, she immediately smiled. Her smile was charming and enchanting. Lin Ling shook his head. He had met this woman once in the star-plucking Violet Mansion. However, they didn't know each other. He only knew that she seemed to have a strong background. He didn't expect her to speak to him. Then, Lin Ling subconsciously looked at Lu Susu's body. Instantly, he saw that her body was on the verge of exploding. Her robe seemed to be unable to cover her breasts. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he didn't dare to look anymore. Previously, Venerable C. Calming used his life to guarantee that I would help you once. At that time, I was still hesitating. However, you have proven Venerable C. Calming's foresight. You are very powerful. Lady Xueqi Wu also looked at Lin Ling and smiled. She didn't expect that the junior in the star-plucking Violet Mansion who opened the star-plucking empire would be so powerful. Thank you for your praise, lady. Lin Ling said neither arrogantly nor humbly. He didn't feel that there was anything to be proud of. He didn't have much contact with experts like Lady Xueqi Wu. However, what surprised him was that Lady Xueqi Wu used her life to guarantee him. It seemed that Lady Xueqi Wu was a serious person, but she also had a true temperament. Lin Ling, the Qian Hall isn't as simple as you think. On the surface, there are rules, but you have to be careful of the people in the dark. Some people aren't stupid and won't do anything to you on the surface. Lady Xueqi Wu added. However, she didn't need to say this. Lin Ling naturally knew that. Although he was currently an outstanding talent, there were countless people in Xianpeng province who were stronger than him. For example, the 72 demon gods in heaven. Moreover, there were many secrets hidden in Xianpeng province. These secrets were only the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, although the Qian Hall didn't seem to allow private fights, Xianpeng province was huge. If someone wanted to kill him in a remote place, the Qian Hall wouldn't know at all. If you feel that there is something you can't solve, come find me at the Black-White Dao Palace. Since you have become an outstanding talent, the Qian Hall will reward you with Mu Xiu blood. Tomorrow, someone will send it to the Sea Calming Heavenly Mansion. Yes. Chapter 12-18. The Aftermath. If you want to buy anything, come to the Yinyang Main Hall. I'll give you a 20% discount. Lu Susu smiled and left. Before she left, her charming eyes were filled with tenderness, causing Yuman Yun's pupils to dilate. This expert seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Ling. After Lu Susu left, Yuman Yun frowned and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. This is my second time seeing her. I really don't know her. Then why did she ask you out? Yuman Yun was still in disbelief. She knew Lin Ling had great potential and was handsome. It wasn't strange for others to like him. However, that bewitching woman made her feel uncomfortable. How would I know? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. The two of them then walked towards Venerable C. Calming and the others. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Today's test was full of twists and turns. It had attracted so many experts. Luckily they had passed the test. However, Lin Ling had to challenge the Golden Armor King, the peerless genius of the Langya 10th Palace. Lin Ling knew that even if he didn't say it, Venerable C. Calming would still make the request. That was why he challenged the Golden Armor King. Lin Ling was willing to do it. Firstly, he had promised Venerable C. Calming 3 things, and he had to fulfill them. Secondly, Venerable C. Calming had helped him a few times. He had to repay the favor. At this moment, the crowd gradually left the square. Only a few people were left. The old man of the South Pole and Lu Wangya were still standing there. They looked at the dead Nanping in silence. The old man of the South Pole let out a sigh. In the end, He raised his head and looked at Venerable Sea Calming. At this moment, he didn't dare to look into Venerable Sea Calming's eyes. After all, Venerable Sea Calming was his brother. However, he trusted Nanping and didn't trust his brother. How could he not feel guilty when he tried to kill Venerable Sea Calming? Most importantly, Venerable Sea Calming wanted to explain to him in the star-picking Violet Palace. However, he was too stubborn and didn't listen to him. Sigh, I'm too old to see clearly. The old man shook his head. The one who died today is your grandson, but Lin Ling at least let you know what kind of terrifying demon is hiding by your side. You should know that although strength is respected in this world, when you slack off and are tired, people without any martial strength can also kill you. So if you leave an ingrate alive, the one who will die will be you one day. Venerable Sea Calming looked at the old man of the South Pole and said. The old man of the South Pole's heart trembled violently. If it weren't for Lin Ling, he would still be kept in the dark. In the future, he might have been betrayed and framed by Nanping. At that time, there would be no medicine for regret. Lord Venerable, let's go. Lin Ling walked over, and Venerable Sea Calming nodded with a smile. However, when he passed by Old Man South Pole, the corner of his mouth moved slightly. Old Man South Pole saw his lips clearly. You owe him an apology. I'm sorry, I was blind before. You're right, I was wrong. After taking a deep breath, the old man looked at the slender figure and said loudly. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. Lord Lu also said faintly. Lin Ling, who was walking forward, stopped and was slightly stunned. Then, he waved his hand with his back facing the two people. It's fine. The two words were like thunder in the hearts of the two people, and they laughed excitedly. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the golden armored ship moved forward majestically. On the ship, everyone stood quietly, looking into the distance. Jean Lang, Lin Ling is despicable. Why don't you kill him? A figure wearing snow-white clothes stood at the bow of the ship, leaning against the emperor-like golden armored man. The two of them were Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens and Golden Armor King. We can't kill him. Golden Armor King shook his head faintly. His eyes were still looking into the distance. He represents the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace to collect old debts. You actually said that we can't kill him? Could it be that you still can't forget Ling Shan? Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens frowned. That's not the case. Golden Armor King let out a light breath and said, For pillars and 8 pillars, with Lady Watermist here, there is still a gap between my current strength and hers. Thus, with Lady Watermist here, I won't be able to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, the Cosmos Grand Ceremony is about to begin. The millions of sects might be reshuffled and submit. At this time, an ant like Lin Ling cannot distract me. I see. However, Lin Ling is too arrogant. He humiliated my disciple and humiliated you in front of everyone. This is hard to swallow. Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens was still unwilling to give up. Kill him if you have the chance. After all, this kid is not simple. In time, he will definitely become a king. Golden Armor King held Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens' hand and asked curiously, Where did this kid come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? Why did he suddenly rise? In King Hong's bone reflecting mirror, Lin Ling came from an 8-star saint realm and a 6-star saint realm. He has no one behind him. Instead, he has many enemies, such as Celestial Master Su Xing, Evil God Bei Ming, and the 3-generation ghost sect. Only Venerable Sea Calming is protecting him. Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens said. It's really not easy. He came from an insignificant 8-star saint realm and managed to stir up such a storm. There are very few people in Xianpeng province who can do such a feat now. Not only is Venerable Sea Calming protecting him, but even Lord Shui Wu is moved by him. Golden Armor King narrowed his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and pointed his 5 fingers forward as if he was controlling the sky. Then, he suddenly clenched his fist. After I finish what I'm doing, if he's still alive, I'll kill him myself. Boom. Rumble. The white clouds in front of them exploded, and the wind blew violently. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The giant golden armored ship moved forward amidst the storm. An elegant fairy-like lady stood at the bow of the ship. Her expression was extremely complicated. Get lost, Toad. Those words reverberated in her heart like thunder. She was Luo Xuemon. She thought too highly of herself and was abandoned by Lin Ling. She felt that she had lost all face. However, she still had some hope before. At least, she wanted to let everyone know that Lin Ling dared to abandon her. Those were just words to show off. However, Lin Ling rose on the hero's ancient battlefield and fought the 72 demons in the sky. His name shook Xianpeng province. At that time, the hope in her heart was once again shattered by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was such a genius, and she still had the nerve to say that Lin Ling liked her? Lin Ling was right. She was not worthy. She was the toad. Sky Tomb City was still bustling with noise. At the teleportation circle, several figures walked out. The hero's card is so good. It's free to use the teleportation circle, and you can bring people in and out at will. After walking out of the teleportation circle, Lin Ling smiled. With the hero's card, he could travel all over Xianpeng province. Lin Ling, you can be considered the third hero of Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Venerable Sea Calming said with a smile. This made Lin Ling curious. What about the other two? My wife and I. Chapter 12-19. Want them to go home, don't worry. I will also participate in the second half of the examination. I will definitely become a hero. Yuman Yun smiled. Extremely confident. Venerable Sea Calming nodded with satisfaction. He had helped Lin Ling and the others in the past, but he hadn't thought that Lin Ling and the others would repay him so much. In particular, Golden Armor King had left in a rage out of humiliation. This made him feel proud and elated. We're back. As the group returned to Sea Calming Heavenly Mansion, a large number of people had already gathered there. They were all generals wearing 7-colored armor, as well as Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Ling and the others with anticipation. They already knew that Lin Ling was going to take the Outstanding Hero Card examination, but no one in Sea Calming Heavenly Mansion had ever succeeded. Even a transcendent 4th stage general had failed the examination. After all, the examination was too strict. One was not allowed to use martial arts or saint artifacts. Besides a top powerhouse, no one had ever succeeded. Ling how was it? Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others also knew how noble the Outstanding Hero Card was. Grandfather, Mother, the 4 patriarchs, the Holy King, Old Sword. Lin Ling looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone was present. Even Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others who had fought side by side with him at the 7 Profound Martial House were present. They all looked at Lin Ling, the anticipation in their eyes thickening. In their hearts, Lin Ling was their flag, their faith. He was like a man that held up the sky. Fortunately, I didn't fail. Lin Ling took a deep breath and nodded. Success. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame was so happy that his eyes were wet. He had watched Lin Ling from his youth, step by step becoming a king, and then rising up in Xianpeng province. Although he hadn't participated in the entire process, the feeling of accomplishment was as if he had done everything. It had to be known that the 6 sacred domains were small and insignificant places. Those that came from there were no different from mortals in Xianpeng province. They would never have the chance to shine in their entire lives. But today, Lin Ling represented the 6 sacred domains and became the first outstanding hero. Haha, Grandpa, second brother didn't take the outstanding person card test, but the outstanding person card test. He even defeated a hero in one battle. Sakura was also extremely excited as he couldn't help but shout out. What Jia? Everyone's eyes widened, as if this was the first time they saw Lin Ling actually became a hero. According to their knowledge, heroes were at least in the 3rd to 4th layer of Transcendent Realm. Moreover, they were the rarest of elites in this realm. And Lin Ling was only in the 2nd layer of Transcendent Realm. Yet he did it. This was especially true for the 7 generals. Their hearts were pounding violently. Lin Ling had actually become an elite. One had to know that Lin Ling had arrived later than them, but he was the first to succeed. This caused them to have a deep reverence for Lin Ling. Good. Ling, if your father was still alive, he would definitely be proud of you. Mo Nianchen smiled emotionally. This was her son, Lin Ling, Rainmaster Mo Ping. I'm getting more and more envious of you. Why is the heavens so good to you, bestowing such a descendant to you? The 3 clan leaders looked at Rainmaster Mo Ping with envy. Rainmaster Mo Ping kept laughing. He was always strict, but at this moment, he didn't know what to say. The only thing he felt was pride. Just like the calamity of the six saint regions, it was his grandson who stopped it all. When they came to Xianpeng province, it was his grandson who became their belief. This kind of pride was indescribable. Of course. How bad can my seed be? Rainmaster Mo Ping joked, which was a rare sight. Scram, if you didn't lower your head to your grandson back then, your grandson's achievements would have nothing to do with you. That's right, back then, I couldn't wait for you to abandon your grandson so that I could take advantage of you. In the end, you look cold on the outside, but your heart is more cunning than anyone else. What a hypocritical old man. The three clan leaders all teased, and Rainmaster Mo Ping laughed even louder. He wasn't ashamed, but proud. In the past, he had lowered his head to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling finally stopped rejecting him. Now, it seemed that it was the smartest move in his life. Grandfather. Lin Ling looked at the four clan leaders teasing each other and shook his head helplessly. Then, he heard Ancestor Tai Yan and the others say that if the people of the Rainforest Holy Land knew about this news, the entire Rainforest Holy Land and the 100 territories would be in an uproar. From their words, Lin Ling could see that Ancestor Tai Yan and the others missed the Rainforest Holy Land very much. Perhaps, as they grew older, they missed their home even more. Although their home wasn't as mysterious and vast as Xianpeng province, it was still the place where they grew up. That kind of feeling couldn't be erased in this lifetime. The Rainforest Holy Land currently belongs to the Void Star Divine Palace. I wonder if I can take it back. Lin Ling said to himself, remembering this matter in his heart. Lingshan, father saw them today. At this moment, Venerable Si Calming smiled and suddenly looked at Lingshan. Lingshan was happy for Lin Ling like a big sister, but after hearing this, her expression slightly changed. Venerable Si Calming solemnly said, they are still as arrogant as before, but Lin Ling mercilessly humiliated them and did something that even I, as their father, couldn't do. Lingshan, you should thank Lin Ling. Lingshan shuddered. She hadn't seen that pair for many years, but she could imagine their pride. Even in her dreams, she wanted nothing more than to wash away that humiliation. Alas, that was only a dream. But now, Lin Ling had done it for her. Venerable Si Calming told her about the previous matter, causing Lingshan to become even more excited. Lin Ling not only humiliated the mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens and the Golden Armor King, but he also helped her challenge the latter. Lin Ling this. Lingshan looked at Lin Ling in disbelief and worry. Lin Ling didn't explain and only smiled. We're family, there's no need to be so calculative. We're family. Lingshan was taken aback for a moment before nodding with tears in her eyes. A simple sentence was enough to explain everything, because they were family. She was bullied and humiliated, but her family came out for her. Her little brother, Lin Ling, helped her regain her dignity and everything she had lost. Thank you. Lingshan said word by word. Venerable Si Calming also said the same. Lin Ling smiled brightly. At this moment, he looked like the boy next door with a clean and persistent smile. Today, we'll hold a feast to celebrate Lin Ling. At night, the entire Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture was bustling with noise and excitement, causing Sky Tomb City to be puzzled. Later, they learned that a hero had been born in the Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Everyone in the city immediately celebrated. The Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture represented Sky Tomb City, and besides Venerable Si Calming, no other hero had been born. But today, one had finally appeared. Lin Ling didn't leave until it was late into the night. There was still laughter in the distance, but it was gradually fading away. Lin Ling looked up at the bright moon with a serious expression. He wondered if the moon in his hometown was as round as it was now. He thought of the rainforest sacred ground. He wanted his grandfather and the others to go home. The 6 sacred realms belong to Empyrean Void Star, and the latter is from the Kuan Temple. If I want to take them back, I can only rely on force. But I'm still a distance away from Empyrean Void Star. Chapter 12:20. Urgent Need. The Great Hall of Heaven and Earth had a mysterious origin. It was an ancient auction house that didn't belong to the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth. However, since it was an auction house, there would be transactions. Perhaps the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth could help him take back the 6 saint domains. It seems that I have to get in touch with Lu Susu. Lin Ling sensed something and stretched out his right hand. An ancient jade pagoda floated out from his chest. It was the Purple Mansion. Then, Lin Ling entered it. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Elder Z appeared in that fairyland-like landscape. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled and said, Elder Z, how is my strength now? Your Majesty can defeat a Transcendent Realm 4th layer if you go all out and kill a Transcendent Realm 5th layer if you send a demon god. Of course, the success rate is low, but Your Majesty's armor can ensure your safety. Elder Z said. Lin Ling nodded and asked doubtfully, how can my ancient flame devil increase its strength? Why is it so slow? At the peak of the 72 demon gods, they are invincible in the Transcendent Realm, but some of them are also in the Saint Realm. In the ancient 4 great ancient countries, they are the guardian gods. If the ancient flame demon wants to improve, it must devour fire attribute demon gods. Moreover, there are even stronger existences above the demon gods. For example, the Golden Armor King has one. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. So, it will be difficult for me to defeat him? Not necessarily. When a demon god reaches its peak, there is a chance that it has the strength of a peak Saint Realm expert. Your Majesty has 2 demon gods. As long as the demon gods grow, together with your own strength, you will be able to display the peak strength of a demon god. Elder Z said. Lin Ling understood. Send the heavenly book down. I want to practice martial arts. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He knew that he had to work harder. Your Majesty, why don't you practice the way of forging? The way of forging left by the previous emperor can also increase your combat strength. For example, Your Majesty's armor refining process can also improve your martial arts. Since it can be done this way, let me give it a try. Lin Ling's curiosity was piqued. At the same time, a heavenly scripture descended from the sky. It was none other than the refinement method for the Emperor armor. This method was extremely complex and contained 99,999 formation runes. This armor is the most common celestial weapon. It has a wide range of coverage. If Your Majesty can successfully refine it, then you will be able to refine many low-grade saint artifacts. Elder Z admired Lin Ling's diligence very much. He continued, however, the previous emperor used 20 years to succeed. Your Majesty's talent is outstanding, so you should be able to succeed in 15 years. Especially the first pattern, if you can inscribe it in a short period of time, then it will be twice the result with half the effort. Elder Z recalled the scene of the previous emperor's cultivation and felt nostalgic. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed and he said in disbelief, Your Majesty, I'm afraid you won't need 15 years. You can succeed in 10 years. Lin Ling didn't hear Elder Z's words at all. His eye of time had appeared and he could vaguely see through all the flaws in the heavenly book. He even saw great Emperor Zhai Xing's youthful appearance in the heavenly book. Back then, he had been refining the Emperor armor. Subconsciously, Lin Ling used his spiritual energy to inscribe the runes in the sky. He did it with both his hands at the same time, multitasking. In a short period of time, he finally managed to inscribe the first pattern. You succeeded in inscribing the first pattern so quickly. It seems like Your Majesty has an existence that surpasses the Violet Palace realm. Elder Z was tongue-tied. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling forgot to eat and sleep as he continued to inscribe the runes. This allowed his control over his spiritual energy and physical body to reach a higher level. However, this didn't mean that he would succeed in the future. Second pattern. Failure. Second pattern. Success. The pattern had the power to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. It was extremely ancient and gave the saint artifact a powerful ability. Time passed quietly. A year later, Lin Ling left the Violet Palace realm. At this moment, only a day had passed in the outside world. At the same time, the outstanding wood blood from the Qian Hall was sent over, and Lin Ling brought it into the Violet Palace realm. Your Majesty, the Qian Hall is so stingy. They actually gave such trash treasures as a reward for becoming a hero. Back when the previous emperor was still on the throne, geniuses who performed meritorious deeds were rewarded with a sea of rootless water. Elder Z said in disdain as he stared at the bottle of outstanding wood blood. The ancient era isn't like the present. The present is even poorer. Lin Ling said helplessly. Outstanding wood blood. The blood of the outstanding wood tree. Although it isn't as valuable as the rootless water, it's still better than nothing. Your Majesty, please consume it. Elder Z said in disdain. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He could only drink the outstanding wood blood. Soon after, he felt his body heating up. Small worlds exploded one after another. However, the effect wasn't as good as the rootless water. At the same time, Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique had reached 1.9 million small worlds. He was only a step away from the second stage. It's really a worthless treasure, Elder Z said in disdain. Lin Ling was a little depressed. He was only a step away. He looked at Elder Z with anticipation. Elder Z said awkwardly, Your Majesty, the Violet Palace realm has everything except for cultivation resources. Continue inscribing the runes. Lin Ling said gloomily. If he didn't have money, then he would have to think of ways to get back the money. He would forge saint artifacts himself and sell them. Cultivation time was boring, but Lin Ling gritted his teeth and persevered. Unknowingly, 12 years had passed. During this period of time, he was already able to forge king-grade saint artifacts. He even forged 5 emperor refinement armors. The materials were borrowed from Dong Fu's old man. Fortunately, Dong Fu's old man wasn't around. In addition, the people in the old man's residence recognized Lin Ling. Thus, Lin Ling's urgent need was solved. As for the emperor refinement armor, it could withstand the attacks of a transcendent 6th-stage cultivator and was extremely powerful. However, it required one to have spiritual energy to wear it. Thus, Lin Ling kept 3 of them for Yu Mengyun and the others while selling the remaining 2. Other than the initial success in forging, Lin Ling's martial arts had also improved. He had completely grasped and familiarized himself with the earth-uprooting heavens move. There were also changes. The sword move became 2 moves. Life without money isn't easy. It's hard for my cultivation to improve. I have to sell the Emperor Refinement armor. Only 12 days had passed in the outside world after leaving the Z Mansion. Lin Ling greeted Venerable Sea Calming and left Sky Tomb City. He wanted to find the Yinyang Main Hall's auction. I've already investigated. The Yinyang Main Hall's auction is at the Sea Gazing Corner. That place is only a day's journey from Sky Tomb City. Let's go there. Lin Ling didn't use the teleportation array. Instead, he planned to walk. After 12 years of bitter cultivation in the Z Mansion, he wanted to go out for a walk to relax his mind. Stepping on the chains of Sky Tomb City, Lin Ling shot forward. White clouds fluttered in the sky. The sun was charming, causing Lin Ling to smile. After rushing for 2 hours, a strange aura filled the air. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His soul force had reached the 30th level. Naturally, he could feel the prying gaze. In a mountain range, Lin Ling floated down. A jug of wine appeared in his hand. He looked at the sky indifferently. You followed me for so long. Aren't you tired? Chapter 12:21. Ambushed. The clouds in the sky exploded, and 12 figures slowly walked down. The person in the lead was also drinking wine, and he carried a jade pipa on his back. He was around 40 years old, and his cold face had a weathered look. These 12 people weren't weak. All of them had heroes' tokens. The weakest of them was a transcendent 3rd-stage cultivator, while the leader was a transcendent 4th-stage cultivator. These people were obviously heroes of the past because they were all over 25 years old. Of course, the older they were, the more solid their cultivation base would be. What do you want? Yes. Lin Ling was still drinking wine as he spoke indifferently. His heart was heavy. He didn't expect someone to follow him so soon after he left Sky Hill City. It seemed like Mistress Xue Wu was right. Those who wanted to kill him wouldn't do it openly. I drink wine, you drink wine too. What you don't know is that I drink raw wine, you drink dead wine. Yes. The middle-aged man with the pipa shook his head as if he was talking to himself. He took out his pipa and started to sing in the air. His voice was heroic, shaking the clouds. Occasionally, good wine would flow down his throat, giving him an indescribable elegance. Wild song. Your elegance is still the same as before. Yes. The other 11 people smiled faintly as if they were admiring the middle-aged man's pipa. They weren't worried about what they were going to do next. Lin Ling frowned. These people seemed to be very arrogant. He spoke again. What do you want? Yes. Shut up. The song hasn't ended yet. Your time of death hasn't come yet. Yes. One of the 11 people shouted angrily, as if he was angry at Lin Ling for not knowing what was good for him. Seems like you're here to kill me. Who told you to come? Lin Ling sneered. It wasn't hard to understand the meaning of their words. They were here to kill him. If they could kill him, then kill him. Why play the pipa? Did they think that Lin Ling was an ant that could be trampled on? You don't understand the Tao of killing. Killing is an art. If you kill crudely, how can you talk about the Tao of killing? Yes. A girl from the 11th high school also shouted coldly. She then shook her head. As for who wants to kill you, you don't need to know. You only need to know that your head is very valuable. At the same time, in order to let you walk safely in hell, we'll give you a song. This is the rule of the 12 Northern Mountains evil killers. Yes. 12 heroes. No wonder you're so confident. But could it be that you've never thought that this song is not for me, but for you? Lin Ling slowly pulled out the tyrant song sword, his eyes turning cold. I know that your star-seizing Violet Palace has killed heroes in the past, but those were only heroes that had just risen to prominence. You ought to know that we're already over 25 years old, and our strengths are the strongest amongst the heroes. Not to mention that you can kill one hero, but it doesn't mean that you can fight all the heroes. An old man said with a smile. His smile was very benevolent, but his words were very cold. Not to mention the fact that we have 12 heroes. The woman was still as cold as ever. In the sky, the middle-aged man who was playing the pipa seemed to be intoxicated by his own music. He shook his head slightly, as if he was enjoying the final song that would kill, but that person. Lin Ling's smile became even colder. Didn't she tell you that I'm already a hero? Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling moved. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at the sky. The earth exploded. A power close to 2 universes was released. The 11 people's eyes narrowed. They seemed to see a sword slashing toward the sky. That momentum was shocking. Don't panic. Kill him after the song. Our rules can't be broken. Yishan, stop him. But soon the old man said indifferently. He still adhered to his rule of killing people, and gave them a song of hell. The others also regained their calmness and were intoxicated by the pipa music. Lin Ling could kill heroes, but killing one did not mean that he could kill all of them. Moreover, they were all veteran heroes. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling had already become a hero. Pop, pop. With a slash of the sword, the power of 2 universes erupted. The great sword was like a rainbow, and one of them took a large step forward. His ultimate martial art was released, controlling the earth on the ground. However, with a slash of the sword, the castle-like earth was split into 2, and even that person was split into 2. Buzz! The sound of the pipa stopped. The middle-aged man was no longer intoxicated by the music. The eyes of the others narrowed. The one who died was a transcendent realm cultivator. His strength wasn't weak, but he was killed in a single strike. Lin Ling was different from what the middle-aged man had said. Who asked you to come? Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and he once again shot forward. His large sword slashed out like a rainbow. Compared to when he was in the hero's assessment, his current strength had increased by almost 30%. An ordinary sword attack could reach the power of 2 universes. Most importantly, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had been refined by himself once. He had removed the profound meaning of the overwhelming righteousness and increased its defense and attack. It could even be said that this sword was another form of the armor that the emperor had refined. Pop, pop. The second sword slashed out and yet another elite died. This time it was an elite at the 4th level of the transcendent realm. The expressions of the remaining elites drastically changed. They were finally certain that Lin Ling was different from what that person had said. After all, that person had said that Lin Ling was able to kill the elite, but it was a narrow victory. Kill. Pop. 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 There was no need for extreme pattern martial arts, and there was no need for a burst of spiritual source. Physical strength represented everything. This sword exceeded the power of 2 universes, reaching the power of 3 universes, extremely terrifying. Rumble. Like a bolt of lightning striking down, the sword split the remaining heroes into 2. Only 2 of them were still alive. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Lin Ling a hero? You are a hero. The middle-aged man playing the pipa was one of the survivors. At this moment, how could he still be thinking about playing the pipa? Pop, 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 pop. Lin Ling stepped on the void and nodded coldly. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and a majestic aura was released once again. Heaven's Sword. This sword slashed towards the sky from below as if it wanted to split the sky into two. This was the power of the first layer of the Fiend God Overlord physique. One move turned into two moves, first the earth then the sky. Pop! An enormous sword beam soared into the sky. The middle-aged man who was playing the pipa had a terrified expression on his face. He felt that he could only receive this sword attack and not dodge it. This was a rule that only Great Success Realm Extreme Pattern Martial Arts had. Looking at the sword slashing down from the ground, he constantly roared in his heart. Pop! Chapter 12:22. Sending you a song of hell, sending you a song of hell. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The middle-aged man trembled again. The 12 evil killers of the Northern Mountains had a rule. Before killing someone, they would send them a song of hell. However, they didn't expect that the song would be sent to them today. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the middle-aged man was split into two. Blood splattered across the sky. With his strength, how could he block Lin Ling? One must know that Lin Ling was currently invincible among the elites. Who sent you here? Lin Ling sheathed his sword and looked at the last person. That person's face was pale. He knew that the information he received was wrong. Lin Ling had already become an elite, and a powerful one at that. However, he smiled and said, I can tell you. Just as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. An invisible needle shot towards Lin Ling, Heavenly Bone Needle, a low-level heavenly soldier. I obtained it from the ruins of the Hong Dynasty. I have never used it. I didn't expect to finally use it today. Lin Ling, you are dead. That person was an old man. At this moment, he laughed loudly. Lin Ling had let down his guard. He would die without a doubt. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he sensed a terrifying killing intent shooting towards him. Most importantly, that killing intent gave him the feeling that he could only receive it. There was no way to avoid it. The Heavenly Bone Needle was terrifying. Ding! A crisp sound came from Lin Ling's body. The Heavenly Bone Needle had hit Lin Ling. The old man finally let out a sigh of relief. Die. Those who are pierced by the Heavenly Bone Needle will first have their innate saint body corroded, then their flesh, and finally turn into a pile of mud. Not to mention a second stage transcendent, even a fifth stage transcendent wouldn't be able to block this needle. His words were filled with confidence. A celestial soldier was extremely rare and could allow a warrior to have the ability to fight above his level. However, his laughter soon became softer and softer, even turning into silent laughter. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly raised his head. His eyes were ice cold, and at his chest area, a black armor appeared. A large part of the armor was caved in, but it blocked the penetration of the sky bone needle. You're not the only one who has a heavenly soldier. A voice filled with killing intent floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the old man's eyes to widen. Lin Ling also had a heavenly soldier? Who sent you here? Lin Ling said coldly as he slowly walked forward. The old man's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was even more terrifying than he had imagined. They had obviously accepted the wrong mission this time. However, seeing Lin Ling slowly walking towards him, he suddenly sneered and shouted, Are you curious? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. We, the 12 evil killers of the Northern Mountains, have an ancient bloodline. Our heads can be cut off, but we will never lose our backbone. Lin Ling, you can kill me, but you will never know who your enemy is. Ha ha ha. As if he had grasped Lin Ling's lifeline, the old man's laughter became more and more arrogant. He was very smart. He knew that the more fearless he was, the higher the chance of survival. Moreover, Lin Ling wouldn't kill him. Before he figured out who was going to kill him, he wouldn't dare to make a move. In fact, you said that you still have a chance to live. However, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. The old man still sneered. He didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all. However, he soon heard Lin Ling's indifferent voice. It's actually not hard to guess who killed me. You should know that I've become an elite. There are probably not many people in the Qian Hall who don't know about it, but there are many people in the Kuan Hall who don't know. Therefore, your employer came from the Kuan Hall. In addition, you are very familiar with the matters of the star-plucking Violet Palace. At that time, there was only one elite who escaped from my hands, the Northern Witch. You! The old man's smile froze and his eyes widened. It seems that I was right. Lin Ling sneered and raised the sword in his hand, causing the old man to frantically beg for mercy. Previously, he thought that he had grasped Lin Ling's weakness, so he was fearless. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to guess his employer. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Ling swung his sword and at the same time, he waved his left hand and a sea of flames gushed out, burning the corpses on the ground and in the sky. Northern Darkness, evil god. After that, Lin Ling shot into the distance. His killing intent towards the Northern Darkness evil god became even stronger. During the great calamity in the Rainforest Holy Land, the Northern Darkness evil god wanted to kill the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling had always remembered this grudge in his heart. Now that the Northern Darkness evil god dared to kill him, it was time to end the grudge between him and the Northern Darkness evil god. Currently, Lin Ling wasn't far from the Northern Darkness evil god's level. As long as he reached the Transcendent Stage 3, Lin Ling would personally visit the Northern Darkness evil god. The heavenly bone needle was very strange. If it wasn't for the Emperor's armor, I'm afraid I would have died. It seems that I can't underestimate the weak. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and then said to Elder Z, Elder Z, do you have any martial arts that can hide one's aura? Hide one's aura? I do, but this martial art doesn't hide one's aura. Instead, it causes one's aura to become chaotic, making it impossible for others to see through one's cultivation. This martial art is called the Stellar Tower Art. Elder Z's voice came out. At the same time, a martial art entered Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling immediately began cultivating it. This martial art wasn't difficult. Its advantage was that it could cause one's aura to become chaotic, but its disadvantage was that once one used their spiritual qi, others would still be able to sense one's cultivation. However, this martial art was very suitable for Lin Ling currently. Lin Ling had the Shadow Buddha incense flame chain. Once he used it, even a Saint Realm Master wouldn't be able to detect him. However, the previous sneak attack had made Lin Ling realize that the other party sometimes didn't play by the rules. If he hadn't used the Shadow Buddha incense flame chain, he wouldn't have been able to block it, so it wasn't wrong to be cautious. The Stellar Tower Art could cause one's aura to become chaotic and conceal one's appearance so others wouldn't be able to recognize him. Taking out a large cloak and putting it on, Lin Ling headed towards Sea Gazing Point. A day later, the ancient city appeared in front of him. This city was located on a cliff by the sea. Standing in the city, one could see the entire sea. This was where the name Sea Gazing Point came from. This time, the Universe Main Hall's auction would be held in this city. When the auction started, the city was also in a state where martial arts were prohibited. After entering the city, Lin Ling found that the entire Sea Gazing Point was filled with masters. There were people from both the Universe Main Hall and the Universe Main Hall. If it weren't for the Universe Main Hall's presence, these people from the two banners would have already started fighting. This auction is even grander than the one in Sky Tomb City. Lin Ling thought to himself. He was wearing a large cloak and coupled with his mysterious aura, no one dared to provoke him along the way. Lin Ling also inquired about the location of the Universe Main Hall's auction. The location was Jade Heaven Hall. This wasn't difficult to find. The difficult part was how to get his Emperor refined armor into the auction. Jade Heaven Hall was located in the center of Sea Gazing City. The entire building was carved from rare white jade and filled with a magnificent aura. Stop. The auction will begin tomorrow. No one is allowed to approach today. Chapter 12:23. Seeing Lu Susu again, as expected of the Yinyang Main Hall, even the guards are so powerful. Lin Ling thought to himself. Just as he was about to speak, one of the five smiled and said, "Senior, it's not that we are rude, but this is a serious matter. Please forgive us." Obviously, the five of them had sensed that Lin Ling's aura was extremely mysterious. Moreover, his cloak made it difficult for others to see through him. Hence, they immediately became respectful. They knew that Xianpang province was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In front of them were the Yinyang Main Hall. Behind them were the seven emperors heaven, ancient martial artists, descendants of the Zhuli tribe and so on. I was just passing by and happened to have a few small items to auction. Why? Are you not allowed to do that? Lin Ling laughed in his heart. At the same time, he spoke in a low and hoarse voice. The art of the Celestial Tower was indeed powerful. As long as he concealed his appearance, The other party would not be able to recognize him. I'm afraid this will be a little difficult. The 5 of them looked at each other. The middle-aged man in the lead smiled bitterly and said, "The Enyang Main Hall's auction must be carried out immediately. If we suddenly add in some treasures, it will disrupt the order. Unless Senior's treasures are rare." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He remembered that a divine weapon had appeared in the Sky Tomb City's auction. Now that he had a heavenly weapon, it should not be difficult for him to enter the auction. "Fifth Lu, we have guests. Are you going to be so negligent?" At this moment, a crisp voice rang out. At the door, a petite figure appeared. It was a woman in a purple robe. Her shoulders were exposed from the robe, and her collarbone was alluring. At the side of the robe, one could faintly see her slender and fair legs. This woman had the charm of a mature woman. She was as charming as a demon. She was Lu Susu. "Greetings, madam." The faces of the guards changed as they bowed respectfully. It seemed that Lu Susu held a high position in their hearts. Lu Susu ignored them and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. "Senior, you have come from afar. You must have some treasures to auction. If the great hall of heaven and earth has not received you well, please forgive us. Please come in." She looked at Lin Ling as she spoke. When she saw that Lin Ling was silent, her heart became heavy. She had long known that Xianpeng province had many hidden experts. This mysterious cloaked man's aura was vast, sometimes weak, sometimes strong, and sometimes strong. Coupled with his indifferent look, it seemed that his background was not weak. "All right." Lin Ling stared at Lu Susu indifferently. His gaze landed on the twin peaks that were about to pop out. He didn't dare to look anymore and immediately said in a low voice. Although Lu Susu had met him last time, Lin Ling didn't know if this mysterious woman was a friend or foe. Therefore, he had to be careful. After all, there were many people in Xianpeng province who wanted to give their lives to him. The two entered the door and walked along the corridor. Lu Susu was in front, and Lin Ling was behind her. Lin Ling looked at her alluring body and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Demoness." After a while, the two came to a side room. The room was filled with fragrance. Lu Susu sat down and crossed her legs. The roots of her thighs could be vaguely seen. She placed the fragrant tea on the table and said, "Senior, may I know what you want to auction?" She seemed to be courteous when she greeted Lin Ling, but her actions were filled with the aura of a businesswoman. King-grade saint artifacts. 2 sets of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are 10 sets in total. The holder can reach the peak of the profound meaning of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, he can comprehend the corresponding supreme martial arts. Lin Ling said in a hoarse voice. Lu Susu was still smiling, but her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. King-grade saint artifacts were not ordinary treasures. It should be known that in the auction in Sky Tomb City, the starting price of a saint artifact was 100 primordial stones. As for king-grade saint artifacts of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth series, the starting price could reach 500 primordial stones. Lu Susu smiled and said the price. Lin Ling's heart thumped. It was more expensive than he had imagined. Lu Susu was still smiling, but her heart was heavy. This mysterious person was not simple. He was probably a real ancient expert. After all, when a king-grade saint artifact was successfully forged, a saint tribulation would descend. Ordinary blacksmiths couldn't withstand 10 saint tribulations if they took out 10 sets of king-grade saint artifacts at once. However, Lu Susu knew the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianpeng province. Who was this mysterious person? "Senior, other than the king-grade saint artifacts, are there any other treasures to be auctioned?" Lu Susu continued to ask. Lin Ling pondered. He still had 2 sets of low-level heavenly soldiers, and he was considering whether he should take them out. In the end, he said indifferently, "There's another set of low-level heavenly soldiers. The Emperor refines armor. I wonder how much it costs." "What? Heavenly soldiers?" Lu Susu sucked in a breath of cold air. According to what she knew, heavenly soldiers were more powerful than saint artifacts. They were also more difficult to forge. A set of heavenly soldiers would take several years to forge. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation of a heavenly soldier was even more terrifying. She didn't know that Lin Ling had successfully forged a heavenly soldier, and the heavenly tribulation had descended. However, it was blocked by his purple palace, So Lin Ling didn't encounter the heavenly tribulation at all. What's the price? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Heavenly soldiers are expensive, so please allow me to wait. Lu Susu's face was solemn. She waved her right hand and said, "Let the Lord come and take a look." Yes. Outside the room, someone responded. Lu Susu smiled at Lin Ling and said, "I'm sorry. The appearance of a heavenly soldier in the auction will definitely cause a commotion in Xianpang province. Therefore, the auction will have to see if the heavenly soldier is real. Otherwise, if the cultivators in the world are deceived, then even if I'm the hall master of the Yinyang main palace, I'll still be torn apart by them." Her words were joking, but coupled with her bewitching aura, it could make any man's heart surge. Lin Ling was the same, but his soul force was powerful. He quickly calmed down and didn't dare to look at Lu Susu under the cloak. "As you wish." A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Lu Susu's heart trembled. She was even more certain that this senior was an expert. After all, she knew that as long as it was a man, most of them wouldn't be able to escape from her bewitching aura. No matter how strong they were, they would still lose their mind for a short period of time. However, the person in front of her was calm and composed. He was either an old man, or he was too strong. "Palace Master Lu, why did you summon this old man?" At this time, the door was pushed open and an old man walked in. Lin Ling looked over and was instantly speechless. This person was Old Man Dong Fu. "Senior Dong Fu, I invited you over this time to help me appraise these heavenly soldiers." Lu Susu stood up and smiled. "Heavenly soldiers?" Old Man Dong Fu's expression changed slightly, but quickly became curious. As a blacksmith, he was naturally interested in the works of his peers. He sat down and smiled. To be able to appraise treasures is this old man's good fortune. "If the appraisal isn't good, I hope you won't mind. Also, although I am a blacksmith, but when it comes to appraising, I can't compare to a friend of mine. His eyes are poisonous. Last time, when he helped me appraise treasures, he helped me successfully forge a heavenly soldier. He is truly a genius. Unfortunately, at the Dinghai Heavenly House, his talent is somewhat lacking." He seemed to be speaking to Lu Susu, but in reality, he was speaking to Lin Ling. It seemed that he was afraid of failing the appraisal and being mocked by others, so he used his friend Lin Ling. Chapter 12:24. Transaction. It's the hero Lin Ling from not long ago. Old Man Dong Fu laughed, as if he didn't want to lose out in front of the mysterious person and lose his seniority. So he kept talking about how powerful Lin Ling's eyes were and how sharp they were. Cough cough. Appraise it. Lin Ling couldn't help but cough. Old Man Dong Fu was praising him right in front of him. Lin Ling blushed as he heard this. Was he really that powerful? Lin Ling, this little guy, I've always been curious about him. What made Lin Ling speechless was that Lu Susu's jade-like hand touched her chin, like a fox meeting its prey. She licked her Hongyan's lips with her tongue. Her seductive actions made Lin Ling's heart beat violently. Then, Lin Ling took out the Emperor Refined Armor. Low-level heavenly soldier. Emperor Refined Armor. Old Man Dong Fu saw Lin Ling take out a set of black armor and immediately exclaimed. Then he looked at Lin Ling in shock, as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. "Senior Dong Fu, what's so special about this armor?" Lu Susu asked curiously. "This armor comes from one of the 4 great ancient countries, Star-Seizing Country. Its forging method has already been lost. Moreover, there are several types of Emperor Refined Armor. There are Emperor Refined Armor, Upper Refined Armor, and even Heavenly Refined Armor." Old Man Dong Fu was very knowledgeable, but then he smiled bitterly. Although this armor is a heavenly soldier, its range is too wide. There are more than 99,900 types of runes. Therefore, this old man's skills are limited. I can only confirm that this armor is real, but I can't see its specific effects. This armor can block any attack from a transcendent realm cultivator, and the wearer only needs to be a transcendent. Lin Ling said indifferently. This armor is heaven-defying. Lu Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed. One must know that it was very difficult to raise one's cultivation level. The difference of one realm was huge. Many geniuses had to go through the transcendent realm in their growth process, and at that time, they were very weak and could be easily killed by others. But with the Emperor Refined Armor, it could protect them from harm for a long time. This armor was worthy of being the armor used by emperors to protect their princes. Worthy of being an ancient armor, A set of armor can allow an early Transcendent Realm cultivator to block an attack from a peak Transcendent Realm cultivator, heaven-defying. The old man Dong Fu also exclaimed. The use of the armor was too great. Then he looked expectantly at Lin Ling. Did you obtain it in the ruins? Or did you forge it yourself? I forged it, Lin Ling said bluntly. The Emperor Refined Armor was the lowest level of armor in the Violet Palace realm. Currently, he was learning the Emperor Refined Armor. Chi! Lu Susu and the old man of Dong Fu inhaled sharply. The old man of Dong Fu said again, according to what I know, forging armor for His Majesty is the hardest. The process is extremely dry. How did Sir succeed? When you spend 12 years on something, you will succeed no matter how difficult it is. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. This was indeed the truth. He'd refined for an entire 12 years in the Violet Palace realm, and if it wasn't for his extraordinary willpower, he would have given up halfway a long time ago. Chi! Lu Susu and old man Dong Fu gasped again. They were even more certain that Lin Ling was a 100-year-old monster. How could an ordinary person spend 12 years to refine a set of armor? Impossible. I have 2 sets of this armor. The first set is for auction. The second set I want to ask Temple Lord Lu to do something for me. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. Please speak. 8-star sacred domain. 6 sacred domain. That place is of some use to me, so I want to buy it. However, that place currently belongs to Kuan Temple, and I don't want to be too entangled with Kuan Temple, so I want to ask Temple Lord Lu to come forward and discuss this matter. Lin Ling said word by word. He was nervous and excited. Whether or not he could let his grandfather return home depended on Lu Susu. This matter is simple. It's only an 8-star sacred domain. Xianping province has dozens of them. A mere 6 sacred domain won't be a problem for me, and Kuan Temple will give me some face. Lu Susu thought Lin Ling had some excessive request. Who knew it would be such a simple matter? Although the 6 sacred domain was vast and boundless, that place's spirit chi was thin, and no martial artist liked to go there. It wasn't a big deal for her to come forward and buy it with vitality stones from Kuan Temple. Most importantly, a small sacred domain seemed to be able to gain the favor of an ancient martial artist. She took advantage of this matter. All right, if this matter is successful, I will immediately come to Yinyang Temple to auction if I have the Emperor Refined Armor. Lin Ling wasn't a fool. He immediately returned the favor. As expected, old people are shrewd. Lu Susu, on the other hand, was secretly happy. It was refreshing to work with an old person. She could get 1% of the auction of these treasures, and that was a huge sum. Most importantly, Yinyang Temple would become famous because of this. All right, I can't stay any longer. When the auction ends, I will come to collect the money. Lin Ling stood up and left. He couldn't stay any longer. After all, Lu Susu was a shrewd person, and old man Dong Fu was a friend. If he stayed any longer, it would be easy to give himself away. At that time, it would be inevitable that people would ask why he had the Emperor Refined Armor. At that time, if people knew that he had the Purple Mansion, there would be even more martial artists eyeing him covetously. Senior, why don't you stay and let me entertain you? Lu Susu said anxiously. She didn't want such a popular person to leave just like that. She still wanted to establish a friendship. Temple Master Lu. Old man Dong Fu said in a low voice, making Lu Susu's eyes flicker. In the end, she could only nod. Lin Ling bowed slightly and turned to leave. Senior Dong Fu, this person's background is mysterious and his strength is monstrous. If I can gain his favor, it will be beneficial to me. Why did you stop me before? Lu Susu helplessly sat back down and crossed her legs. Her laziness carried a charming air. These ancient martial artists are unsociable. They like freedom and don't like others to get too close to them. So if you want to establish a friendship with him, you can't be in a hurry. He will come to you when he needs to. If you force him too much, it will have the opposite effect. Old man Dong Fu smiled. This made Lu Susu understand. Her jade hand picked up the teacup. After taking a sip, she said lazily, this senior is like a treasure trove. With his seniority, he is actually interested in the 6 sacred realms. How strange. Yes, for a martial artist like him, he can get whatever he wants. Why would he want a rural place? Old man Dong Fu was also puzzled. But he quickly smiled. Maybe he doesn't want it for himself, but for someone else. For example, his disciple. Maybe his disciple comes from the 6 sacred realms, so the senior wants to take it back for his disciple. Finding someone from the countryside to be his disciple. These century-old monsters really do have strange ways of doing things. What outstanding geniuses can the 6 sacred realms have? Lu Susu said disdainfully. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes focused. The 6 sacred realms have no fame, but one person shocked Xianpeng province. Lin Ling. Old man Dong Fu and Lu Susu said at the same time. Their eyes were wide. Could it be that the senior wanted to take Lin Ling as his disciple? This was very likely. After all, century-old monsters did things with strange ways of doing things. So close. Dealing with these people is even more difficult than fighting. Chapter 12:25. Seeing an old friend human-faced flowers from the Devil Capital Mountain. Only 10 origin stones. It's gone if you miss it. Ghost Realm, Yellow Springs Ghost Chi. It's most suitable for cultivators of the Ghost Dao. It was obtained from the Yellow Springs region with great difficulty. 50 origin stones per bottle. The streets were bustling with noise. Many cultivators from Xianpeng province had come because the Heavenly Hall's auction was being held here. Ghost Realm. Lin Ling subconsciously touched the jade pendant around his neck. He remembered the second dream. That dream was still not over. Lin Ling's right hand clenched into a fist as he looked at the sky. He knew that it was about time to go to the Ghost Realm. Lin Ling, it's you? At this moment, a familiar voice rang out behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling turned around and smiled. In the middle of the street, a slender figure quickly walked over with joy. This person was fresh and handsome, wearing a long brown robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he looked extremely spirited. He was Yonggan of the 6 sacred regions. Yonggan, why are you here? Lin Ling was a little excited. It was hard to describe how he felt to meet an old acquaintance in Xianpeng province. Haha, it's really you. Yonggan quickened his pace as the smile on his face grew wider. Lin Ling and he were both saints in the past. They had grown up together until the 6 saint regions were destroyed. They went their separate ways. Now that they met again, he was also very happy. You're really something. You've become a hero of the Heavenly Hall. Not long ago, your name also spread in Xianpeng province. Yonggan came to Lin Ling's side and thumped Lin Ling's chest. He had received the news a few days ago. At that time he was incomparably proud. Lin Ling was the #1 hero of the 6 saint regions. I was just lucky. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He looked at Yonggan and realized that Yonggan, who was like a good friend in the past, had quietly changed. Yonggan became more profound and there was a coldness in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, Yonggan's growth in Xianpeng province had allowed him to understand many things. All right, I saw you and the others. Then he saw Lin Ling's pupils constricting. Smiling, he said, You and Yuer are both fine. In fact, their strength has increased significantly. I met them in the ruins of the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom, one of the 4 ancient kingdoms. Unfortunately, that arcane pocket realm was too dangerous, so I only managed to catch a glimpse of them. Furthermore, they helped me. They said that they wanted to go to the easternmost part of Xianpeng province. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He wanted to find Yu and the others, but he also knew that Xianpeng province was too big. It was impossible to find them. Moreover, he had a lot of things to do at the moment, so he couldn't leave. Don't worry. They are stronger than me, and they have more opportunities. They will definitely be fine. They might even be stronger than you now. Yonggan knew that Lin Ling was worried, so he comforted him. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Everyone had their own path of martial arts, and he didn't want to interfere with Yu and the others' paths. Yonggan, you came to my northern Dark Nether territory to cause trouble, and then disappeared. We have to search all the way from the north. It's been hard enough. While the two of them were talking, an untimely voice rang out. A group of people was walking down the street. Wherever they passed, people would step aside with reverence in their eyes. Lin Ling looked over and saw a familiar face. It was Bei Xianyang. Beside her were some unfamiliar faces, but they were all dressed in green robes, as if they were from the same place. The leader of the group was a young man with acne on his face. His eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. He glanced at the passers-by indifferently, and finally looked at Bei Xianyang with a hint of longing. As for the wicked lady of the north, she was doing what she always did. Her eyes were like peach blossoms as she seduced the young man. When she saw Lin Ling, killing intent flickered in her eyes, but she maintained a smile on her face. Be careful. That's a descendant of the 9 Li. Yang Gan's expression became serious. He seemed to know the young man, so he whispered. Lin Ling nodded, and the Eye of Time quietly appeared. He immediately discovered that the mysterious young man's strength was extremely terrifying. He seemed to be a transcendent fourth-layer expert, but he gave off a feeling that he couldn't see through him. This surprised him. After all, with his current strength, he shouldn't be afraid of a transcendent fourth-layer expert. Purple Elder. What's that person's origin? Lin Ling thought. Soon, Purple Elder's voice rang out. Your Majesty, that's a descendant of the 9 Li. This bloodline clan existed in the 4 great ancient countries. I didn't expect that after the ancient countries were destroyed, the people of the 9 Li clan still remained. Moreover, they seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Your Majesty, that young man has the furious maple flaming tiger, one of the 72 demon gods in the sky. He's a fire demon god, but in terms of fusion with the demon god, he's inferior to you. In terms of strength, if your Majesty doesn't have the Emperor refined armor and the tyrannical song sword, it'll be difficult for you to defeat him. What? My strength is close to 2 universes. In addition, I have an Earth-grade Saint physique and a greater success extreme mark martial art. It'll be difficult for me to defeat him? Lin Ling was astonished. This transcendent stage 4 expert is very powerful. He also has an Earth-grade Saint physique, but his extreme mark martial art has reached the pinnacle stage. Your Majesty, unless you step into the Transcendent Stage 3 and use your cultivation to make up for the difference, it'll only be a draw. Purple Elder said. A tie. The Jiuli tribe is really powerful. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Your Majesty, they have a long history and the ancient martial art they possess is more comprehensive than the current Xianpang province. However, in front of the Purple Mansion, he's just a child. Even if his cultivation is 2 levels higher than your Majesty, it'll only be a draw. He's just a piece of trash. Purple Elder said to Lin Ling with disdain. At the same time, Yang Gan's voice rang out. Lin Ling, that person is called Li Fengge. He's one of the 10 great heroes. Don't underestimate him just because he's a great hero. In fact, he can easily defeat a great hero. No wonder. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The 10 great heroes included all the heroes of the universe and Kuan Palace. And to be able to enter the top 10, their strength wasn't undeserved. Are you done whispering? Li Fengge said indifferently. He knew that Yang Gan was talking to a puny youth about how powerful he was. That was why he didn't interrupt them earlier. If you're done, then Yang Gan, hand over your divine protector. This young master has chased you all the way from the north. It's time for you to pay a price. Li Fengge said. In fact, he didn't have any conflict with Yang Gan. It was just that he happened to be a guest in the Northern Nether Evil region. At that time, Yang Gan was causing trouble in the Northern Nether Evil region and then left. Li Fengge heard that Yang Gan had a divine protector, so he chased after him. And if he killed Yang Gan, not only would he get the divine protector, he would also get the Northern Evil Lady. Why not? Chapter 12:26. Descendant of Jiuli, Hehe, Brother Fengge. Yang Gan isn't the one with a guardian deity. The handsome young man beside him also has one. Bei Xianyang said with a smile. She directed the trouble to Lin Ling. In fact, she was also surprised to see Lin Ling here. Only yesterday did she know that Lin Ling had become an elite, so she also knew that the people she sent to kill Lin Ling had all failed. This Lin Ling was really scary. She hadn't seen him in a short time, but his strength had increased by a lot. She couldn't let him live. Fortunately, Li Fengge was here. Bei Xianyang. Lin Ling smiled coldly. How could he not know her intentions? This Bei Xianyang was very sinister. She had failed to kill him last time, and now she was throwing the trouble at him. Hehe, did you miss me? Bei Xianyang smiled as if she and Lin Ling were old lovers. I wanted you to die. Lin Ling still smiled. How dare you? Bei Xianyang is my woman. Who are you to speak? But you also have a guardian deity. This young master is very surprised. Two lowly commoners actually have a guardian deity. This is simply a waste of God's gift. Leave the guardian deity to this young master. Li Fengge shouted coldly. His voice was very loud, and the surrounding martial artists gasped. Many of them knew the Xueqi tribe and were surprised by their domineering behavior. Then they looked at Lin Ling. They didn't expect that the handsome young man was the current Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently an elite. Although he wasn't the strongest elite, he was the most sensational in history. Very few people in Xianpeng province didn't know his name. However, Lin Ling had just become an elite. If he immediately encountered the top 10 elites, he would be in trouble. Yes, I have a guardian deity. What do you want to do next? However, Lin Ling was still smiling. His fearless appearance made many people's eyes twinkle. This Lin Ling was as crazy as the rumors said. You're so stupid. You dare to appear in front of me with a guardian deity? Of course I'll kill you. Li Fengge laughed disdainfully with indescribable pride. This guy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had fought many battles over the years and had seen all kinds of warriors. However, it was the first time he had seen an idiot like Li Fengge. It was undeniable that Li Fengge's talent and background were very strong. However, this person did not know how to keep a low profile even though he had a treasure trove. It was as if he was a newbie who had never ventured into the world. It was rare for such a person to be able to survive until now. If you can kill me, then come at me. The Ninely tribe is very proud, but in the era of the four great ancient nations, you are just subordinates of others. To put it bluntly, you are the dogs of others. Lin Ling was still smiling. Li Fengge's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent and anger rippled out. Lin Ling actually dared to insult the Xueqi tribe. You're dead. No one can save you. Li Fengge roared in anger as his spiritual energy exploded forth. It was 4 layers of spiritual energy and they were extremely thick. Obviously, he was a powerful transcendent realm cultivator. He took a step forward and extended his right hand, grabbing towards Lin Ling. You are indeed an idiot with a pig's brain. Lin Ling sighed and shook his head again. His evaluation of Li Fengge was lowered by another 10%. She was so easily angered. It seemed that Li Fengge had never experienced any twists and turns in her growth. Rumble! Li Fengge attacked Lin Ling under countless gazes. However, many people shook their heads. They also felt that Li Fengge was foolish. He was like a dandy young master and could not be compared to Lin Ling at all. After all, martial arts were prohibited in the sea lookout corner today. It seemed that Li Fengge's family protection had indeed allowed him to suffer less, causing him to be arrogant. Your Excellency, you are too arrogant. Sure enough, when Li Fengge's hand was about to touch Lin Ling's cheek, a cold voice rang out. Under countless gazes, an expert appeared. He did not make any movements, but Li Fengge could not move at all. You are courting death. However, what made people speechless was that Li Fengge still did not know what was going on. Instead, he roared at the expert, causing the expert to sigh. If it wasn't for the Ninely Holy Mother being too strong, he would have killed such a dandy young master on the spot. How could this person be so stupid? Was his brain filled with lust? Pig's brain, let me teach you. Lin Ling was still standing as straight as a pine tree. He smiled as he looked at Li Fengge who was restrained in front of him. He played with his fingernails and slapped out. This is the sea lookout corner, not your home. Martial arts are prohibited in the entire city. Even if your father was here, he would have to lower his head obediently. Since when was it your turn to be arrogant? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. The crowd's pupils constricted. Lin Ling dared to slap Li Fengge? One should know that the Ninely clan was a clan that even the 10 Langya palace halls had to give face to. Even the expert who appeared changed his expression slightly. He dared to restrain Li Fengge's movements, but he did not dare to hit him. Who knew that Lin Ling would attack him without hesitation? You dare to hit me? Li Fengge was extremely surprised. You are not just a little stupid. Lin Ling shook his head and slapped him again. First of all, the wicked lady of the north wanted to use you to kill me, and you fell for it. Second of all, even if you're interested in my guardian angel, no one would say it out loud. These 2 points are enough to prove that you're a fool. Slap. The third slap made Li Fengge's face turn as ugly as a pig's liver. The 3 slaps caused the entire street to be shocked. The expert who restrained Li Fengge shook his head helplessly. Finally,
He waved his right hand and made Li Fengge appear on the other side of the street.
He then watched quietly. As long as the two sides did not use martial arts, he would not stop anything. Since I was young, no one has ever hit me. You are the first. On the other side of the street, Li Fengge regained his mobility, but his body was trembling with anger. So, you want to tell me that it feels good to be slapped in the face, right? On the other side, Lin Ling smiled slightly as if he was not the one who had attacked earlier. Although Li Fengge was very talented, he was not even as good as Nan Ping in his heart. After all, he had great strength but did not know how to use it. Such a person was extremely trash. I'm going to kill you. How could Li Fengge endure being played by someone who was not as good as him? He stepped forward, but was stopped by the northern lady. She was also helpless. She wanted to cause trouble for Li Fengge and Lin Ling, but she did not expect Li Fengge to be so arrogant that he dared to attack here. She had to admit that if this guy did not have a good family background, he would be trash. Compared to Lin Ling, he was too far behind. Nephew Li, you are not allowed to use martial arts in this city. Don't break the taboo again. However, if you want to take revenge, you can go to the ocean viewing platform. That is the only place where martial arts can be used. At this moment, a voice was heard from behind. A large number of people walked over, and the one in the lead was the evil god North Deep. There were also many mighty ones with him, including several elders from the triple-element Golden Dipper clan. Chapter 12:27. Is there no one behind me? Yes, let's go to the ocean viewing platform.
The young man over there will fight me to the death.
Li Fengge seemed to have thought of something and sneered.
At this moment, he seemed to have found a way to hold his head high.
Alas, did you like to be with donkeys when you were young? Lin Ling sighed and asked faintly. Why do you ask? Li Fengge frowned. He didn't know what Lin Ling meant, and so did the crowd. Lin Ling said that Li Fengge liked to be with donkeys? Because I suspect that you were kicked in the head by a donkey when you were young, or a door was clamped. Otherwise, why would you be such an idiot? Lin Ling said faintly. Ha ha. The crowd was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Being kicked in the head by a donkey and being clamped by a door, this descendant of Xueqi was indeed similar. Otherwise, why would he be so stupid? Li Fengge was still in doubt. He shook his head faintly and said, with my strength, even if I was kicked in the head by a donkey, I would still be fine. As for being clamped by a door, I'm sorry. I reached the heavenly spirit realm when I was 6. How could a door hurt me? Haha. The crowd laughed even louder. Li Fengge didn't understand the meaning of those words. It had to be said that Li Fengge's reincarnation ability was amazing, but his IQ was worrying. Brother Fengge. North Evil Mother also felt embarrassed and couldn't help but say the meaning of Lin Ling's words. In the end, Li Fengge's face turned green and red, and the killing intent in his eyes became even crazier. Lin Ling, fight with Li Fengge and prove your strength. North Dark Evil God also felt embarrassed at this moment. He knew that with Li Fengge's IQ, he would never be able to outtalk Lin Ling, so he had to step up personally. North Dark Evil God. It's fine if that idiot is stupid. After all, he's someone who hasn't ventured into the world. But are you stupid too? Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, Why should I fight with you, Li Fengge? Do you think I'll fight just because you say so? Dark North Demon God was stunned. Then he mocked, You're a hero, but you don't dare to fight. You don't deserve to be called a hero. His heart was boiling with anger. In the past, Lin Ling looked at him as if he was a junior. But now, Lin Ling was on equal footing with him. He was not even afraid of him. That's right. Lin Ling, you're famous in Xianpang province. You're a top expert among the heroes. You shouldn't be afraid of a fair fight with Li Fengge. Otherwise, how can you talk about martial arts? The elder of the Triple Yuan Dipper sect also spoke. Only if Lin Ling agreed to the battle and went to the ocean viewing platform would he suffer the consequences of Lin Ling's actions. After all, he knew that the ban on martial arts would only be lifted when the auction ended. Are you trying to goad me? Lin Ling had been fighting for so long and had seen all kinds of storms. He shrugged and said, I finally understand what it means to be a snake and a rat in the same nest. If there's an idiot in the team, then the others will also become idiots. Dark North Demon God, and those old men, are you idiots too? Let's not talk about other things. How long has that guy been a hero? And how long have I been a hero? How can you say that this is a fair fight? As for martial arts, that idiot knows nothing about martial arts other than his family background. His powerful strength is probably accumulated from countless treasures. How can such a person be qualified to talk about martial arts? His voice was heard, and every word was heartfelt. The crowd nodded in agreement. Everyone could see that Li Fengge was older than Lin Ling. In addition, he had the advantage of being a hero for several years. How could this be considered a fair fight? After all, Lin Ling had just become a hero. Therefore, Dark North Demon God's words were indeed idiotic. The whispers around were filled with mockery, which made Dark North Demon God feel embarrassed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so eloquent. He immediately snorted and said, "What if I insist that you go?" "Humph, what? You're trying to goad me into doing it the hard way? Dark North Demon God, you're really a disgrace to the Dark North Dark Territory. A century-old monster is actually making things difficult for a junior. How can you talk about martial arts?" At this moment, a smiling voice was heard. On the other side of the street, a large number of people walked over. The person in the lead was holding a walking stick. He had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of mockery in his smile. The old man of the South Pole Celestial Canopy. The crowd's expression changed slightly. The South Pole Celestial Canopy was extremely famous in Xianpeng Province. However, the old man of the South Pole was actually speaking up for Lin Ling? What fair fight! In fact, you're just bullying him with your numbers. However, don't think that Lin Ling doesn't have anyone supporting him. At the same time, another voice was heard. Several people carrying a luxurious sedan appeared. Then, the curtain was lifted and a wise middle-aged man walked down. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "Lord Lu." Many people gasped again. The Lord Lu's residence was also speaking up for Lin Ling? Dark North Demon God and the others looked even worse. These two experts were actually helping Lin Ling? Snakes and rats in a nest. This idiom describes it well. Idiots like to gather in a group. Most of the people in Kuan Hall are indeed idiots. However, before the shock in everyone's hearts had subsided, another voice was heard. An old man walked down the street alone. His robe was fluttering in the wind and his hair was white, but his spirit was trembling. Many people looked over in shock and suddenly found that this old man was actually one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianping Province, Old Man Dong Fu. Powerful, Lin Ling has only just become a hero, but he is able to make the three great experts speak for him. Even Old Man Dong Fu has come out. You have to know that this senior is the most terrifying. He can easily summon the heroes and make them cheer. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling and found that this handsome young man was extremely terrifying. Sure enough, as soon as they finished speaking, a large number of experts appeared behind Old Man Dong Fu. These people were all famous experts. Their strength was also at the peak of the late stage of the transcendent realm. They were all great heroes. Don't think that because Sea Lookout Corner forbids martial arts, Lin Ling is taking advantage of the rules. In fact, if it weren't for the ban, you would be the ones suffering today. North Demon God, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Do you think there's no one behind Lin Ling? Then I'll play with you. Bold voices floated out from the mouths of these experts, shocking the entire street into silence. Do you think there's no one behind Lin Ling? At this moment, who would dare to say such a thing? If Lin Ling moved his foot, Xianping Province would be in turmoil. However, Lin Ling was just a junior who had just risen. What right did he have to summon so many ancient experts of Xianping Province? Many people's hearts were beating violently. They couldn't believe it. Star Extermination Great Sect, Reincarnation Sect, Northern Mountain Tiger Sect, North Demon God and the others also sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, they didn't have any arrogance left. They all shrunk their necks. Are you very strong? Are you as strong as my 9 Li tribe? Only Li Fengge continued to shout coldly. Many people shook their heads helplessly. This idiot was too stupid. Chapter 12:28. Lin Ling's master, how dare you hit me? Li Fengge landed on the ground with a ferocious expression. If I hit you now, I'll lose my face. If I hit you in the future, I'll lose my life. Your grandmother should teach you a lesson. You're so arrogant and overbearing. Sooner or later, you'll walk the path of no return. Old Man Dong Fu roared again. Li Funga clenched his teeth and didn't dare to speak anymore. Although he was overbearing, he knew that there were too many experts here today. It wasn't his turn to be arrogant. Evil God Bei Ming, what else do you want to say? Old Man Dong Fu looked at Evil God Bei Ming. Evil God Bei Ming's people were all holding their breaths. What else did they dare to say? Not to mention that there was a ban on martial arts here today. Even if there wasn't, they weren't Lin Ling's opponents. Especially Evil God Bei Ming. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such power. Even he had to lower his head when facing the experts that he summoned. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was also surprised because these people weren't summoned by him. For example, the old man Nan Tian and Lu Wangfu. Since you have nothing else to say, then scram, said Old Man Dong Fu softly. When he said get lost, Northern Underworld Demon God's people could only lower their heads and leave. But at that moment, Northern Underworld Demon God's gaze wasn't on Lin Ling anymore because Old Man Dong Fu had someone he was even more afraid of. It was the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. These strong cultivators came from the Qian Temple and were always at odds with the Northern Underworld Demon God. Not long ago, in the star-seizing Violet Palace, Northern Underworld Demon God had killed the son of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect's leader. Scram. Looking at Evil God Bei Ming and his people fleeing, Lin Ling smiled faintly. After that, the crowd gradually dispersed. As they left, they looked deeply at Lin Ling. They had thought that with so many strong cultivators and the descendants of the Nine Li tribe present, Lin Ling would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, who would have thought that in the end, Lin Ling would attract even more strong cultivators to come for him? Evil God Northern Darkness and the others were forced to leave. This Lin Ling was becoming more and more mysterious. Thank you, everyone. Lin Ling politely saluted. It's nothing. Among them, the old man of the South Pole and Lu Wangyan had a profound look in their eyes. Not long ago, Lin Ling had helped them, so today, they had returned the favor. But what surprised them was that Old Man Dong Fu was also helping Lin Ling. One had to know that in the Heaven and Earth temples, many peak experts had to give face to Old Man Dong Fu. And such a character was also helping Lin Ling. This Lin Ling had hidden his strength really well. Fortunately, we didn't become enemies with him back then. The old man of the South Pole and Lu Wangyan looked at each other. Lin Ling looked at the two and gave his thanks again. Then he looked at the old man Dong Fu. As to the old man Dong Fu, he was slightly shocked and said with a smile, I hadn't thought that you would come to see Watch Corner. Why didn't you say you came? Let me treat you well. As these words fell, the old man of the South Pole and the other experts' expressions changed. From Old Man Dong Fu's tone, they could faintly feel that Old Man Dong Fu did not refer to Lin Ling as a senior, but as a friend. This was even more terrifying. One had to know that Old Man Dong Fu was proud and arrogant. Even great heroes were not in his eyes. When facing experts, most of them referred to themselves as seniors. There were very few people in Xianpeng province who could be of the same generation as him. Unfortunately, they did not know that in the past, when Lin Ling helped Old Man Dong Fu forge a heavenly weapon, Lin Ling's identity was an assistant, not a disciple. Therefore, Old Man Dong Fu did not underestimate Lin Ling at all. Not to mention, Old Man Dong Fu still owed Lin Ling a favor. Haha, I also just came, so I didn't know Elder Dong Fu was here. Lin Ling shrugged with a smile, but inside, he muttered, didn't we meet not long ago? It's a good thing that martial arts are prohibited here. Otherwise, if something happened to you under my eyes, then I would feel guilty. Let's go, the auction is about to start. Before that, I'll take good care of you. Old Man Dong Fu let out a breath and smiled again. All right. Lin Ling nodded and then let Yang Gon walk with him. As for Yang Gon at this moment, he was also extremely shocked. Lin Ling actually knew Old Man Dong Fu? The weapon in his hand was the work of Old Man Dong Fu, and this weapon had helped him many times to fight above his level. At that time, he was grateful to the mysterious Old Man Dong Fu of the 10 great blacksmiths. But today, he was fated to meet him again. Lin Ling, this guy, he always does things that we cannot do. Yang Gon was inwardly shocked, but more than that, he was proud. After all, Lin Ling came from the same hometown as him. As the group walked forward, they didn't speak. Old Man Dongfu was the leader and Old Man Dongfu seemed to have something to say. Linling, I, Old Man Dongfu, have seen countless people. The first time I saw you, I felt that you were different. And you are indeed so, becoming a hero in such a short time. It seems that your master values you greatly. Master? Linling's eyes flashed. When did he have a master? Yes, I know that Ding Haizun is your subordinate. He isn't your master, and he doesn't qualify to be your master. Old Man Dongfu's words were filled with disdain, and then he said with some respect, Haha, I know your master's background isn't small. You have to know, Xianping province is only one jia, and the outside world is even larger. There are always people better, mountains higher. Sometimes, even I feel inferior. Finishing, Old Man Dongfu blinked at Linling as though he knew everything. Linling was speechless. That master was the mysterious cloaked person. Ancient martial artists have strange personalities. You have to give in to him. Old Man Dongfu smiled and said, If there is a chance, can you introduce me to him? I don't have any other intentions, I just want to look up to him. Finishing, he saw Linling's strange gaze. He quickly smiled awkwardly and said, Of course, looking up to him is only part of it. I also want to ask him for advice on forging. I'll try my best. Linling nodded, feeling even more speechless. The old man of the South Pole following behind Old Man Dongfu felt their hearts tremble. Linling had a mysterious master behind him? No wonder Linling was such a genius. So this was the case. The night passed without words. The next day, the auction started grandly. The Grand Hall of Heaven and Earth gave out the sensational news that a rare treasure would appear today. Many martial artists became excited. If the Grand Hall of Heaven and Earth thought it was a treasure, then the treasure must be very valuable. At this time, Linling followed Old Man Dongfu and the others to Yutian Pavilion. Yutian Pavilion was already packed with people. However, Old Man Dongfu was a forging master. The other forces could not give him face, but the auction house did not dare to slight him. So following Old Man Dongfu, Linling easily entered Yutian Pavilion while the other martial artists lined up. Outside Yutian Pavilion, the martial artists from various regions were envious. Linling could directly enter Yutian Pavilion. One had to know that the background of the auction house was very strong. Anyone from the Grand Hall of Heaven and Earth had to follow the rules. Unless there was a dragon among men, and Linling was one of them. It was hard to believe. It's him. In the crowd, a fairy-like girl stared at the back of the handsome blue-robed youth. Then she smiled bitterly. She was Luo Xueman. Chapter 12:29. The auction began. The outside of Yutian restaurant was bustling with noise, but the inside of Yutian restaurant was unusually quiet. There were only a few dozen people scattered around. These people's backgrounds and statuses were clearly not weak. They were the true important figures of Qian Hall and Kuan Hall. Linling even saw a familiar face. It was the official Pu he had seen at Old Man Dongfu's place. Official Pu also saw Linling. He revealed an evil smile. He didn't think that Linling would appear here. The others did the same. They all looked at Linling with deep, meaningful gazes. These people are strong and have great influence in Xianping province. Yes. Sitting in the highest seat, Old Man Dongfu said lightly. He looked at one of the people in the distance. That person is the vice president of the Pill Forging Guild. The Pill Forging Guild is where all the alchemists and blacksmiths gather in Xianping province. This guild is a neutral power like Qian Kuan Hall, but both Qian and Kuan Halls have to give them face. Yes. The cold middle-aged man over there is one of the branch leaders of the Martial Pavilion. The Martial Pavilion is a fighting arena. If you lack money, you can go there to fight. Not only can you increase your strength, you can also earn large amounts of money. The Martial Pavilion is also a neutral power and cannot be underestimated. Old Man Dongfu continued to introduce, making Linling suck in a breath of cold air. Here, all the important figures were gathered. Then what about Qian Kuan Hall? Linling asked. Qian Kuan Hall is Xianping province's largest trading power. Behind them is one of the 7 emperors. It is said that Qian Kuan Hall has traded with people from the outside world. Qian Kuan Hall is also powerful. Linling's face showed surprise. The outside world was outside of Xianping province. Qian Kuan Hall actually traded with them. No wonder the strong people of Xianpeng province were afraid of Qian Kuan Hall. Lin Ling, if you're interested, you can go to the Pill Forging Union to test your soul force. If you can pass, then you'll receive a generous reward. Of course, the Pill Forging Union gathers countless alchemists and blacksmiths from Xianpeng province. Its test is very difficult, and it requires a soul force of at least rank 20. Old man Dong Fu said again, which made Lin Ling smile. His soul force had reached the 30th level, so this test shouldn't be too hard. They're coming in. At this moment, someone said something. Then, the warriors at the gate entered one after another. However, the warriors who entered remained calm. Obviously, there were too many big shots here, so they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Lin Ling also looked at the gate. One by one, familiar faces appeared. Luo Shuaman, Northern Darkness Demon God, Northern Evil Mother, Li Fenga, and even the Second Life Ghost King, as well as the defeated Langya 10th Palace's Jin Luotong. Of course, there were also many friends, such as Yang Gon, the Old Man of the South Pole and so on. Everyone glanced at the highest seats and finally looked at Lin Ling. They were shocked. The other big shots were famous experts, so it was normal for them to appear here. Only Lin Ling appeared in the highest seat as a junior. It was hard to imagine. When the auction ends, you won't be able to walk out of C Lookout Corner. Li Fenga didn't think so much. His cold voice sounded at the same time, and it was directed at Lin Ling. Haha, you idiot actually came. When you entered the gate, why didn't your head get caught by the door? Lin Ling sat in the highest seat, which was on the 5th floor, so he looked down at Li Fenga from above. Bastard! Li Fenga stopped and couldn't help but want to attack. Lin Ling was too hateful. He was weaker than him, but he used the rules of C Lookout Corner to humiliate him. Young master, calm down. However, an old man next to him stopped him. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Little friend, be careful. If you provoke the Holy Mother of Jiuli, you will die even if you have someone behind you. Who is the Holy Mother of Jiuli? Is she my maid? Lin Ling replied with a smile. He didn't intend to provoke the Jiuli tribe, but if others were to provoke him, he wouldn't allow himself to be trampled on. Moreover, Lin Ling had weathered many storms over the years. Hence, he wouldn't be afraid just because of the Jiuli tribe. You're courting death. The old man comforted Li Fenga and asked him to calm down, but at this moment, he couldn't calm down. The junior above was too arrogant. This guy. The pupils of many big shots in the auction house were also flickering. They had never thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. He had even dared to trample the ancient Jiuli Holy Mother under his feet. However, they didn't know that the ancient Jiuli Holy Mother was just a small clan in the Z government. So, why would Lin Ling fear the Jiuli Holy Mother? Well, thank you all for coming here. I, Lu Susu, am so proud of you. At this moment, a heavenly voice sounded, silencing the auction. Countless eyes looked over and saw Lu Susu walking out in a pink Chong Sam. Her waist was slender, and her breasts were about to burst out. At the edge of the Chong Sam, her slender legs were faintly discernible, causing countless people to be lost in fanciful thoughts. So beautiful! Moreover, there was an enchanting aura in her beauty that made it difficult for people to calm down. Unfortunately, this was a rose with thorns. They could only admire her from afar, they couldn't profane her. Many people took a deep breath, suppressing their hot-blooded thoughts. Li Fenga licked his lips. He almost wanted to call her a beauty. Luckily, the old man beside him stopped him. Otherwise, he would have caused trouble. The old man looked at Lu Susu and said, Hallmaster Lu, this auction is a gathering of famous people, but the junior named Lin Ling is here, and he's even sitting in the highest seat. Isn't this belittling us? Yeah, he's just an elite, but he's sitting on my head. Hallmaster Lu, don't you think you should explain? The other experts indifferently said. Lin Ling was only at the second sky of Transcendent Realm. How could he be sitting in a higher seat than them? Because you're all idiots. Lu Susu hadn't said anything yet when Lin Ling indifferently said. The eyes of the crowd stiffened. Lin Ling was actually scolding everyone. Hee, there's nothing to explain about this. Lu Susu glared at Lin Ling coquettishly and said flatly, There's nothing to explain? Seems like Hallmaster Lu doesn't want to say anything. The crowd couldn't bear it any longer. Among them, Dark North Demon God tried to sow discord. In reality, he also didn't know where Lin Ling got the qualifications to sit on his head, causing him to feel extremely unhappy. Do I have to say it? Then let me see who wants me to say it. Lu Susu was still smiling, but her smile was ice-cold as her beautiful eyes swept across the entire auction hall. On the stacked seats, the hearts of the crowd violently trembled as they recalled Lu Susu's fierce reputation, as well as the terrifying person behind her. They finally fell silent, and someone tried to mediate. We're here to buy something, we're not interested in the background of others. Obviously, they were afraid. Haha, I gave you a chance to ask, but you didn't ask. Truly a bunch of idiots. Chapter 12:30. The first battle. Since there's nothing else to say, let's start the auction. Lu Susu quickly regained her amiable appearance and smiled. She waved her right hand and a platform slowly rose up beside her. There was a white curtain covering the platform, and after the curtain was lifted, there were 5 sets of armor of different colors lying on the platform. King Grade Saint Tool, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth armor. The wearer's defense will be greatly increased, and it can also improve profound martial arts. The wearer will have a preliminary understanding of the realm of extreme martial arts. The most precious thing is that if 5 people wear these 5 sets of armor, they can form a battle formation, and their battle strength will increase by leaps and bounds. If one person wears it, they can change their profound martial arts at any time, making it difficult for the opponent to see through. 5 dazzling armors floated in the air above the auction house. Many people's breathing became heavy. These treasures were very precious. On the highest platform, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. These were the saint tools he had forged. He hadn't thought that they would be the first to start the auction. Moreover, Lu Susu had exaggerated, raising the value of these saint tools to the highest level. 1,100. 1,200. 1,500. The entire auction house was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling also saw that Yang Gon was also bidding, which made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. 2,000. Finally, a cold voice sounded, suppressing the crowd with a huge price. Many people looked over and found that it was evil god Bei Ming who had bid. This price was beyond everyone's expectations. After all, although saint tools were precious, 2,000 was a bit expensive. It should be known that many martial artists wouldn't be able to obtain 2,000 in their lifetime unless they were lucky enough to find a rare treasure in an ancient ruin and take it out to exchange for 2,000. However, this kind of thing obviously depended on luck. Evil God Northern Darkness, you must have bought these 5 sets of saint artifacts for your daughter. Your son is dead, so your daughter should be protected. Unfortunately, I've taken a fancy to these 5 sets of saint artifacts as well. 2,500 origin stones. At this moment, a cold voice rang out in the auction hall. Northern Mountain Tiger Sect. Evil god Bei Ming stared at the newcomer and angrily shouted, "The enmity of killing my son is irreconcilable." A burly man from the Tiger Gate of the Northern Mountains said coldly, "If you can kill me, then come at me." 3,000 primal stones. The evil god of North Darkness smiled evilly. He was not afraid at all. Many people knew that this was a conflict between the Qian Hall and the Kuan Hall. Therefore, they sneered as they watched the show. 3,100. The man from the Northern Mountain Tiger Sect frowned and shouted another bid. Only 100? It seems your Northern Mountain Tiger Sect is also very poor. If you don't have money, why are you trying to be so generous? Evil god Doc North's evil smile grew even wider. He shouted again, 3,500. Suddenly, the man's face turned ugly. He only had 4,000 gold coins, and he also had things he wanted to buy. Previously, he had only been fighting with the evil god, but who would have thought that the evil god would crush him in the same way? Bid. If you don't bid, this treasure is mine. Evil god Dark North smiled proudly when he saw that the other party was silent. At this moment, Lin Ling said a few words to Old Man Dong Fu, who nodded. Then Lin Ling's voice was heard. 5,000 primal stones. Silence. The entire auction house was silent. No one had expected Lin Ling to raise the price from 3,500 to 5,000. He was too generous. Evil god Dark North, if you don't bid, this treasure is mine. Lin Ling looked at the evil god Dark North and shrugged. The evil god Dark North gritted his teeth. 5,000 primal stones to buy 5 sets of saint weapons made his heart ache. Then, he saw Lin Ling's disdainful eyes and his heart burned with anger. Lin Ling had humiliated him in front of countless people. This guy is too arrogant. As for those who knew Lin Ling, such as Luo Shuaman and the others, their hearts jumped. They had never thought that Lin Ling, a junior, would dare to enter the ancient battlefield of experts. Moreover, his first auction had shocked the entire audience. He had used his enormous wealth to suppress the evil god Dark North. Where did Lin Ling get so much money? In fact, those primal stones came from Old Man Dong Fu. Lin Ling had borrowed them from Old Man Dong Fu.
At this moment, Old Man Dong Fu smiled bitterly and muttered in his heart, "Lin Ling, these 5 sets of saint weapons were put up for auction by your master.
Your disciple actually bought his things." Although he smiled bitterly, he didn't stop Lin Ling's arrogance because he owed Lin Ling a favor. Evil god Dark North, if you don't have money, don't pretend to be generous and don't humiliate others. You're slapping your own face. In the highest seat, Lin Ling played with his fingernails. The sect leader of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect was excited. Lin Ling was helping him. You win. Evil god Dark North hesitated for a long time, but could only swallow his anger. 10,000 primal stones. However, just as evil god Dark North admitted defeat, someone proudly called out a price. This person was Li Fenggu. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling proudly. You want to compete with my Ninely clan? Let's see who has more money. 10,000 primal stones. This guy is crazy. Many people stared at the dandy young master and shook their heads helplessly. This price could cultivate a large number of transcendents, but it was only used to buy 5 sets of saint weapons. It was too much of a loss. Lin Ling was also stunned. He didn't expect the 5 sets of saint weapons to be sold at such a high price. This Li Fenggu was really an idiot. He smiled and said, "You win, and I forgot to tell you that there are still 5 sets of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth saint weapons to be auctioned. These 5 sets are yours." After saying that, Lin Ling sat back down, causing everyone in the auction venue to be stunned. Lin Ling gave up just like that? They looked at Li Fenggu. Although Li Fenggu won, they still felt that this guy was a sucker. There are still 5 sets of saint weapons. Li Fenggu was also stunned, and his face instantly turned ugly. Previously, he didn't want Lin Ling to get the 5 sets of saint armors, so he immediately called out a price. Who knew that after his fierce bidding, Lin Ling would give up directly, making him feel like he had punched cotton. Most importantly, these 5 sets of saint armors were not the only ones, and there seemed to be more. In other words, he was a sucker. Moreover, if he knew that these 5 sets of saint armors were all auctioned by Lin Ling, he would definitely vomit blood at this moment. Haha, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth saint weapons. Currently, there are 2 sets in the Great Cosmos Hall. The previous one was the first set, and there will be another set later. Lu Susu didn't hide it and said with a smile. Anyway, the benefits of the first set of saint armors had already been squeezed to the peak, so there was no need to hide it. There really are 2 sets of saint armors. Li Fengji's eyes turned red with anger. In other words, he was really a sucker before. The Ninely clan is rich, so what are you afraid of? Lin Ling said with a smile. These 10,000 yuan stones were his. Next, the auction continued, and Lin Ling didn't bid. The purpose of his coming here was to see what price his treasures could reach, and he didn't intend to auction any treasures. Chapter 1231. Do you want to be fooled again? The experts from the Qian and Kuan palaces fought fiercely, neither of them willing to submit to the other. At the same time, the second set of saint weapons appeared, causing Li Fenggu's face to turn as dark as the bottom of a nest. That set of armor did not compete with Lin Ling and evil god Bei Ming. In the end, it was bought by an old man for 2,000 primal stones. Although the price was a little expensive, it was still a profit for the old man compared to 10,000 primal stones. After the successful auction of Lin Ling's saint artifact, some medicinal pills appeared next. Among them, the evil god kept bidding, but the members of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect kept causing trouble,
letting everyone know that the Northern Mountain Tiger sect and the evil god had a deep grudge. However, what made everyone speechless was that Lin Ling would occasionally interfere and randomly bid, giving the evil god a painful blow like a stab in the back.
Kong Tong broken stone. At this moment, a treasure that no one could understand appeared. On the platform, a large number of broken stones appeared. The stones were gray, as if they were ordinary objects. The crowd fell silent. They couldn't see anything special about that treasure. Your Majesty, this is the stone of the Kong Tong seal.
If your Majesty obtains it and cultivates the divine demon overlord body, the effect will be better than the rootless water.
At this moment, Elder Zi's voice sounded. Lin Ling's eyes stared at the broken stones. He could not help but be surprised. Those are stones. How can I use them for cultivation?
Your Majesty, the divine demon overlord body can devour gold and stones. The harder the treasure, the better the effect.
In that case, I'll buy it. Lin Ling nodded.
His vision was not as broad as Elder Zi's, so he believed that Elder Z was absolutely right. He was just about to shout out a price, but at this moment, a voice shouted out faster than Lin Ling, 2,000 vitality stones.
The person who bid was a young man with a pale face. He was the Second Life Ghost King. Many people did not dare to provoke him. He was too mysterious. He looked young, but he seemed to know everything. 2,500 primeval stones. Right at this moment, the sound of nature resounded. The crowd looked over and noticed that it was Luo Xuemon from the Nine Heavens Dark Maiden Palace. She seemed to have taken a liking to Kong Tong as well. However, she kept a low profile today.
Obviously, she didn't have the qualifications to speak before all the great figures here, and she could only act like a white swan before the younger generation.
Compete with me? At the same time, the Second Life Ghost King's sickly expression changed slightly.
He coughed and shouted out the price again. 3,000 primeval stones.
With that, he glanced at Luo Xuemon. Luo Xuemon's heart trembled violently, and she actually didn't dare to bid anymore. Although she was the second mysterious maiden of the Nine Heavens, someone had told her before that the Second Life Ghost King couldn't be underestimated, so she didn't dare to bid anymore. This small detail caused many people's eyes to flicker. Even the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace feared the Second Life Ghost King?
However, some of the older experts felt that this was normal. They knew that the Second Life Ghost King was very powerful and had experienced 2 reincarnations. Before his reincarnation, he was an old monster named Patriarch Blood River. 3,500 primeval stones. However, right at this moment, a new price was shouted. Many people were puzzled. Even the Nine Heavens Saintess Palace didn't dare to bid anymore. There was actually someone who dared to touch the Second Life Ghost King's reverse scale. With curiosity, they all looked over and found that the person who shouted the price was actually Lin Ling.
Lin Ling, did this guy want to see the world plunged into chaos?
Didn't he have the word fear in his heart? He's so powerful. Luo Xuemon's beautiful eyes stared at the handsome young man on the high platform. She didn't dare to bid before because she felt wronged in her heart. However, now that she saw Lin Ling bidding, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. She didn't dare to face him, but Lin Ling dared to face him. In the past, she had thought too highly of herself and raised her head proudly in front of Lin Ling. Looking back now, it was laughable.
Lin Ling, what do you want me to do with this item?
At this moment, the Second Life Ghost King pondered for a moment and looked indifferently at Lin Ling, who was sitting at the highest seat.
His words carried a hint of negotiation. Many people's eyes flickered. They couldn't understand why the Second Life Ghost King would speak to Lin Ling in such a tone.
Why should I let you win?
However, what surprised the crowd even more was that Lin Ling actually rejected him directly. One had to know that the two of them weren't even on the same level. One was a century-old monster who had experienced the secular world twice, while the other was just a rising junior. Now, this junior actually didn't give face to an old monster. Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, Lin Ling was so frivolous that the Second Life Ghost King would definitely not let it go. Many people had all sorts of thoughts in their minds. With curiosity, they quietly waited for the interesting scene to unfold. However, the scene they were waiting for obviously wouldn't happen. You win. The Second Life Ghost King's eyes flickered as he replied indifferently. Then, he sat back down again. His straightforward manner made everyone's heart tremble violently. The Second Life Ghost King had compromised. How could this be? Unfortunately,
They didn't know that this wasn't the first time Lin Ling and the Second Life Ghost King had met. Back in the star-picking Violet Mansion, the Second Life Ghost King didn't dare to face Lin Ling, let alone now. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was determined to win the Kong Tong Stone. No one could snatch it from him. With me here, Lin Ling, you can't get what you want. 4,000 Vitality Stones. At this moment, another voice rang out. It was extremely untimely. It was Li Fengge. He clearly wanted to oppose Lin Ling. You idiot. Are you here to join in the fun again? However, in the face of Li Fengge's interference, Lin Ling didn't seem to care at all. He slowly raised the price. 4,100 Vitality Stones. Then, Lin Ling beckoned to Li Fengge. His meaning was obvious. It's your turn. Young master, be careful of trickery. The old man beside Li Fengge immediately reminded him. Lin Ling's expression was too calm, as if he was toying with Li Fengge. Moreover, he had done it once before, so he had to be careful when facing him. Don't worry, I'll be careful. 4,500 Vitality Stones. Although Li Fengge was foppish, he wasn't stupid. He had been fooled once before, so he was obviously careful this time. Is the Jiuli tribe so stingy? Lin Ling shook his head disdainfully. Elder Zi's voice rang out in his mind. Young master, this Kong Tong stone is worth 5,000 Vitality Stones. 5,000 Vitality Stones. When Lin Ling heard Elder Zi's voice, he immediately raised the price with a smile, causing a stir in the crowd again. Lin Ling was too domineering. It was fine if he didn't compete, but once he did, he used money like water. No one dared to bargain. Most importantly, Lin Ling looked like he was toying with the world. No one knew if he really wanted the treasure or if he was just toying with Li Fengge. This Lin Ling was too difficult to see through. Are you that arrogant? It's only 5,000 Vitality Stones. Li Fengge pondered for a long time before shouting again. He refused to admit defeat, but just as he was about to raise the price, the old man beside him hurriedly stopped him. Young master, don't be fooled. Li Fengge was stunned for a moment. Then he gasped. He was almost fooled by Lin Ling. He sneered and said, Lin Ling, you win. I won't compete with you. Chapter 1232. The highlight of the show. Looks like you're smart. Hee hee, then I'll kindly accept it. Lin Ling gently smiled. His smile was filled with joy. Everyone could see that he was extremely happy because he obtained the Kong Tong Broken Stone. This caused a horrifying thought to arise in everyone's mind. Could it be that Lin Ling really took a fancy to that treasure? Actually, if you were to shout out 6,000 origin stones, then I would indeed give this treasure to you. However, at that time, my heart would ache because the value of this treasure isn't just 6,000 origin stones. Ignoring everyone's thoughts, Lin Ling looked at Li Fengge with a smile. Li Fengge was stunned for a moment. The expression on his face gradually changed from being in a daze to being filled with anger. A thought flashed in his mind. He had been fooled again. Lin Ling had indeed taken a fancy to that treasure. Lin Ling, the auction is over. I want you dead. Li Fengge could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and roared. Today, he had been played by Lin Ling several times. Haha. Many people understood what he meant and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling, on the other hand, ignored Li Fengge and continued to admire the auction. He was unmoved by most of the treasures that followed. Finally, the final treasure appeared. I believe that everyone already knows that there will be a treasure in this auction, and everyone should be curious about this treasure. So, let's announce it to the world today. Lu Susu kept livening up the atmosphere, making the auction house silent. Countless people were thirsty as they waited for the treasures to appear. This treasure comes from the star-picking nation. I'm sure everyone knows about that ancient nation, so this treasure might be the only one in Xianpang province. Lu Susu said with a smile. Lin Ling, who was standing among the crowd, shook his head helplessly. This woman was indeed a cunning businesswoman. She was the only one, and this had unknowingly raised the value of the treasure. However, Lin Ling knew that this was not the only one. He also had one on him. Moreover, he, Lin Ling, could refine as many of these treasures as he wanted. Of course, the better the atmosphere, the better it was for Lin Ling. Division Master Lu, don't hide it anymore. Announce it as soon as possible. Some experts calmly spoke, unable to suppress the curiosity in their hearts. Even the peak-level experts from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall were curious. His Majesty's armor is a low-level heavenly soldier. Any transcendent realm cultivator can withstand the attack of a transcendent sixth realm cultivator. It can be considered a heaven-defying treasure. Lu Susu's voice turned grave. She gently pulled with her jade-like hand. Under countless gazes, a pitch-black armor appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air. A trace of greed flowed out from the depths of their eyes. To be able to withstand the attack of a transcendent sixth realm cultivator, this meant that with this armor, he wouldn't even need to fear a hero. There's actually such a heaven-defying treasure? As expected of an ancient country's treasure. Even Senior Pooh showed a look of curiosity. Although he wasn't interested in this treasure with his current strength, it was undeniable that this treasure was extremely useful to transcendent realm cultivators and was priceless. An ancient nation treasure. I wonder how the runes on this armor are? The expert from the Pill Forging Union also looked excited. The starting price is 2,000 source stones. Lu Susu finally announced the price. She knew that the starting price wasn't high, but once the competition began, the price would increase by 10 times. 10,000 source stones. Sure enough, just as her voice fell, a clear voice echoed, causing Lu Susu to turn around and immediately become speechless. The first to bid was actually Lin Ling. One had to know that this armor was brought out by his master to be auctioned, yet this guy was playing with everyone again. 10,000 source stones, which bastard bid? The crowd was stunned for a moment before their eyes quickly fell on Lin Ling suddenly. All of them flushed with anger because Lin Ling's bid was too high, pushing the price of this treasure to its peak. Moreover, they suspected that even Lin Ling didn't have that much money, so it was likely he was just trying to stir up trouble. However, they also knew that even if Lin Ling didn't have the money, there would still be people who would bite the bullet and bid. After all, this armor was too rare and no one wanted to miss it. You bastard, who allowed you to bid so high? Li Fengge wasn't as shrewd as the others and immediately roared in anger. It was obvious that he had also taken a fancy to this armor. If you don't have the money, then don't play. Lin Ling grinned and said with a rogue look. It was obvious that he was trying to stir up trouble. 15,000 source stones. Li Fengge roared and immediately bid. He wasn't afraid of being cheated because the armor was indeed worth this price. 20,000 source stones. Lin Ling was still smiling. He knew that this armor didn't belong to him or Li Fengge, but this didn't stop him from raising the price. After all, this was his money. This stinking brat. The crowd once again roared in anger. Lin Ling raised the price as if he was drinking water, easily raising the price to an insane level. This caused their anger to surge. You. Li Fengge pointed at Lin Ling and gritted his teeth in anger. 20,000 source stones had exceeded his net worth. If he hadn't been cheated of 10,000 source stones previously, he would still be able to continue bidding. But now he felt powerless. Most importantly, he had taken a fancy to this armor, but he couldn't get it. This kind of feeling was indescribable. If you don't have the money, then go home and be a good boy. This place isn't suitable for children to play. While Li Fengge was furious, Lin Ling said softly. It was like adding oil to the fire, causing Li Fengge's eyes to be filled with resentment. He clenched his fists tightly and almost wanted to kill Lin Ling on the spot. 30,000 source stones. At this moment, someone shouted again. The crowd looked over and found that it was a big shot from the Qian Hall. Lin Ling smiled and sat back down. His task was completed. He had raised the price of this armor before the winner of the Emperor Armor Refinement was revealed. Moreover, he didn't want this armor to be obtained by Li Fengge, because once Li Fengge obtained it, it would take more effort to deal with him. Lin Ling, do you still want to compete? The person who shouted the price looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I don't want to play. I can't win against you. These words made the big shot smile faintly, a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. The previous auction was like children playing house. He didn't want to make a move, but when he, an expert, made a move, these children would all shut up. However, just as his pride rose, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded. I don't want to play, but that doesn't mean others won't play. The big shot's eyes instantly focused. At the same time, a new bid appeared. It was Old Man Dong Fu. 40,000 source stones. As expected, Lin Ling didn't want to play. However, the others wouldn't let the big shot do as he pleased. Lin Ling so powerful. It's as if he has everything under control. Many people were secretly shocked. Although Lin Ling had withdrawn, he still looked as if he had everything under control. Old Man Dong Fu, as a blacksmith, this armor is useless to you. The big shot from the Qian Hall frowned. Chapter 1233. Accept the challenge, Lin Ling you! Exclamation point. The great figure from the heavenly hall furrowed his brows, anger rising within him. This person was from the Hong House, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Like the black and white Dao Palace, they were above all the experts in Xianping province. He had never thought that he would be taught a lesson by Lin Ling, but in the end, he would be taught a lesson by Lin Ling. 50,000 yuan stones. Exclamation point. After Old Man Dong Fu, someone else called out a price. Everything was as Lin Ling had guessed. What had happened before was just a warm-up. The real battle between experts was about to begin. Someone from the Pill Forging Union. Old Man Dong Fu looked at the person who called out the price. He wasn't surprised. The other party was also a blacksmith, so he was naturally interested in the ancient armor. 60,000 yuan stones. Exclamation point. However, after that person called out a price, a new price was called out, shocking everyone. Countless people were shocked. These great figures spent money like water, easily calling out such a high price, suppressing everyone. It's Lord Pu! Exclamation point. Many people in the heavenly hall looked at the person who called out the price, and their hearts trembled. At this moment, Lord Pu licked his lips, his smile becoming even more evil. However, he looked at Lin Ling. I owed you a favor before. How about this armor? Exclamation point. What? Lord Pu is buying the ancient armor for Lin Ling? Exclamation point. Everyone was even more shocked. Those who knew Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that Lin Ling would know such a great figure. Today, Lin Ling once again shook Xianpeng province. How many secrets does this guy have that I don't know? Exclamation point. Luo Xueman's beautiful eyes were also wide open. She discovered that Lin Ling was a white swan that she could never see through. She didn't even have the qualifications to be a toad. No need! Exclamation point. Lin Ling smiled as he refused. However, he was bitterly laughing in his heart. He had brought this armor to auction. After going around in circles, was it going to return to his hands? This was not what he wanted to see. Moreover, how could he waste Lord Pu's favor so easily? Since it's like this, then I don't want this armor. Lord Pu was as mysterious as ever. He smiled evilly and slowly closed his eyes, as if he was the most evil man in the world. The next competition was between the old man of Dong Fu and the person from the Pill Forging Guild. The two fought fiercely. In the end, the person from the Pill Forging Guild used a price of 80,000 primeval stones to take the Emperor's armor. It made the old man of Dong Fu sigh continuously, as though he had lost the most precious thing in his life. Seeing this, Lin Ling was somewhat speechless. He thought to himself, the treasures that you've spent so much effort to snatch can actually be forged by the people next to you. That person is also one of the top 10 blacksmiths. He's the only one who doesn't give me face. The old man of Dong Fu was still sighing, causing Lin Ling to look at the old man. That old man also detected Lin Ling's gaze. He instantly gave a small smile, the smile containing politeness, causing Lin Ling to return the smile. Today's auction comes to a successful conclusion. Lu Susu smiled when she saw that the fierce competition had come to an end. Her smile was extremely charming. A unique auction had ended in fierce competition. Some people were happy because they had bought what they wanted, while others sighed because they had gone home empty-handed. Lin Ling was naturally the person who returned victorious. At this moment, he was smiling as he watched the lively scene below. It's finally over. Lin Ling die. Die. However, as soon as Lu Susu's voice fell, Li Fengge's angry roar was heard. Everyone knew that he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He was waiting for the moment the auction ended, because that was the moment he could use force. Sorry, Although the auction has ended, Yution Pavilion still prohibits martial arts. At this moment, Lu Susu's indifferent voice rang out, causing Li Fengge's acne-filled face to freeze. Then he coldly shouted, "Lin Ling, leave Yution Pavilion with me and go to the sea lookout corner for a life-and-death battle. I'm going to kill you." Sorry. Today there is still no martial arts prohibition at the sea lookout corner. Sorry. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Susu's voice rang out again. Li Fengge was stunned and his whole body trembled with anger. He roared, "Hall Master Lu, why? I'm in a bad mood." Lu Susu crossed her arms and said indifferently, "Ha ha, ha ha." The crowd roared with laughter. They could also see that Lu Susu was toying with Li Fengge. Wherever Li Fengge wanted to fight, Lu Susu would ban martial arts there. The reason was actually that she was in a bad mood. Of course, everyone could see the real reason. It was not that she was in a bad mood, but that Lu Susu was helping Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was also stunned, but on second thought, he understood. Lu Susu was probably giving face to his mysterious master. "Lin Ling, did you become a hero by relying on women?" Being ridiculed by countless people, Li Fengge's face was extremely gloomy. He did not dare to provoke Xueqi in main hall, so he looked coldly at Lin Ling. "Although I relied on women, compared to some idiots who don't even care about women, it's still much better." On the high platform, Lin Ling's eyes shone with a fierce light. "However, you seem to want to fight with me." "Yes. Of course, trash." Li Fengge's lips curled up slightly and he coldly nodded. Even in his dreams, he wanted to fight with Lin Ling. After all, he had been toyed with by Lin Ling too many times today. Only by killing Lin Ling could he vent his anger. Lin Ling nodded and the coldness in his eyes intensified. "Then as you wish, I'll fight with you tomorrow." With that, Lin Ling left with old man Dong Fu. In the auction house, everyone was silent. Lin Ling accepted the challenge? Li Fengge came from the Jiuli tribe. Although he was domineering, it was undeniable that he was very talented. Otherwise, with his reckless temper, he would have died long ago. He was one of the top 10 heroes in Xianpeng province, while Lin Ling had just become a hero. With such a gap, how could he not be afraid of fighting with Li Fengge? "I'll wait for you." Li Fengge was stunned for a moment. Then he revealed his white teeth and looked at Lin Ling. His right hand made a gesture at his neck. His meaning was very obvious. "Tomorrow I'll kill you. Let's go." With that, Li Fengge left with the crowd. Among the crowd, evil god Bei Ming smiled sinisterly. Was Lin Ling finally going to die? Moreover, he did not understand what Lin Ling could change by delaying the battle to tomorrow. Did Lin Ling want to increase his cultivation in one day? What a joke. This Lin Ling has just become a hero, but he dares to challenge the top 10 heroes. Where does he get his confidence from? Moreover, he's only a level 2 transcendent. If given some time, he might surpass Li Fengge. But now, I think it's a little difficult. In the auction house, many experts were still surprised by Lin Ling's courage. Even Lu Susu frowned slightly. She knew that Lin Ling was very powerful, but he was still lacking compared to Li Fengge. After all, Li Fengge's background was very strong. She knew that the Jiuli tribe's totem was the legendary Qi Yu. Chapter 1234. Collecting money. At this moment, Lin Ling and old man Dong Fu left Yutian restaurant together. He wasn't afraid of anyone finding trouble with him. After all, he had agreed to the battle and Li Fengge should be waiting for him. "Lin Ling, Li Fengge isn't simple. Do you really want to fight with him?" Old man Dong Fu looked at Lin Ling seriously. "He has provoked me time and time again. If I refuse to fight, then I won't be able to continue walking on the martial path." Lin Ling smiled faintly. Deep in his eyes, there was a sharp glint. Some things couldn't be avoided and he didn't want to avoid it. He would fight when it was time to fight. "You're right." Old man Dong Fu nodded. He also knew that Li Fengge was too arrogant. Although he didn't know if Lin Ling could win, he knew that Lin Ling wouldn't die. After all, Lin Ling still had that huge existence behind him. That mysterious ancient expert wouldn't let anything happen to Lin Ling. "Since the battle is tomorrow, then I won't disturb you today. Stay with me in the same inn." There are experts from the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth there. No one should be stupid enough to kill you. Old man Dong Fu added. Then he brought Lin Ling to the inn. After leaving some instructions, he impatiently left, as if something was waiting for him. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. This old man Dong Fu was too impatient. Then, he quietly put on his cloak and used the Shadow Buddha incense chain to silently leave the inn. In a remote street, a mysterious cloaked person quietly appeared. Under the cloak, a smile appeared in his clear eyes. He was Lin Ling. Now, it was time to collect the money. After going around in circles, Lin Ling once again returned to Yu Tian Restaurant. At this moment, Yu Tian Restaurant was no longer as lively as before. Lin Ling walked forward. When he neared the entrance, the guard noticed Lin Ling. Before he could say anything, Lu Susu appeared at the entrance. From her appearance, it seemed that she had been waiting there for a long time. "Senior, you're finally here." Lin Ling felt as if his heart had been gently caressed by a fox's tail. Lin Ling looked over and saw Lu Susu leaning against the door with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Her full breasts were squeezed together like the waves of the sea. She was simply a seductress. "Senior, you really came on time." Another voice sounded. It was the old man of Dong Fu. So the reason he had left the inn in such a hurry was to welcome the mysterious cloaked person. Lin Ling smiled helplessly in his heart. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "How did the auction go?" "Senior, the auctions for the treasures have exceeded our expectations." Lu Susu instantly smiled. She exchanged a look with old man Dong Fu, muttering inside, "With your disciple stirring things up, the value of those treasures has been pushed to the peak." "Yes." Lin Ling nodded and entered the Yu Tian pavilion with Lu Susu. In the side room, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The three of them sat. "Senior, this is the universe card. All the yuan stones you have are inside. This card can be exchanged for yuan stones in any city, and there are at least 100,000 yuan stones in the card." Lu Susu sat on a chair made of demonic beast skin, her body leaning forward. Her small white hand handed over a purple jade card. Lin Ling's eyes swept over it. Instantly, through Lu Susu's clothes, he saw a large patch of snow white and deep cleavage. He quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the purple jade card. He suddenly found that this treasure was a precious heaven weapon. In Xianpeng province, there are less than 100 people who have this card. Moreover, this card is convenient. Even if it is stolen by others, they cannot get the yuan stones in the card. It is better than the storage of items in the green ring. Of course, with senior strength, you are not afraid of others stealing the green ring, but the universe card also represents your identity. Lu Susu smiled as she explained. Lin Ling nodded. This card was indeed convenient. Not only that, his previous auction had cost him over 90,000 primordial stones. Clearly, Lu Susu knew how to get along with people and gave him a round number. 10th Water Essence, Jade Cold Silkworm, Iron Ridge Mine Mother, Whirlpool Essence Brain. I want 2 of each of these treasures. I want as much fragmented void water as you have. All the money will be deducted from the card. Lin Ling did not take the card and said lightly, "What? 10th Water Essence. There is such a treasure in this world?" Old man Dong Fu sucked in a cold breath. He had heard of this treasure before. There were many in the ancient times, but now it was rare to see one. Moreover, not many people knew the name of this treasure. Only a few thousand-year-old monsters knew. This senior was indeed an ancient martial artist. Nothing else? Lin Ling frowned. These treasures were prepared by Elder Z for his future cultivation. Then Lin Ling said, "Then replace them with 10th Water Essence." Lu Susu also sucked in a cold breath and quickly gave the order. Then she had people send them over through the transportation array. Most of the treasures were present, but they had been piled up in the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth for many years because no one knew what these treasures were used for. During this process, old man Dong Fu had a respectful expression and kept asking about the use of the treasures. Lin Ling himself did not know, but Elder Z was very clear about it. Therefore, Lin Ling also pretended to explain, making old man Dong Fu's eyes filled with worship, as if he was seeking knowledge. After a long time, the treasures were all prepared. "Senior, there are still 30,000 yuan stones in the card. The treasures from before cost 70,000. Lu Susu handed the universe card to Lin Ling. After Lin Ling took the card, he said indifferently, How are things over at the Six Saint regions? We had already discussed it before the auction. Luckily, there was an important person from the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth at the auction this time, and he did me a favor. So fortunately, we did not disappoint. The universe card that Senior has represents the owner of the Six Saint regions. Lu Susu smiled proudly, as if she was a little fox asking for credit. But when she was excited, her slender legs were especially alluring. Thank you. Lin Ling was excited. He took the card from Lu Susu's hand and held it tightly. At this moment, his palms were full of sweat. His grandfather's wish. He had fulfilled it. Soon, I will find you all again. Leaving behind these words, Lin Ling left the room, causing old man Dong Fu to be extremely reluctant. Lu Susu, on the other hand, was stunned. When she saw the elder take the card, his hand was not old, but like the hand of a young person. This caused her to be extremely shocked. Of course, even though she was curious, she would not stupidly say it out loud and hid it in her heart. Listening to Senior's words, my life was not in vain. It's a pity that Senior left too quickly. Otherwise, I really wanted to talk with him for 3 days and 3 nights. Old man Dong Fu shook his head, extremely regretful. Maybe, it's not Senior. Lu Susu muttered in a small voice. Those two are both smart people. Especially Lu Susu. She is like a cunning fox. Interacting with them is really tiring. Leaving Yuan restaurant, Lin Ling walked along the street. At the same time he said in his heart, Elder Z, you spent 70,000 yuan stones to buy those things. What are they for? Chapter 1235. A world-shaking battle, Your Majesty. These are items that the star-picking nation's royal residents used to cultivate. Princes, and other descendants of emperors all relied on these items to cultivate. Elder Z's voice rang out, and Lin Ling couldn't help but look forward to it. Tomorrow was his battle with Li Fengge, and Lin Ling had a year to enter the Purple Mansion. At that time, he would see if Li Fengge had the ability to be arrogant. Along the way, what surprised Lin Ling was that in less than an hour, the news of his battle with Li Fengge had spread throughout the entire Sea Lookout Corner, and countless people were filled with anticipation for this battle. A world-shaking battle. Lin Ling versus Li Fengge. The Martial Pavilion has opened a bet. As long as you can take out Vitality Stones, the Martial Pavilion will pay you back. Cultivators go out to train and risk their lives in order to obtain a few Vitality Stones. But now, all you need to do is place a bet, and you will receive a generous income. On the street, a large number of people from the Martial Pavilion were making a racket. Many people's eyes flickered, but they couldn't help but walk towards the people from the Martial Pavilion. That's right, they went out to train and went through life and death situations before finally obtaining a few treasures. Right now, they only needed to place a bet to receive double the amount of Vitality Stones. No cultivator would let go of such a cheap opportunity. Those who bet on Li Fengge of the Xueqi tribe, 1-1. Those who bet on Lin Ling of the Sea Calming Talent, 1-10. The mighty voices continued to spread, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Martial Pavilion? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had heard from Elder Dong Fu that the Martial Pavilion was a neutral force like the Heavenly Palace Hall, and had a huge background. He didn't expect that they would use his battle to open a bet. This Martial Pavilion was really smart. Senior, are you not going to buy? A middle-aged man stopped in front of Lin Ling and said with a smile. Then what do you suggest? Lin Ling said indifferently. Of course, I'm going to bet on Li Fengge. It's undeniable that Lin Ling is also very powerful, but his growth time is too short. He can't compare to Li Fengge of the 10 Greats. Moreover, Li Fengge is from the Xueqi tribe, and his cultivation in all aspects of martial arts surpasses Lin Ling. The middle-aged man smiled as if he was giving Lin Ling the best suggestion. Li Fengge is indeed powerful, but the battle is tomorrow. A lot may change in one day, Lin Ling said. The middle-aged man smiled. Senior really knows how to joke. Let me tell you, other than a few people, most people have bet on Li Fengge. Even Li Fengge has bet 10,000 Vitality Stones on herself. That's a sure win. It seems that Lin Ling is not favored. In that case I will also bet. Lin Ling said again, which made the middle-aged man laugh. Senior, do you want to bet on Li Fengge? Bet on Lin Ling's victory. 30,000. The indifferent voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the middle-aged man's heart to tremble violently. 30,000. This mysterious person was very generous. The odds of betting on Lin Ling were 10 to 1. If Lin Ling won, the mysterious person would receive 300,000. That was a huge sum of money. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man did not dare to accept such a huge sum of money. However, on second thought, Lin Ling was bound to lose, so this money would benefit the Martial Pavilion. Senior, please come with me and pay. If Lin Ling wins, 300,000 will be automatically credited to your card. The middle-aged man led Lin Ling to the Martial Pavilion branch. The Martial Pavilion had branches in many big cities, so Lin Ling quickly placed his bet. Then, he left alone and returned to the inn. In the inn, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He did not expect his battle with Li Fengge to cause such a huge commotion. However, there was still one day left. Lin Ling was determined to win this battle. Sitting down cross-legged, the Emerald Tower appeared in his hand. Lin Ling then entered it. Your Majesty, these people are not optimistic about you. They deserve to die. Inside the Purple Mansion, Elder Z appeared in front of Lin Ling, his face full of anger. Their mouths are on their bodies. Let them say what they want. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He did not care. He looked at Elder Z with bright eyes. Elder Z, how should I cultivate next? A day in the outside world is a year in the Purple Mansion. After a year, let them be surprised. Your Majesty, your cultivation is to cultivate 3 aspects at the same time. Therefore you should first cultivate your essence, which is the physical body. Elder Z laughed. Lin Ling also took out the Kong Tong broken stones that he had obtained from the auction, and let these ordinary stones float around. Your Majesty, if you use 70,000 to buy elixirs, it will definitely allow your Majesty to reach the transcendental realm. However, although this method of advancement is good, it lacks an all-around improvement. Therefore, I want your Majesty to buy another treasure and prepare to refine a void spirit lock for your Majesty. This lock can suppress your Majesty's spiritual source and mental strength. If you cultivate in this state, you will be able to unlock the void spirit lock. Your Majesty's strength will increase by leaps and bounds and your foundation will be more solid than consuming elixirs. As for the cultivation resources, it is the water essence. This treasure is extremely poisonous and extremely overbearing. However, after transforming into a sea, it will produce a large amount of spiritual energy. It is just that ordinary people do not dare to absorb it. In the ancient times, the emperors wanted to raise their descendants. Therefore, they used different cultivation methods to train their descendants. Water essence is one of them. Elder Z said as he took out Lin Ling's treasure to refine. After a long time, a pair of white bracelets appeared in front of Lin Ling. These bracelets looked extremely ordinary, but if one looked closely, they would be able to sense a large amount of pressure from them. Then, under Elder Z's gaze, Lin Ling put on the white bracelets. Suddenly, a majestic pressure attacked Lin Ling, causing him to fall to the ground. Lin Ling realized that his body was surrounded by a mysterious power. His physical body, spiritual source, and even soul force were the same. This void spirit lock is terrifying, Lin Ling said with difficulty. Even with his strength, he could not block the void spirit lock. This thing was indeed terrifying. This lock will increase your Majesty's strength in all aspects. It will form a type of rune power that will suppress your physical body, spiritual source, and even soul. That is why your Majesty feels that it is very heavy. This type of rune power is also a type of law of heaven and earth. It is a power that surpasses extreme martial arts. However, under pressure, your cultivation speed will be faster and your foundation will be more solid. Elder Z said. Then he said with some worry, if your Majesty feels that you cannot block it, you can unlock it. However, after unlocking it, you will need to wait a year before you can wear it again. Don't worry. No matter how big the storm is, I will endure it. I will not unlock this lock unless it is at a critical moment. Lin Ling stood up with difficulty. His eyes were filled with determination and stubbornness. Elder Z secretly admired him. Then Lin Ling said, let's begin. Good. First, cultivate your physical body and let your body of the divine demon overlord reach the second layer.
Elder Z's face was solemn.
He waved his right hand, and a drop of water essence floated into the stones, causing them to become huge. In the end, they were like mountains that smashed towards Lin Ling rumble.
The huge mountains smashed down. Lin Ling was covered in golden light.
Elder Z's eyes were solemn as he said, "Your Majesty, absorb this mountain and reach the second layer of the body of the divine demon overlord."
Then, he sat down beside the golden mountain. At this moment, an angry roar came from the layers of golden mountain. Chapter 1236. A year of bitter cultivation. The pain came from the small worlds in Lin Ling's body. They felt like they were about to explode. He could feel a terrifying amount of energy surging into his body, as though he was about to explode. The Void Spirit Lock's runes were also pressuring him, forming a power that surpassed a supreme martial art that enveloped Lin Ling's body. The two forces nearly caused Lin Ling to faint. He almost wanted to unlock the lock, but every time he did so, he would tell himself that he could hold on for a little longer. If he couldn't, he would unlock the lock. However, there was no end to that. In fact, that was also an excuse for Lin Ling to hold on. He thought of his grandfather, mother, maternal grandfather, Yu, and the pitiful girl the second dream. They were all his motivation to hold on. Moreover, he heard a lot of sneers. It was Celestial Venerable Void Star and the Millennia Ghost Sect. There were too many enemies. When Lin Ling was exhausted, they were prepared to deal a fatal blow to Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't fall. "Your Majesty, to become a venerable emperor, one must go through blood and sweat. Only then can one transform." Elder Z sat outside the Golden Mountain, quietly waiting for Lin Ling's voice. As long as Lin Ling cried for help, he would immediately stop cultivating. However, he waited for 3 months. "Your Majesty's perseverance is terrifying," Elder Z gasped. With a willpower that surpassed ordinary people, talent and Violet Palace realm, he could already see the rise of a new venerable emperor in the star-picking nation. As for the Golden Mountain, it had already lost its luster. All of its essence seemed to have been absorbed by the person trapped in the mountain. Finally, at a certain moment, the entire mountain exploded. Rocks flew in all directions, and a slender figure walked out like an ancient sovereign. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, a majestic aura also spread out. The second level of the God-Devil Emperor body is unstoppable. Elder Z stood up excitedly. It was as though he had seen the previous emperor in his youth. Essence, Qi, and Spirit Triple Cultivator. Next it's Qi. A smile came from the youth in the distance. Elder Z's eyes narrowed. He subconsciously asked, "Your Majesty, aren't you going to rest for a month?" "The enemy won't wait for me to rest." Time quietly passed. In the depths of the ancient mountains, a sharp needle was inserted into the ground. On the tip of the needle, a topless young man was standing upside down. His finger was pointing at the tip of the needle. Sweat poured down his entire body like rain, causing the ground around the young man to become wet. This needle was called the Spirit Stabilizing Needle, and it was used to smooth out and strengthen one's spiritual source. Although the young man's movements were simple, in reality, there was a terrifying weight on his body, and this weight was supported by a single finger. At the tip of his finger, a light bloomed. It was the power of his spiritual source. Cultivation was dull and tedious, and he was drenched in sweat. However, the young man's strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. If he were to unlock the Void Spirit Lock now, who knew what kind of limit he would reach? "Your Majesty, you've cultivated the Spirit Stabilizing Needle for a month. You can go to the Xueqi Lake to cultivate now." Elder Z's voice could be heard occasionally. "All right." The young man leaped into the air. In the distance, there was a vast green ocean. It looked peaceful, but there were no living creatures nearby. This was because this was the ocean of death. The ocean water formed from second water essence could transform everything in the world. This cultivation is not something that a person can endure. Staring at the green seawater, the young man gritted his teeth and shot into it. Sizzle! Sizzle! The seawater seemed to be corroding everything in the world, causing the young man's body to tremble violently. However, in the process of corrosion,
Rich spiritual energy also rushed into the young man's body, causing him pain and pleasure. The seawater formed from second water essence was a highly toxic substance used to kill people in ancient times. Your Majesty, you have suppressed a large amount of spiritual energy in your body. You can go and refine it to create new spiritual source. Alright. In the myriad demon mountain, demons danced wildly. These demons were captured by the previous emperor in the past. They were violent and crazy, and they killed people like flies. Today, a cold young man was welcomed here. Hee, after being trapped for so many years, I didn't expect that someone would come here today. Devour him. The moment the young man walked into the myriad demon mountain, all the demons were eager to make a move. Earth uprooting. Heavenly sword. Rumble. A crazy battle broke out in the myriad demon mountain. Huge swords were swung, and the power to uproot mountains and rivers. This kid is the successor of the great Emperor Xueqi. He has the body of the celestial demon overlord and has reached the second stage. The great Emperor Xueqi is the enemy of thousands of generations. Kill him. In the myriad demon mountain, blood flowed like a river. It was like an abandoned land of the world. There were battles all day long, and it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The body of the celestial demon overlord is unstoppable. The power of 4 universes. Great success of the extreme mark martial art. Myriad flames of sea. Rumble. Countless blue lotuses appeared in a corner of the myriad demon mountain, causing the entire sky and earth to be filled with blooming lotuses. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped, and there was only the resplendent scene of thousands of blooming lotuses. This was the peak of the extreme mark martial art. Through the cultivation of the spirit-fixing needle, this extreme mark martial art had transformed once again. Beautiful. It was extremely beautiful, and the world seemed to have become a world of lotuses. However, although it was beautiful, it was also like a forbidden land because the lotuses were flames. Terrifying. The demons were shocked, and more than half of them died. Demon King, move out. Rumble. At this moment, the earth trembled, and a few 100 meters tall bull-headed Demon King appeared. Black-horned Bull Demon King. An existence comparable to the 10 generals of the great Emperor Xueqi during the ancient era. 3 generals were dispatched to capture him alive. Unfortunately, after 10,000 years, his strength has decreased greatly. Let me show you the result of my 1 year of bitter cultivation. On the ground, the youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. Junior, when I swept through the ancient era, you were still reincarnating. A deep and tyrannical voice sounded at the same time. The bull-headed Demon King stomped on the ground, and the earth cracked open. Boundless energy gushed out from the cracks. You are not the demonic god. Under the gaze of countless demons, the youth put his left hand into his mouth and lightly bit on it. Blood flowed down his finger, but at this moment, a mist spread out. It was strange and mysterious. Essence, chi, and soul cultivation. I have reached the second stage of the celestial demon overlord physique. Chi and soul are currently suppressed by the void spirit lock, but I can feel that my soul power is increasing crazily. I'm afraid it has reached the 40th level, and the increase in soul power has allowed me to further control the ancient flame devil. Transformation stage. Accompanied by the youth's deep voice, the mist became more vast, as though something was burning in it. The bull-headed Demon King could clearly see that there was a demonic flame burning in it. The youth had turned into a demon. This was no longer the stage where a martial artist entered the body of a demonic god, nor was it the stage where the demonic god and the martial artist merged into one. This was the stage where the martial artist was the main body, and the demonic god was the support. The stage where the demonic god entered the martial artist's body was also called transformation. I don't want to fight this battle. The bull-headed Demon King's pupils constricted, and he ran away like a giant. Too slow. However, as the smoke spread out, a stern-looking youth appeared in front of the ox-headed demon god. 8 tails swayed behind him, and his long white hair bloomed like a sea urchin, reaching the youth's calves. The youth's eyes revealed a smile that was devilishly charming. Chapter 1237. All eyes so fast. Staring at the evil-looking youth, the bull-headed demon god drew a cold breath. Compared to the youth was even more demonic. The transformation stage allowed my strength to fuse with that of a demon god. My combat strength has increased threefold, the youth said sinisterly. His footsteps were like that of a fox as he slowly walked towards the bull-headed demon god. At this moment, the bull-headed demon god seemed to see the arrival of the great Emperor Xueqi, as well as the 72 demon gods at the peak of the heavens. In front of a powerful enemy, the bull-headed demon god lived up to his name as an ancient fiendish demon. Even though it had been a long time and his strength had decreased greatly, his ferocity still remained. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he decided to fight to the death. I've been waiting for you. The youth mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. Rumble. Under the gaze of countless fiendish demons, the earth quaked and the sky seemed to split open. The mysterious white-haired youth actually held the bull-headed demon god in his hand and smashed the ground angrily. The bull-headed demon god was like a sandbag. In the sky, the earth tumbled. It was a shocking scene. No one could have imagined that the two demon gods had such a huge difference in size. However, the bull-headed demon god was the one being suppressed. The white-haired youth with 8 tails was too terrifying. Retreat into the depths of myriad demons' mountain. All the fiendish demons were afraid and fled. At the same time, a huge bottomless pit appeared in the ground. The bull-headed demon god was lying there with blood flowing like a river. The bull-headed demon god was only able to come out, but not enter. Beside the deep pit, the youth stood there nonchalantly. His white hair danced in the wind, as though he was a fey king that had descended. Go to Water Lake. You can recover from your injuries. Otherwise you will die. Of course, if you can't withstand the pain during the recovery process, it will only prove that you are only so. Glancing indifferently at the bull-headed demon god in the deep pit, the young man turned around and left. As the smoke filled the air, his body slowly shrank and he returned to his former handsome appearance. However, there was a hint of evilness in his eyes. In the deep pit, the bull-headed demon god's eyes were filled with horror. Previously, he had been completely defeated, but the youth did not kill him. It was as though he was only using him as a sparring partner. At the last moment, the youth even reminded him of the method to recover. This made the bull-headed demon god extremely grateful. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your strength has greatly increased. At the same time, Purple Elder appeared. His face was full of shock. After a year of bitter cultivation, after experiencing blood and sweat, His Majesty's strength had finally increased greatly. The ancient flame devil is divided into 3 stages. First, the devil god enters the body. Second, the devil god becomes one. Third, the transformation stage. Transformation should be the final stage, right? The young man smiled faintly. Your Majesty, that's exactly the case. What Your Majesty needs to do now is to devour the fire attribute devil god and restore Your Majesty's ancient flame devil to its peak state in ancient times. At that time, Your Majesty will be even more powerful. Elder Z said respectfully. I remember that Li Funga is a fire-type demon god. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he slowly walked forward. I'm going to challenge the undying Fire King of the Transcendent Realm. I want to kill him within 10 moves. Yes, Your Majesty, Old Z said with admiration. He knew that His Majesty and the ancient flame devil were able to transform mainly because of His Majesty's soul power. His Majesty's cultivation was still at Transcendent Stage 2, but once he unlocked the Void Spirit Lock, who knows what realm he would reach. What was certain was that his strength had definitely increased by more than 2-fold. A year in the Purple Mansion was equivalent to a day in the outside world. Lin Ling is going to challenge Li Funga? Is this Lin Ling stupid? From what I know, this Lin Ling has just become a hero, and he dares to challenge the top 10 heroes. In one night, the news spread throughout the entire Xianpang province. Countless experts were shocked, and those who lived near the ocean lookout corner all rushed over. Of course, they didn't forget to place their bets in the Martial Pavilion, and they bet on Li Funga. Although everyone knew that Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak, and the hero's test had shocked the world, more people knew how powerful the Jiuli tribe was. Li Funga looked like a hero, but they knew that he was already a hero. It was just that he hadn't taken the hero's test, and when he wanted to take the test, he would have to wait for half a year. That was why he had been carrying the hero's token. Before dawn, the ocean lookout corner was unprecedentedly lively, causing the tranquil ocean in the distance to ripple. Gradually, a wisp of white appeared in the sky. Is it starting? Countless people looked up at the sky, and then their fanatical gazes landed on the ocean lookout platform. Was that the stage for today's battle? Lord Pu hasn't left yet. Many people then saw that the big shots from the Kuan Hall were also there, floating in the sky in the distance. Lu Susu and the other experts are here too. However, Lord Pu was only one of them. More top experts had also appeared, and they seemed to be curious about this shocking battle. At the same time, in the ancient city of the Ocean Lookout Corner, a large number of figures stepped on the ground, and their auras were majestic. Among them, Evil God North Deep and the people from the three elemental Golden Dipper sect were there, and the leader was Li Funga. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back, and he was indescribably proud. Li Funga, I didn't expect your name to shake Xianpang province today. Everyone knows about this shocking battle now. When he walked out of the Ocean Lookout Corner, a large number of heroes around the street looked at Li Funga and said. They were also attracted by the news, and some of them seemed to know Li Funga. It's the hero Lu Yu, a transcendent stage 5 cultivator. Many people stared at the young man who spoke. The shocking battle between the strongest heroes had indeed attracted a lot of people. Who do you think you are? However, to everyone's surprise, Li Funga glanced at the heroes indifferently and looked at the hero who spoke with disdain. This made Lu Yu's pupils constrict. Li Funga was just a hero. How could he use such a tone to talk to him? It's just a claptrap. Li Funga, don't be too arrogant. Lu Yu said coldly. The crowd was also astonished. They did not expect Li Funga's hedonistic ways to be so overbearing and arrogant. So what if I'm arrogant? Li Funga didn't care about Lu Yu's anger at all. He stomped heavily on the street, and a pair of black fists appeared in his hands. A mysterious power erupted from his fists, and he shot towards Lu Yu like a cannonball. As soon as the fist came out, the void rippled like waves. Jolly fist, 3 heads 6 arms. Boom! A terrifying thing happened. The fist turned into a 6-armed fist, as if it was the most ancient fist of a giant, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was integrated into the fist. Bastard! Roar! Lu Yu roared. Li Funga was too arrogant. He actually attacked him. Great Wild Illusion Palm. Roar! Chapter 1238. Holy Mother of Nineli, is the shocking battle between Lin Ling and Li Funga going to be cancelled? Is it going to be a battle between Li Funga and a hero? The crowd was shocked. This battle was going to be very exciting. Rumble. However, something unexpected happened. Li Funga punched out as if he wanted to obliterate all martial arts in the world. The Great Wild Illusion Palm shattered the jade-like palm and eventually turned into glass-like fragments. The fist did not stop there. It blasted Lu Yu out of the sea gazebo and into the distant sea. Defeated in one move! Exclamation point. At this moment, the entire sea lookout corner was silent. Even a hero couldn't block one move. This Li Funga was too fierce. At this moment, Li Funga smiled faintly. Black boxing gloves appeared on his hands. He raised them high, and an ancient aura filled the air. The sun-annihilating boxing gloves are the boxing gloves passed down by the Jiuli tribe from ancient times. It was left behind by the ancient expert Qi Yu. You think you are qualified to fight me? Exclamation point. After saying this, Li Funga looked at Lu Yu with disdain and led Evil God Northern Darkness and the others forward. The sun-extinguishing gloves. I don't know what level of treasure it is, but it seems to be able to release the power of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It can increase a martial artist's attack by 30%. He was one of the 10 great blacksmiths of the Pill Refinement Union. That's right. This Li Funga is not simple. He has a lot of treasures on him. The necklace he's wearing seems to be the Gu Lan necklace from the Spirit Creek Celestial Kingdom. It can restore spiritual source twice as fast. Lu Susu also stared at Li Funga with a strange light in her eyes. Li Funga was not good at other things, but he was very good at reincarnation. As the grand young master of the Nineli tribe, he could get whatever he wanted. Who dares to bully you? Exclamation point. At this moment, the clouds in the distance rumbled. 10 Fire Age heavenly deer that were as large as tigers were dragging a luxurious carriage. From the ground, it looked like a meteor crashing into the earth. Fire Age Heavenly Deer, a Class 7 wild beast. It has the ability to traverse the void. Even though its combat prowess is not strong, it is extremely difficult to capture due to its incredible speed. However, someone is actually using it as a mount, and 10 of them at that. Many people were stunned. Who was this person? What a grand scene. Even Lu Susu and Lord Pu's eyes flashed. They didn't expect that the world-shaking battle today would attract so many ancient characters. And that person should be none other than the Holy Mother of the Nine Li tribe. The carriage came closer and closer before finally stopping in the sky, overlooking all living beings. Sitting in the carriage was a fat old woman. Her hair was white, but her fatness was beyond everyone's imagination. She was like a mountain of meat, and her eyes were a strange green. Her indifferent gaze swept over all the martial artists in the Sea Lookout Cape, as if no one could escape her eyes.
Is that you?
The old woman stretched out her fat hand and pointed at the group of people below.
The group of people narrowed their eyes. They didn't provoke Li Fengge.
How dare you violate the dignity of the Nine Li tribe? Even if you are the descendant of the 7 emperors, you will still die. The old woman waved her hand gently, and a terrifying astral wind appeared, sweeping across the earth. At this moment, the sky seemed to have turned dark.
Rumble!
In the Sea Lookout Cape, a towering force erupted. A large number of martial artists were shredded into pieces by the astral wind. It was extremely terrifying. Who is this old woman? The crowd in the distance was terrified. What a powerful force. Could it be that the 4 pillars and 8 pillars had arrived? Holy Mother of the Nine Li. What is the meaning of this? At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. It was Lu Susu's voice. Many people were dazed. That mountain-like old demon was actually the Holy Mother of the Nine Li? Many people had heard of this name before. This old demon was a character from the ancient era. She was as famous as the 4 great ancient nations. Even the Langya 10 halls and the Carefree 10 halls had to give her face. Today she had come. And she was Li Fengge's grandmother. Oh, you slut. You are also here. Where is the tranquil empress? Why didn't she keep an eye on you? The Holy Mother of the Nine Li said sinisterly. The fat on her body trembled. It was a shocking sight. Today's auction in the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth has just ended. The Sea Lookout Cape is still the territory of the auction. Holy Mother of the Nine Li, you are so overbearing. Are you trying to provoke the tranquil empress? Lu Susu frowned and said solemnly. Her words made the Holy Mother of the Nine Li close her eyes slightly. When she opened them again, she did not look at Lu Susu. Obviously, she was afraid of the tranquil empress, so she gave her some face. Grandmother. On the ground, Li Fengge looked at the Holy Mother of the Nine Li and laughed loudly. Good grandson, tell me. Who bullied you? I will destroy their entire country. The Holy Mother of the Nine Li looked at Li Fengge dotingly. Ancient warriors like her were too powerful, so it was difficult for them to have descendants. There were only 1 or 2 direct descendants in thousands of years, so they doted on them. No wonder Li Fengge is so arrogant. His grandmother is so powerful. Many people stared at the Holy Mother of the Nine Li and thought to themselves. Li Fengge's background was indeed powerful. There are many people who bully me. They see that I am young, so they take advantage of their seniority to make things difficult for me in the Sea Lookout Cape. But grandmother, I have also grown up. I will settle today's matter myself. Li Fengge said with a smile. There was a touch of arrogance on his face. Since his grandmother was here, he wanted to see who would dare to be arrogant. Good, good, good. I will watch from here. If anyone dares to bully you, I will destroy them. The Holy Mother of the Nine Li said in a hoarse voice. The fat on her body trembled. Her terrifying aura made many people tremble violently. The Qiyu lineage was indeed overbearing. Today is a battle between heroes. There is no such thing as bullying. So, Holy Mother of the Nine Li, why don't you bring your grandson back? Otherwise, let your grandson fight with others. Life and death will be up to fate. At this moment, clouds drifted over from the distance. They were hazy and then formed a palace. In that magnificent palace, a middle-aged man in a brown robe stood there calmly. He did not seem to be afraid of the Holy Mother of the Nine Li, so he looked directly at her. Interesting. Even Xueqi is here. Lord Pu stared at the middle-aged man and smiled evilly. The middle-aged man was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, the palace lord of the Black-White Dao Palace, Lord Xueqi. The crowd was in an uproar. This shocking battle had not yet begun, but it seemed that a large number of top warriors had already moved out. This battle was indeed shocking.
Little Xueqi.
You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.